Psychology and Alchemy by Carl Jung. Carl Gustav Jung regarded psychology and alchemy as one of the foundations of analytical psychology, revealing that alchemy was never merely an early attempt at chemistry, but a symbolic language through which the unconscious expressed the timeless process of psychological transformation. In this complete exploration, we follow Jung's investigation from the mystery of the Prima Materia and the philosopher's stone to the symbolism of Mercurius, the unicorn, dreams, mythology, and the collective unconscious, uncovering how medieval alchemists unknowingly preserved one of humanity's richest maps of the individuation process. Rather than explaining alchemy as history, this audiobook uncovers its psychological meaning, showing how the same archetypal symbols continue to emerge in dreams, religion, literature, and modern consciousness. Through a careful, accessible, and deeply immersive interpretation of Jung's original work, this journey reveals why these ancient symbols have survived for centuries and how they continue guiding the human psyche toward wholeness, integration, and self-realization. A complete digital audiobook production by the Mercurius Foundation. This audiobook has been carefully crafted for your listening experience. We encourage you to pause, rewind, and revisit the passages that speak to you most. Introduction. Imagine discovering a library whose authors spent centuries describing the movements of the human psyche without ever realizing that was what they were doing. That is the strange possibility standing at the heart of psychology and alchemy. It asks the reader to consider that one of history's most misunderstood traditions may also have been one of its most psychologically revealing. The alchemists believed they were observing matter. They believed metals possessed hidden destinies, that mysterious substances could be purified into incorruptible forms, and that nature concealed secrets waiting to be released through patient experimentation. Modern science eventually rejected almost every one of those assumptions, yet the symbols surrounding those experiments proved impossible to discard. They remained alive long after the laboratories themselves had become historical relics. This endurance is difficult to explain if alchemy is understood only as failed chemistry. Ideas disappear when better explanations replace them. Scientific theories rarely survive once they have lost their explanatory power. Symbols behave differently. They continue returning because they answer questions that facts alone cannot resolve. They organize experiences that every generation must confront for itself. They speak about transformation, conflict, death, renewal, fragmentation, and the search for wholeness in ways that remain psychologically intelligible even after the cosmologies surrounding them have vanished. The symbolic world of alchemy therefore refuses to belong exclusively to the Middle Ages. It continues reappearing wherever the unconscious attempts to express realities that conscious thought cannot yet fully articulate. Carl Jung recognized this long before he arrived at a definitive explanation. Throughout his clinical work, he encountered dreams whose imagery felt uncannily familiar. His patients described dragons, mysterious stones, sealed vessels, sacred marriages, radiant circles, hidden substances, impossible animals, and transformations unfolding according to a symbolic logic they themselves could not explain. Most had never studied alchemy. Many had no interest in mythology or religious symbolism whatsoever. Yet their dreams consistently produced images that seemed to belong to a symbolic tradition centuries older than modern psychology itself. The resemblance was too persistent to dismiss as coincidence. What if the alchemists had not invented those symbols? What if they had inherited them from the same source that continued generating them inside contemporary dreams? That single question gradually transformed Jung's entire understanding of alchemy. The manuscripts ceased to resemble primitive scientific documents. They became records of encounters between consciousness and the unconscious, preserved by individuals who lacked a psychological vocabulary capable of recognizing what they were experiencing. Whenever unconscious processes entered awareness, they naturally appeared projected into the material world. The transformation unfolding within the psyche became visible as the transformation of metals. Inner conflict became chemical opposition. Psychological integration became the creation of the philosopher's stone. Without intending to do so, the alchemists documented the symbolic structure of individuation while believing they were documenting the hidden life of nature. Following that realization requires abandoning one habit deeply rooted in modern thought. Contemporary consciousness instinctively separates inner and outer reality. Psychology belongs to the mind. Chemistry belongs to matter. Religion belongs to faith. Myth belongs to imagination. Alchemy emerged before those distinctions had fully solidified. Its symbolic universe occupied all of those territories simultaneously. That is precisely why it appears so confusing to later readers. The same sentence may speak about metals, Christ, dragons, kings, poison, light, death, and rebirth without feeling any contradiction. The symbolic imagination had not yet divided reality into separate intellectual disciplines. Everything still belonged to one immense psychological landscape. The journey ahead follows that landscape as it gradually reveals its hidden structure. It begins with mysterious substances that refuse definition, moves towards symbols that appear across civilizations separated by thousands of years, and ultimately arrives at a remarkable conclusion. The true achievement of alchemy was never the search for physical gold. Its enduring legacy was the preservation of a symbolic language through which the unconscious described its own transformation centuries before psychology possessed the concepts necessary to understand them. Once that possibility is taken seriously, every furnace, every vessel, every dragon, every unicorn, every sacred marriage, and every impossible stone begins speaking with an entirely different voice. They cease to belong exclusively to history. They become evidence that beneath changing civilizations, changing religions, and changing scientific worldviews, the human psyche has been quietly telling the same story all along, waiting for someone to recognize that its greatest mysteries were never hidden inside matter, but within the symbolic architecture of consciousness itself. The forgotten world where symbols were reality. To understand why alchemy became so important to Jung, it is necessary to recover a way of seeing the world that modern consciousness has almost completely lost. The difficulty is not simply historical. It is psychological. Contemporary thought instinctively separates categories that earlier civilizations experienced as inseparable. Matter belongs to science. Religion belongs to faith. Myth belongs to imagination. Psychology belongs to the inner life. These distinctions appear so natural that it becomes almost impossible to imagine a culture in which they had not yet fully emerged. Yet the alchemists inhabited precisely such a world. Nature was not experienced as a silent mechanism governed exclusively by physical laws. It was alive with meaning. Every visible transformation suggested another invisible process unfolding beneath it. Fire did not merely burn. Water did not merely dissolve. Metals were not simply materials extracted from the earth. They participated in a symbolic order, connecting the visible world with realities extending far beyond immediate perception. The laboratory, therefore, became something much larger than a place of experimentation. It became a meeting point where matter, imagination, religion, and observation converged into a single experience of reality. This is the world Jung entered when he began reading alchemical manuscripts. At first, the writings appeared almost deliberately obscure. Chemical operations merged without warning into theological reflections. Kings died inside laboratory vessels. Queens united with sons. Dragons guarded hidden substances. Serpents devoured themselves. Miraculous children emerged from darkness. Precious stones behaved like living beings. Modern readers naturally interpret such passages as evidence of intellectual confusion. The categories have become hopelessly mixed. Symbol replaces observation. Fantasy interrupts science. Yet the longer Jung remained with these texts, the less convincing that explanation became. Their symbolism was too coherent. The same figures appeared again and again across centuries of writing. Different authors, separated by geography and time, repeatedly organized their work around remarkably similar images. More surprising still, those same symbolic patterns continually resurfaced inside the dreams of modern individuals who had never encountered alchemical literature at all. The manuscripts and the dreams seemed to be speaking related dialects of the same hidden language. That coincidence demanded explanation. Projection provided the first crucial insight. Human beings never perceive reality with complete neutrality. Conscious observation is constantly accompanied by unconscious expectations, fears, desires, and symbolic tendencies operating beyond awareness. Whenever consciousness lacks concepts capable of recognizing those hidden processes internally, it naturally experiences them as qualities belonging to the external world. What appears to be a property of the object often reveals itself to be an unrecognized movement within the observer. Jung realized that the alchemists had unknowingly projected immense portions of their own unconscious life into the substances with which they worked. They believed they were observing matter. They were simultaneously observing themselves without recognizing where one process ended and the other began. This did not make their observations meaningless. Quite the opposite. Projection transformed the laboratory into an extraordinary psychological instrument. Every unconscious process that entered the experiment left symbolic traces inside the language used to describe it. The purification of metals became purification of consciousness. Dissolution reflected the breakdown of rigid identity. Sacred marriages mirrored the reconciliation of opposing psychological forces. Hidden substances represented dimensions of personality that consciousness had not yet integrated. The alchemists misunderstood the location of these events, but they preserved their symbolic structure with astonishing fidelity. That is precisely why their writings remain psychologically intelligible centuries after their chemistry became obsolete. Gradually another realization emerged. If projection explains why psychological material appeared inside alchemy, it does not explain why the symbolic forms themselves possess such remarkable consistency. Why dragons rather than wolves? Why sacred stones rather than ordinary objects? Why circles, serpents, mysterious children, radiant kings, dark mothers, hidden waters, impossible animals? These images are far too specific to belong entirely to personal fantasy. They behave according to patterns extending across civilizations, religions, and historical periods. Individual experience alone cannot account for such continuity. The investigation, therefore, moves beyond projection toward something deeper. The unconscious begins revealing itself not merely as a personal repository of forgotten memories, but as the source from which symbolic life itself continually emerges. Dreams, myths, religions, fairy tales, alchemy, and visionary experience gradually become different expressions of the same underlying process. They do not repeat identical stories. They generate equivalent symbolic structures whenever human beings encounter transformation that exceeds the explanatory power of ordinary consciousness. That shift changes the meaning of every chapter that follows. The philosopher's stone no longer belongs exclusively to medieval laboratories. The Prima Materia becomes more than an imaginary substance. The unicorn ceases to be an unusual creature from forgotten legends. Each symbol gradually reveals itself as one expression of a psychological language that humanity has never stopped speaking. Civilizations may invent different vocabularies. The unconscious quietly preserves the grammar. That may be the most remarkable discovery contained within psychology and alchemy. Beneath the immense diversity of human cultures lies a symbolic continuity that history alone cannot explain. Every age believes it has created new images to understand itself. Again and again, It discovers that the deepest images were already waiting, emerging from the same hidden source that has accompanied human consciousness from the very beginning, patiently giving visible form to realities that no conceptual language has ever been able to contain completely. The first substance and the beginning of every transformation. Every meaningful transformation begins with an uncomfortable discovery. The individual eventually realizes that what must be transformed is not something distant, rare, or hidden in an inaccessible place. It is something that has always been present, quietly overlooked because consciousness had learned to consider it too ordinary, too contradictory, or too disturbing to deserve serious attention. This insight appears repeatedly throughout alchemical literature under one of its most enigmatic ideas, the Prima Materia. The first substance is described as indispensable, yet almost impossible to define. It possesses countless names, assumes innumerable forms, and repeatedly disguises itself beneath appearances that invite neglect rather than admiration. The paradox is striking. The entire work depends upon finding the one thing everyone already possesses without recognizing it. From a purely chemical perspective, such descriptions appear hopelessly confused. A genuine substance should admit a stable definition. It should not become water in one manuscript, lead in another, poison in a third, and chaos in a fourth. Yet Jung gradually realized that this instability reveals something psychologically precise. Symbols behave differently from scientific concepts. A scientific concept narrows meaning until ambiguity disappears. A symbol expands meaning because it attempts to approach realities that consciousness cannot yet contain within a single definition. Every new name given to the Prima Materia does not replace the previous one. It contributes another perspective to a mystery that remains larger than any isolated image. This strange proliferation of meanings closely resembles the behavior of dreams. A recurring psychological problem rarely presents itself through one fixed image. It shifts continually. One night it appears as an abandoned house. Another night it becomes dark water. Later it returns as an unknown child, a wounded animal, or a forgotten object discovered beneath the floor of a familiar room. Consciousness naturally experiences these as unrelated episodes. Only after prolonged observation does a deeper continuity begin revealing itself. Different symbols have been circling the same invisible center all along. The unconscious does not repeat identical images. It repeatedly approaches the same psychological reality from different symbolic directions until consciousness becomes capable of recognizing the underlying pattern. That is precisely how the Prima Materia functions throughout alchemy. The first substance remains undefined because it represents the point where conscious knowledge reaches its limit. Every attempt to describe it inevitably captures only one dimension of a reality whose psychological significance extends beyond conceptual thought. Water expresses its fluidity. Earth suggests its hidden fertility. Poison reveals its dangerous ambiguity. Darkness evokes its unknown character. Chaos emphasizes the absence of recognizable order. None of these images is sufficient alone. Together they begin forming the outline of something consciousness can approach symbolically long before it becomes capable of understanding it analytically. One of the most fascinating consequences of this symbolism is the extraordinary humility with which the alchemists describe the beginning of their work. The Prima Materia is rarely associated with obvious perfection. On the contrary, it repeatedly appears beneath forms that seem incomplete, impure, neglected, or even repulsive. Treasure disguises itself as refuse. The indispensable appears worthless. The foundation of transformation hides inside precisely those aspects of reality that ordinary perception instinctively overlooks. This symbolic reversal becomes psychologically significant the moment one considers how consciousness ordinarily constructs identity. The ego survives through selection. It chooses which experiences belong to the self and which do not. Certain emotions become acceptable. Others are quietly excluded. Particular memories are integrated into personal history. Others disappear beneath conscious awareness. Talents are embraced. Weaknesses are denied. Contradictions are simplified until a coherent image of the personality becomes possible. This organization is necessary. Without it, ordinary life would become impossible. Yet every selection simultaneously creates exclusion. The rejected dimensions of psychic life do not disappear. They accumulate beyond awareness, preserving possibilities that consciousness has not yet learned to recognize as its own. The Prima Materia occupies precisely that neglected territory. It represents everything psychologically necessary that consciousness has not yet integrated into its own understanding of itself. That is why the first substance appears confused. The confusion belongs less to the material than to the observer. Consciousness experiences whatever exceeds its present organization as disorder, because it lacks the symbolic framework necessary to perceive the hidden coherence already existing within it. The apparent chaos of the beginning therefore conceals another possibility altogether. Beneath what appears fragmented, another order patiently waits to emerge. Dreams repeatedly illustrate this principle with remarkable consistency. Major psychological transformations seldom begin with images of immediate harmony. More often they begin underground. The dreamer descends into basements, caves, forests, forgotten cities, ruined buildings, or landscapes covered by darkness. Strange animals emerge from hidden places. Unknown companions appear carrying mysterious objects. Waters conceal forgotten life. Nothing initially suggests resolution. Yet over time, these disturbing images reveal themselves as introductions rather than obstacles. The unconscious begins where consciousness least expects meaning to exist. The neglected becomes indispensable because transformation cannot arise from material already fully assimilated into the existing structure of identity. This observation explains why Jung found the alchemical description of the Prima Materia so compelling. Long before psychology possessed concepts such as repression, projection, shadow, or individuation, the alchemists had already developed an extraordinarily sophisticated symbolic language for the beginning of psychological change. They believed they were searching for the first substance hidden within nature. Their symbols reveal another search unfolding simultaneously. They were approaching the forgotten foundation of the personality itself, the raw psychological material from which every future transformation would necessarily emerge. Once this becomes visible, the Prima Materia ceases to resemble an obscure medieval speculation. It becomes one of the most enduring symbols ever produced for the beginning of inner development. Every genuine transformation still begins where the alchemists insisted it always had, not within perfected consciousness, but within neglected reality. Not through immediate clarity, but through sustained attention toward what initially appears confused. The first substance has never disappeared because the psychological condition it expresses has never ceased accompanying human life. Every individual eventually arrives at the same threshold, discovering that the material necessary for becoming something new has been present from the very beginning, patiently waiting beneath everything the conscious mind had spent years learning not to see. The unicorn and the language of reconciliation. If the Prima Materia represents the hidden beginning of transformation, then another question immediately follows. Once the process has begun, what principle guides it toward completion? How does fragmented psychic life gradually reorganize itself into something more coherent, without simply eliminating the tensions that produced the conflict in the first place? It is precisely here that one of the most unexpected figures in psychology and alchemy enters the narrative. The unicorn appears not as a mythical curiosity borrowed from medieval imagination, but as one of the unconscious's most sophisticated attempts to describe a psychological event that ordinary language struggles to capture. Modern readers often encounter the unicorn as little more than a decorative fantasy, an emblem of innocence detached from any serious symbolic tradition. Jung reveals a far more complex history. Across religious texts, alchemical manuscripts, medieval bestiaries, and mythological narratives, the creature repeatedly assumes the same remarkable role. It appears whenever consciousness attempts to imagine the possibility that opposing forces might enter into relationship without destroying one another. The unicorn does not merely symbolize purity. It symbolizes a form of wholeness in which instinct and consciousness, power and gentleness, nature and spirit cease behaving as irreconcilable enemies. The importance of this shift cannot be overstated. Until now, the symbolic movement has concentrated on beginnings. The Prima Materia directed attention toward neglected psychic material hidden beneath ordinary awareness. The unconscious appeared as a source of forgotten possibilities waiting to emerge into consciousness. The unicorn introduces another stage altogether. The problem is no longer discovering unconscious material. The problem becomes learning how apparently incompatible dimensions of the personality might coexist without one suppressing the other. This question lies at the center of nearly every major psychological transformation. Consciousness naturally seeks resolution through division. It identifies certain qualities as desirable and attempts to strengthen them while rejecting everything judged threatening, primitive, contradictory, or emotionally disruptive. The result is temporary stability purchased at the cost of increasing inner fragmentation. Whatever has been excluded does not disappear. It remains active beneath awareness, gradually acquiring autonomous influence precisely because it has been denied conscious participation. The psyche quietly loses its internal dialogue. Opposing tendencies cease communicating. They begin competing. The symbolic imagination consistently rejects this solution. Dreams rarely depict growth as the victory of one psychological force over another. Instead, they repeatedly stage encounters between opposites. Unknown strangers become companions. Dangerous animals reveal unexpected intelligence. Darkness conceals hidden life rather than absolute destruction. Waters threaten to drown while simultaneously preserving the possibility of renewal. The unconscious appears remarkably unwilling to sacrifice one aspect of psychic life merely to preserve another. Instead, it continually seeks symbolic forms capable of sustaining tension until a more comprehensive organization gradually becomes possible. The unicorn belongs precisely to this symbolic family. Its legendary inability to be captured through force immediately acquires psychological significance. Instinct cannot simply be conquered by consciousness. The more aggressively one attempts to dominate it, the more elusive it becomes. Yet the legends also insist that the same untamable creature willingly approaches innocence. Medieval narratives often describe the unicorn resting peacefully in the presence of a virgin, surrendering without violence what no hunter could ever obtain through strength. Beneath the religious imagery lies a remarkably subtle psychological intuition. Transformation does not occur through domination. It occurs through relationship. What consciousness cannot force into submission may nevertheless enter freely into cooperation once the conditions of genuine encounter have been established. Jung repeatedly encountered analogous movements within dreams and analysis. Individuals often began psychological work convinced that progress required eliminating unwanted emotions, overcoming instinct, or permanently silencing inner conflict. Yet the unconscious consistently resisted such ambitions. The rejected qualities returned, not as enemies demanding destruction, but as neglected dimensions of the personality requiring recognition. Aggression concealed vitality. Fear protected vulnerability. Shame preserved forgotten values. Instinct carried creative energy that consciousness had mistaken for danger. Every apparent obstacle gradually revealed another psychological function once it entered conscious relationship rather than continued exclusion. This dynamic explains why the unicorn repeatedly appears as a healing figure. Healing, within symbolic imagination, rarely means removing conflict altogether. It means reorganizing the relationship between conflicting forces until neither determines the entire personality in isolation. Medieval legends describing poisoned waters purified through the presence of the unicorn therefore become psychologically transparent. Poison spreads because the system has lost its internal balance. Healing occurs when a deeper organizing principle restores communication between previously divided dimensions of life. The symbol points not toward perfection, but toward integration. One begins noticing that the unconscious repeatedly favors symbols possessing this remarkable flexibility. A single image simultaneously expresses instinct and transcendence, innocence and immense power, solitude and relationship, vulnerability and indestructibility. Rational concepts struggle to sustain such contradictions without collapsing into inconsistency. Symbols accomplish it effortlessly because they operate according to a different logic. Their purpose is not to simplify reality. Their purpose is to preserve realities that remain psychologically larger than any conceptual explanation consciousness can presently construct. This also explains why the unicorn survives the historical world that first celebrated it. Its symbolic vitality never depended exclusively upon medieval theology or folklore. Those traditions merely provided temporary cultural forms through which an enduring psychological structure could become visible. Once the historical setting disappeared, the structure itself remained active. Dreams continued generating equivalent images. Literature rediscovered analogous figures. Religious imagination reorganized the same symbolic relationships through different narratives. The unconscious quietly preserved the essential movement while allowing its visible expression to evolve with changing civilizations. By this stage of Jung's investigation, the unicorn has ceased to function as an object of mythological interest. It has become evidence that symbolic imagination possesses extraordinary continuity across history. Different cultures may disagree about theology, philosophy, science, and cosmology, yet they repeatedly generate remarkably similar images whenever consciousness approaches the difficult task of reconciling forces that initially appear incapable of coexistence. The unicorn therefore represents something much larger than itself. It becomes the symbolic announcement that the deepest transformations of psychic life are never accomplished through victory alone. They emerge through the slow and often surprising discovery that what consciousness had long experienced as opposition may, under entirely different conditions, reveal itself as the beginning of a more complete and more enduring form of wholeness. The symbol that outlives civilization. At a certain point, Jung's investigation quietly ceases to be about alchemy. The transition is so gradual that it almost escapes notice. The laboratory is still present. Medieval manuscripts continue supplying the symbolic material. The unicorn, the Prima Materia, the philosopher's stone, Mercurius, sacred vessels, and mysterious transformations all remain at the center of the discussion. Yet the real subject has shifted somewhere else. Jung is no longer asking what these symbols meant to the alchemists. He is asking why symbols of this kind continue appearing long after the civilization that produced them has disappeared. That question carries extraordinary implications. If the unicorn belonged exclusively to medieval Christianity, then its disappearance should have followed the decline of the symbolic world that sustained it. If the philosopher's stone were merely an alchemical fantasy, then its psychological relevance should have vanished together with alchemical chemistry. If dragons, miraculous animals, sacred marriages, and mysterious substances were nothing more than historical curiosities, modern consciousness should encounter them only inside museums and forgotten manuscripts. Yet precisely the opposite has occurred. These figures continue returning, not only through literature and religious imagination, but through dreams, artistic creation, and moments of profound psychological transformation. Their historical setting has vanished. Their symbolic vitality has not. This persistence reveals something fundamental about the way the unconscious organizes experience. Ideas become obsolete when they no longer explain reality. Symbols rarely obey that rule. Their function is not to explain the world in a scientific sense. Their function is to organize encounters with realities that remain psychologically unresolved. Every generation experiences conflict, desire, fear, fragmentation, sacrifice, renewal, love, death, and the search for meaning. The external circumstances inevitably change. The underlying psychological situations remain remarkably stable. The unconscious, therefore, continues producing equivalent symbolic structures because the fundamental architecture of psychic life has not undergone the same historical revolutions that transformed science, philosophy, or politics. This explains why Jung repeatedly compares traditions that appear to possess almost nothing in common. The unicorn emerges within Christian allegory. Comparable figures appear inside Persian mythology. Gnostic writings produce related symbolic configurations. Jewish mysticism develops similar images. Indian religious traditions preserve equivalent patterns. Chinese philosophy discovers parallel structures through entirely different symbolic vocabularies. The historical explanations differ dramatically. The psychological movement remains astonishingly familiar. Every tradition eventually discovers figures capable of mediating between divided realities, guiding consciousness toward a relationship with forces that ordinary rational thought experiences as irreconcilable. The significance of this continuity extends far beyond comparative mythology. It suggests that civilizations do not create their deepest symbols in the same way they create political institutions or philosophical systems. They inherit symbolic possibilities from the unconscious itself. Historical circumstances determine the visible form through which those possibilities become expressed, but they do not generate the underlying structures from which the symbols arise. Every culture, therefore, believes it is speaking its own symbolic language while unknowingly participating in an older psychological conversation that has accompanied humanity from the very beginning. Dreams repeatedly demonstrate this process. A contemporary individual with no knowledge of medieval symbolism may dream of strange animals guarding hidden places, mysterious children appearing during periods of crisis, forgotten rooms concealed beneath familiar houses, dark waters preserving unknown life, or radiant objects discovered after long journeys through threatening landscapes. None of these images has been consciously borrowed from alchemical literature. Yet their symbolic organization often resembles ancient traditions with astonishing precision. The unconscious does not reproduce historical documents. It regenerates symbolic structures whenever similar psychological conditions arise. This is precisely why Jung refuses to dismiss myths as primitive attempts to explain nature. From a scientific perspective, myths often appear factually incorrect. That observation misses their real function. Myths organize psychological experience before they organize cosmological explanation. They provide symbolic orientation within realities that consciousness cannot yet fully conceptualize. The unicorn therefore survives because it continues expressing something psychologically indispensable. It gives visible form to a process consciousness repeatedly undergoes without possessing an adequate conceptual vocabulary through which to understand it directly. One of the most remarkable consequences of this perspective is that it dissolves the rigid distinction modern thought often establishes between mythology and psychology. Myth no longer belongs exclusively to ancient civilizations. Psychology no longer belongs exclusively to modern science. Both become different languages describing the same underlying movements of the human psyche. Myths externalize those movements through sacred narratives. Dreams internalize them through symbolic experience. Alchemy projects them into matter. Analytical psychology gradually recognizes the common source from which each of these expressions emerges. What changes across history is not the unconscious itself. What changes is the symbolic vocabulary available for translating its activity into forms consciousness can perceive. Perhaps this explains why symbols continue exerting such extraordinary emotional force, even after belief in their literal meaning has faded. Few people today believe that unicorns once wandered through forests or that dragons guarded physical treasure beneath mountains. Yet the images remain strangely compelling. Literature repeatedly returns to them. Cinema continually reinvents them. Fantasy resurrects them with astonishing frequency. The unconscious appears indifferent to whether modern consciousness accepts their historical reality. It continues generating equivalent figures because their psychological function has never depended upon literal belief. Symbols remain alive whenever they continue organizing experiences that consciousness has not yet fully integrated. By now, the investigation has moved far beyond the medieval laboratory where it first began. Alchemy has become one chapter within a much larger history of symbolic consciousness. The unicorn no longer belongs to folklore alone. The philosopher's stone no longer belongs exclusively to forgotten chemistry. The Prima Materia no longer describes only an imaginary substance hidden inside nature. Each has become evidence for the same astonishing conclusion. Beneath the immense diversity of human civilizations, the unconscious continues generating remarkably stable symbolic structures through which the deepest movements of psychic life repeatedly become visible. History changes the stories. Culture changes the images. Religion changes the language. The symbolic imagination quietly preserves the same invisible architecture, patiently reminding every generation that while civilizations endlessly reinvent themselves, the psyche has never abandoned the ancient language through which it has always remembered its own transformation. The hidden continuity beneath every civilization. One of the most profound consequences of Jung's encounter with alchemy is that it forces history itself to be viewed from an entirely different perspective. Modern consciousness tends to imagine cultural development as a succession of replacements. One worldview collapses, another emerges. Ancient mythology gives way to organized religion. Religious cosmology yields to scientific explanation. Alchemy disappears before chemistry. Symbol gradually retreats before rational analysis. From the standpoint of intellectual history, this narrative appears convincing. Human knowledge advances by abandoning explanations that no longer correspond to observable reality. Yet Jung gradually discovered that symbolic life obeys a remarkably different law. Symbols do not vanish when the systems surrounding them collapse. They migrate. They reorganize themselves. They acquire new cultural forms while continuing to express psychological realities that remain fundamentally unchanged. This distinction transforms the cultural meaning of alchemy. If its value depended solely upon its scientific claims, then its disappearance would have been complete the moment chemistry established a more accurate understanding of matter. Instead, something unexpected occurred. The laboratory became obsolete, but its symbolic vocabulary survived almost intact. The philosopher's stone continued appearing in literature long after belief in transmutation had faded. The Prima Materia remained psychologically intelligible even after its material interpretation had become impossible to sustain. Figures such as Mercurius, the unicorn, the dragon, the sacred vessel, and the mysterious child continued resurfacing across religious imagination, artistic creation, dreams, and modern psychology. The historical framework dissolved. The symbolic architecture remained astonishingly alive. This persistence cannot be explained by scientific history alone, because science replaces theories, whereas symbols continue reorganizing experience whenever similar psychological conditions return. The unconscious provides the missing explanation. Unlike conscious thought, which evolves alongside philosophy, politics, and scientific discovery, the unconscious preserves patterns that appear remarkably stable across immense stretches of history. Every civilization develops different institutions, different moral systems, and different explanations of the cosmos, yet each repeatedly discovers symbolic figures capable of expressing transformation, sacrifice, conflict, reconciliation, renewal, and wholeness. These images often appear so culturally distinct that they seem unrelated. Yet when observed psychologically rather than historically, they begin revealing an extraordinary structural resemblance. Different civilizations are not merely borrowing one another's stories. They are independently rediscovering symbolic forms generated by the same underlying architecture of psychic life. This becomes particularly evident whenever human beings confront experiences that exceed the explanatory power of ordinary consciousness. Periods of profound psychological change consistently produce symbolic imagination rather than purely conceptual reflection. Individuals rarely describe decisive transformations as sequences of abstract ideas. They dream of journeys through unknown landscapes, encounters with mysterious companions, descents into darkness, forgotten rooms hidden beneath familiar houses, dangerous animals that unexpectedly become guides, or radiant objects emerging from places that had long appeared abandoned. The symbolic imagination quietly assumes responsibility whenever consciousness approaches realities that cannot yet be fully organized through rational thought. That movement remains remarkably constant regardless of whether the surrounding culture describes those experiences through religious language, mythology, literature, or psychology. For this reason, Jung refused to interpret myths as primitive attempts to explain natural phenomena. Such an approach misunderstands their psychological function. Myths certainly speak about creation, catastrophe, gods, monsters, and sacred events, but beneath those narratives they organize something more fundamental. They provide symbolic orientation within experiences that every generation must eventually confront for itself. Birth, death, love, suffering, sacrifice, desire, fear, creativity, and inner transformation belong to no particular civilization. They remain permanent conditions of human existence. Symbols survive because they continue giving form to these experiences after every specific worldview has begun to fade. Their longevity reflects psychological necessity rather than historical accident. The unicorn illustrates this continuity with unusual clarity. It first appears to belong to medieval Christian imagination, yet comparable symbolic figures emerge throughout traditions separated by enormous distances of time and geography. Each culture modifies the visible characteristics of the image according to its own symbolic vocabulary, but its psychological role remains strikingly familiar. Again and again, an extraordinary creature appears capable of mediating between opposing realities, reconciling instinct with spirit, power with innocence, nature with transcendence. The visible form changes. The symbolic function remains. Jung recognized that such persistence reveals something impossible to attribute solely to cultural transmission. The unconscious repeatedly recreates equivalent images because the psychological problem itself continues returning in every civilization. Modern culture often assumes that it has gradually outgrown mythology. Jung's work suggests something considerably more subtle. Myth has not disappeared. It has changed its location. Literature now performs symbolic functions once carried by sacred narratives. Cinema constructs modern myths capable of organizing collective imagination. Works of fantasy repeatedly rediscover dragons, hidden kingdoms, miraculous objects, sacrificial heroes, mysterious guides, and impossible creatures whose psychological significance remains remarkably close to their ancient predecessors. Even secular individuals continue dreaming through symbolic structures that medieval alchemists would have recognized immediately. The symbolic imagination has never surrendered its role. It has simply adopted the languages available within each successive historical moment. Seen from this perspective, alchemy becomes one chapter within a much larger history than the history of science alone. It belongs to the uninterrupted history of symbolic consciousness itself. The medieval laboratory preserved psychological structures that analytical psychology would only later learn to recognize under different conceptual names. What appeared to later generations as failed chemistry gradually revealed itself as one of humanity's richest symbolic archives, documenting the unconscious long before psychology existed as a formal discipline. Jung's achievement was not to rescue alchemy from historical obscurity, but to reveal why its symbols continued speaking across centuries after the worldview that produced them had disappeared. Beneath changing civilizations, changing religions, and changing scientific paradigms, the unconscious had quietly preserved the same symbolic grammar all along, continually generating new stories while never abandoning the deep psychological structures from which every genuine story first begins. The symbols that never belonged to history alone. By the time Jung reaches the end of this stage of psychology and alchemy, the laboratory has quietly disappeared from the center of the discussion. The furnaces remain within the historical narrative, the manuscripts continue providing the symbolic material, and the medieval world still surrounds every page, yet the true subject has gradually shifted elsewhere. What began as an investigation into alchemical symbolism has become an investigation into the nature of symbolic consciousness itself. The question is no longer why medieval thinkers imagined dragons, sacred vessels, miraculous substances, or impossible creatures. The deeper question is why humanity continues imagining them long after the civilization that first gave those symbols recognizable form has passed into history. That transition may be Jung's most important discovery. Symbols survive because they were never created simply to explain the external world. Scientific ideas disappear when better explanations replace them, but symbols endure because they organize encounters with realities that remain psychologically permanent. Every generation experiences fragmentation, conflict, longing, sacrifice, loss, renewal, and the difficult search for a more complete relationship with itself. The circumstances surrounding those experiences inevitably change. Political systems evolve. Religions transform. Philosophies succeed one another. Scientific revolutions repeatedly alter humanity's understanding of nature. Yet the fundamental movements of psychic life continue returning with extraordinary consistency. The unconscious therefore regenerates symbolic forms capable of expressing those movements whenever ordinary conceptual language proves insufficient. This realization transforms the meaning of every symbol encountered throughout the journey. The Prima Materia ceases to belong exclusively to alchemical speculation. It becomes the enduring image of psychological beginnings hidden beneath ordinary awareness. The unicorn no longer survives because medieval legend preserved it. It survives because the psyche repeatedly requires an image capable of expressing reconciliation between forces that consciousness instinctively experiences as irreconcilable. The philosopher's stone no longer functions as the impossible goal of forgotten chemistry. It becomes the symbolic representation of an inner wholeness toward which psychological development continually moves without ever reducing itself to a fixed achievement. None of these figures remains imprisoned within the historical conditions that first made them visible. Their deepest life unfolds within the recurring structures of the unconscious itself. Perhaps this is why modern individuals continue responding so powerfully to symbolic narratives, even when they reject the cosmologies from which those narratives originally emerged. A contemporary reader may no longer believe in medieval bestiaries, sacred alchemical operations, or miraculous creatures inhabiting forgotten forests. Yet dreams continue producing equivalent figures. Literature repeatedly reconstructs their symbolic relationships. Cinema unconsciously borrows their psychological architecture. The visible images evolve together with culture, while the invisible grammar organizing those images remains remarkably stable. History changes the vocabulary. The unconscious quietly preserves the syntax. Jung's achievement, therefore, extends far beyond the interpretation of alchemy. He demonstrates that myths, religious symbolism, dreams, visionary experience, and analytical psychology belong to one continuous symbolic tradition. They differ in language, historical setting, and cultural function, yet all arise from the same hidden source. The unconscious does not distinguish between mythology and psychology in the way modern consciousness does. It simply generates symbolic forms wherever human beings approach experiences too comprehensive to become fully transparent through rational thought alone. Every civilization receives those forms, reshapes them according to its own imagination, and eventually passes them onward, often without recognizing that the deepest structures have remained fundamentally unchanged. Seen from this perspective, psychology and alchemy ultimately become something much larger than a study of medieval manuscripts. It becomes a meditation on continuity itself. Beneath the visible history of civilizations lies another history unfolding according to entirely different rhythms. It is the history of symbolic consciousness, patiently preserving images that accompany humanity through every transformation of culture, religion, philosophy, and science. Those symbols do not survive because the past refuses to disappear. They survive because the psychological realities they express have never ceased existing. Every generation unknowingly rediscovers them, believing it has encountered something entirely new, while participating in a symbolic conversation that has been unfolding since long before recorded history first attempted to give it words. That may be the deepest lesson contained within this part of Jung's work. The unconscious does not preserve symbols out of nostalgia. It preserves them because they remain necessary. Every authentic transformation still begins where consciousness encounters the limits of its own understanding. Every encounter with the unknown still demands images before it can become concepts. Every movement toward wholeness still requires a symbolic language capable of holding together realities that ordinary thought instinctively divides. The alchemists believed they were searching for hidden truths inside matter. Jung revealed that the greater discovery had always been waiting elsewhere. Across centuries of forgotten manuscripts, impossible creatures, mysterious substances, and sacred transformations, humanity had unknowingly preserved a map of its own inner life. The laboratory was only the setting. The unconscious had always been the true author, patiently recording the symbolic history of the human soul long before consciousness learned how to read the language in which that history had been written. The psychological foundations of alchemy. There is a curious contradiction at the heart of modern consciousness. Humanity has never possessed more information about the external world, yet it has rarely seemed more uncertain about the landscape within. The stars have been mapped with astonishing precision. The atom has been divided. Invisible forces have been transformed into technologies capable of reshaping civilization. And still, beneath every achievement, the same ancient questions continue to return. Why do certain dreams refuse to leave us? Why do symbols emerge independently across distant cultures that never knew one another? Why does the mind, even when surrounded by certainty, continue producing images that seem to belong to another order of reality? These questions appear almost inconvenient to an age that prefers explanations over mysteries. They belong to a territory where language becomes unstable, where logic begins to reveal its own limits, and where psychology unexpectedly encounters religion, mythology, and imagination without fully becoming any of them. This is precisely the threshold where Carl Jung chose to remain for decades. Not because he wished to revive forgotten beliefs, but because he became convinced that something essential about the human psyche could only be understood by entering the symbolic world that previous centuries had so carefully preserved. Among all the strange traditions inherited from history, none appeared more unlikely to contain psychological significance than alchemy. For generations it had been dismissed as an elaborate misunderstanding of chemistry, a collection of obscure recipes, mystical fantasies, and impossible ambitions disguised as science. Its furnaces had gone cold. Its manuscripts gathered dust inside forgotten libraries. Its symbols survived mostly as decorative curiosities, detached from the world that had once produced them. To the modern observer, it seemed like one more chapter in humanity's long catalogue of intellectual errors. And yet something refused to disappear. The more closely Jung examined the dreams of his patients, the more frequently he encountered images that seemed astonishingly similar to those hidden inside medieval alchemical texts. Strange vessels appeared. Kings were divided and reunited. Serpents coiled around mysterious stones. Suns descended into darkness before returning transformed. Figures dissolved into blackness only to emerge through impossible unions between opposites. None of these individuals possessed any knowledge of alchemy. Many had never heard the word before entering analysis. Their unconscious minds had somehow begun speaking a symbolic language abandoned centuries earlier. That discovery was unsettling. It suggested that these forgotten images had never belonged exclusively to alchemists. They belonged to the psyche itself. The manuscripts had merely preserved a language that consciousness had since forgotten, while the unconscious continued speaking it without interruption. What appeared to historians as obsolete superstition suddenly revealed itself as something entirely different. Not primitive chemistry, not failed science, a map, an extraordinarily elaborate attempt to describe an inner transformation for which ordinary language remained insufficient. The implications of such an idea extend far beyond the study of dreams. They quietly challenge the assumptions through which modern culture understands religion, science, psychology, and even history itself. If symbolic images arise spontaneously from the unconscious, then myths are no longer simply stories invented by civilizations. Religious visions cannot be dismissed as mere cultural artifacts. Ancient rituals become records of recurring psychological experiences rather than isolated historical curiosities. Entire traditions begin to resemble different dialects attempting to describe the same invisible landscape. This possibility demands patience. The modern mind is trained to classify knowledge into separate disciplines. Religion belongs to theology. Psychology belongs to medicine. Mythology belongs to literature. Science belongs to laboratories. Each field develops its own vocabulary, its own institutions, and its own methods of defending its boundaries. Such separation has produced remarkable advances, yet it has also encouraged the illusion that reality itself respects these divisions. Jung suspected the opposite. He believed the psyche ignored academic borders completely. Dreams certainly did. Symbols moved effortlessly between religions, myths, works of art, personal memories, and historical traditions without asking permission from any discipline. Alchemy became important precisely because it occupied this forbidden intersection. Its practitioners believed they were transforming matter. At the same time, they produced an astonishing symbolic literature describing death, rebirth, purification, sacrifice, fragmentation, marriage, kingship, light, darkness, animals, celestial bodies, and mysterious substances that seem simultaneously physical and spiritual. Modern readers naturally interpreted these contradictions as evidence of confusion. Jung saw something far more interesting. He recognized that these contradictions behaved exactly like dreams. Dreams never respect categories. A house becomes a body. Water becomes emotion. A stranger carries one's own face. Death announces renewal. Fire destroys and creates simultaneously. Opposites coexist without demanding logical consistency, because the unconscious does not organize experience through rational definition. It organizes experience through symbolic relationships. What appears impossible to waking consciousness becomes entirely natural within the architecture of the psyche. This changes the question completely. Instead of asking whether alchemists successfully transformed lead into gold, Jung began asking why generation after generation devoted entire lives to images that mirrored the spontaneous productions of the unconscious mind. Why did individuals separated by centuries, languages, and cultures repeatedly arrive at remarkably similar symbolic structures? Why did psychological development seem to reproduce narratives that history had already preserved inside mythological and religious traditions? The mystery was no longer historical. It became psychological. What emerges from this investigation is not merely another theory about dreams or symbolism. It is an entirely different understanding of what the human mind is doing beneath ordinary consciousness. Psychological life no longer appears as a collection of isolated thoughts and emotions. Instead, it begins to resemble a living process, one that possesses its own direction, its own internal logic, and perhaps even its own objective toward which consciousness is gradually being drawn. Jung repeatedly observed that analysis did not simply eliminate symptoms. Something deeper continued unfolding long after apparent recovery had been achieved. The psyche behaved as though it were pursuing a destination that neither therapist nor patient had consciously designed. That quiet observation becomes the true beginning of this journey. Alchemy enters the story not as an archaeological curiosity, but as an unexpected witness. Its symbols survived because they recorded an inner drama that continues unfolding inside modern individuals who have never opened a medieval manuscript. The furnaces have disappeared. The laboratories have become museums. The language itself seems almost unintelligible. Yet the process never ended. It merely withdrew from the external world and continued its work where it had perhaps always belonged, beneath the surface of consciousness, inside the symbolic life of the human soul. The psyche moves towards something. Most people assume that psychological growth follows a straightforward trajectory. A person suffers, seeks help, understands the origins of the conflict, overcomes the symptoms, and eventually returns to ordinary life. It is an appealing narrative because it satisfies the modern preference for problems that have identifiable causes and definitive solutions. Yet decades of analytical work led Jung toward a far less comfortable conclusion. Again and again he observed individuals who had apparently completed every reasonable objective of therapy, only to discover that their inner life continued evolving with surprising intensity. Dreams remained active. New symbolic images emerged without invitation. Conflicts returned in altered forms. The visible treatment had ended, but the invisible process had not. What appeared to consciousness as a conclusion revealed itself to be only a pause within a much larger movement. This observation gradually transformed Jung's understanding of the psyche itself. He became increasingly reluctant to describe analysis as a method for eliminating illness alone, because doing so failed to account for what repeatedly unfolded before him. Many patients reached moments that seemed entirely sufficient to justify ending treatment. Some regained emotional stability after receiving practical insight into their difficulties. Others found relief through confession, through the recovery of forgotten experiences, through reconciliation with their past, or through significant changes in their external circumstances. There were those whose suffering diminished after marriage, after professional success, after religious conversion, or after constructing a new philosophy through which life once again appeared meaningful. Every one of these outcomes could reasonably be interpreted as the completion of psychological work. Yet experience stubbornly suggested otherwise. Something beneath conscious intention continued moving, almost as if the psyche itself refused to mistake adaptation for completion. The implications of this idea are surprisingly radical. If the unconscious continues developing independently of conscious satisfaction, then psychological life cannot be understood merely as a reaction to external events. The deepest transformations do not originate exclusively from circumstance. They emerge from an inner dynamic that appears to possess its own direction, its own momentum, and perhaps even its own necessity. Jung did not arrive at this conclusion through philosophical speculation. He arrived there because the accumulated evidence of countless analyses made alternative explanations increasingly difficult to sustain. The unconscious repeatedly behaved less like a passive reservoir of forgotten memories and more like an active participant in human existence, continuously reorganizing experience according to principles that consciousness only recognized after the fact. This changes the role of dreams in a profound way. They are no longer treated simply as cryptic messages requiring interpretation or as disguised expressions of suppressed wishes. Instead, they become visible moments within an unfolding psychological process whose full architecture extends far beyond any individual dream. One image anticipates another. One symbol quietly prepares the conditions for the next. Patterns emerge across months and sometimes years with a consistency that is difficult to dismiss as coincidence. The unconscious appears less interested in commenting on yesterday than in shaping tomorrow. It introduces figures, landscapes, conflicts, and transformations whose significance often becomes apparent only when viewed retrospectively, after enough of the journey has already unfolded. The dream ceases to be an isolated phenomenon. It becomes a chapter within an invisible narrative already being written beneath awareness. For this reason, Jung became increasingly skeptical of any psychology that attempted to reduce psychic life to isolated mechanisms. Human beings undoubtedly carry instincts, biological drives, learned behaviors, and personal memories, but none of these alone adequately explains the remarkable coherence with which symbolic development often proceeds. The psyche behaves like an ecosystem rather than a machine. Every new experience alters the meaning of previous experiences. Every confrontation with the unknown reorganizes the entire symbolic landscape through which the individual understands reality. Development is therefore neither linear nor circular. It advances through successive reorganizations in which each apparent resolution opens the possibility for a deeper confrontation with aspects of the personality that had previously remained invisible. The unconscious does not simply reveal hidden material. It gradually changes the observer, who becomes capable of perceiving it. This perspective also explains why genuine psychological transformation so often feels disorienting. Consciousness naturally seeks stability. It constructs identities, beliefs, moral systems, and narratives capable of producing continuity across time. These structures are necessary because they allow ordinary life to function. Yet the unconscious seems remarkably indifferent to preserving them intact. Whenever an identity becomes excessively rigid, symbolic life begins introducing images that undermine its certainty. Whenever consciousness mistakes its present organization for the whole of the personality, dreams quietly reveal forgotten possibilities, neglected contradictions, or unfamiliar dimensions that resist incorporation into the existing worldview. Psychological growth therefore rarely confirms the image a person already has of themselves. More often it gradually dismantles that image, making room for something considerably more complex. It was precisely this strange persistence of inner development that eventually led Jung toward one of the most unexpected intellectual encounters of the 20th century. If the unconscious truly followed an objective process of transformation, then traces of that same process might reasonably be expected to appear wherever human beings had attempted to describe profound inner experience. The search would no longer remain confined to clinical observation. It would naturally extend into mythology, religion, visionary literature, and eventually into the astonishing symbolic universe of alchemy, where generations of unknown writers had devoted their lives to recording a mysterious sequence of death, dissolution, purification, and renewal that seemed, with increasing clarity, to mirror exactly what the modern psyche continued to produce on its own. The forgotten language of symbols. The decision to investigate alchemy did not emerge from historical curiosity. It emerged because the unconscious repeatedly presented a problem that existing psychological theories could not adequately explain. Patients with no knowledge of medieval symbolism continued producing dreams filled with images that seemed to belong to another century. Unfamiliar vessels appeared without context. Royal figures underwent impossible transformations. Serpents circled mysterious objects. Dark substances dissolved before giving birth to unexpected forms of light. These were not occasional coincidences scattered across isolated cases. They accumulated with unsettling consistency, suggesting that the symbolic imagination possessed a coherence independent of individual education or cultural familiarity. Jung found himself confronting an uncomfortable possibility. Either these similarities were meaningless accidents, or the unconscious continued speaking a symbolic language that consciousness had largely forgotten. This possibility required abandoning a deeply rooted modern assumption. The dominant intellectual tradition preferred to explain symbols as inventions created by particular cultures under particular historical conditions. Religious imagery belonged to religion. Mythological figures belonged to mythology. Alchemical diagrams belonged to the history of chemistry. Each symbolic system appeared safely contained within its own historical context. Yet the dreams arriving in the consulting room refused to respect those boundaries. Images separated by centuries seemed capable of reappearing spontaneously inside the mind of an ordinary 20th century individual who possessed no conscious access to the traditions in which those images had once flourished. History and psychology suddenly began reflecting one another in ways that conventional explanations struggled to accommodate. The more these parallels accumulated, the more the historical record itself demanded to be reconsidered. Medieval alchemists sincerely believed they were engaged in the transformation of matter. They described furnaces, metals, acids, salts, vapors, and elaborate laboratory procedures with extraordinary precision. From the perspective of modern chemistry, much of this work appeared hopelessly misguided. Their practical objectives were largely unattainable, and their theoretical understanding of physical substances belonged to an entirely different scientific universe. Yet alongside those chemical operations unfolded an equally elaborate symbolic narrative, one populated by kings, queens, dragons, celestial marriages, sacrificial deaths, miraculous rebirths, and mysterious stones endowed with impossible qualities. These symbolic elements were so abundant that they often overshadowed the practical experiments themselves. What appeared on the surface to be technical instruction frequently dissolved into visionary language that resembled dreams more than scientific documentation. Rather than dismissing this symbolic excess as confusion, Jung entertained a far more provocative hypothesis. Perhaps the laboratory had never been merely a laboratory. Perhaps the external work and the internal experience had gradually become inseparable. The alchemist believed he was observing transformations within matter, yet the symbolic richness of his description suggested that another process was unfolding simultaneously. The unconscious, confronted with substances whose behavior already possessed an air of mystery, projected its own invisible dramas onto the material world. Metals ceased to be merely metals. Fire ceased to be only heat. Dissolution became more than chemical decomposition. Every physical operation acquired psychological depth because the observer unconsciously filled the experiment with meanings that originated within the psyche itself. The laboratory became a stage upon which inner transformation could be witnessed without being recognized as inward. This mechanism is neither unusual nor confined to distant history. Human beings constantly attribute psychological meaning to external reality. Cities become symbols of freedom or imprisonment. Houses become extensions of identity. Mountains become obstacles or revelations. The sea becomes danger, longing, or infinity depending upon the emotional landscape of the observer. Ordinary perception is never entirely objective because consciousness continuously organizes experience through symbolic association. What distinguished alchemy was not the existence of projection itself, but the extraordinary completeness with which an entire civilization devoted centuries to elaborating that symbolic world. Without intending to do so, alchemists preserved an unparalleled archive of unconscious imagery, recording in meticulous detail psychological processes they believed belonged to matter. Seen from this perspective, the apparent failure of alchemy assumes an entirely different meaning. It failed as chemistry, but that failure may have concealed another kind of success. While the search for literal gold reached its practical limits, the symbolic record left behind proved astonishingly fertile for psychology. The manuscripts preserved sequences of transformation that closely resembled the spontaneous development observed in dreams. Images of fragmentation were followed by images of purification. Death repeatedly preceded renewal. Opposites that initially appeared irreconcilable gradually moved toward unexpected forms of union. The symbolic process possessed its own internal order, an order that seemed remarkably consistent regardless of the historical identity of the individual producing it. The unconscious appeared to organize transformation according to patterns far older than modern psychology itself. For Jung, this discovery carried consequences extending well beyond the interpretation of dreams. It suggested that the symbolic imagination is not an accidental byproduct of thought, nor merely an ornamental feature of culture. Symbol formation appears to be one of the primary ways in which the psyche regulates its own development. When consciousness becomes incapable of grasping an inner transformation directly, the unconscious responds by constructing images capable of carrying meanings that concepts alone cannot contain. Symbols, therefore, do not conceal psychological reality. They make it visible. They translate movements that would otherwise remain inaccessible into forms that imagination can perceive long before rational understanding fully arrives. This is why the study of alchemy gradually becomes inseparable from the study of the human mind. The medieval texts are not valuable because they preserve obsolete scientific theories. They matter because they reveal, with extraordinary richness, what happens whenever the unconscious attempts to describe its own movement toward psychological wholeness. The names change across civilizations. Religious traditions adopt different languages. Philosophical systems construct different explanations. Yet beneath those historical variations, the symbolic process continues exhibiting the same remarkable persistence. Long before modern psychology existed, the psyche had already been telling its own story. It simply required centuries before someone recognized that the strange language preserved inside forgotten alchemical manuscripts had never belonged exclusively to alchemists at all. It belonged to the human soul. Matter, mind, and the mirror between them. One of the most remarkable features of the alchemical imagination is its refusal to separate the material world from the psychological one. Modern thought has become deeply accustomed to drawing a sharp boundary between objective events and subjective experience. Matter belongs to science. Emotion belongs to psychology. Religious experience belongs to theology. Symbol belongs to literature. These divisions appear so natural that it becomes difficult to imagine another way of perceiving reality. Yet the world inhabited by the alchemists was organized according to a profoundly different intuition. They did not experience the laboratory merely as a place where physical substances were manipulated. They experienced it as a living environment in which visible transformations echoed invisible ones. The movement occurring inside the vessel and the movement occurring inside the observer gradually became impossible to distinguish. From a contemporary perspective, this tendency is often interpreted as intellectual confusion. It is tempting to conclude that the alchemists simply projected fantasies onto chemical reactions because scientific knowledge had not yet reached sufficient maturity. Jung considered that explanation incomplete. Certainly, projection was taking place, but projection itself deserved to be understood rather than dismissed. The human mind has never encountered reality as a perfectly neutral observer. Every perception arrives already shaped by expectation, emotion, memory, fear, hope, and unconscious imagination. Long before the intellect formulates an explanation, the psyche has already organized experience according to symbolic patterns that determine what becomes meaningful and what remains invisible. This becomes particularly evident whenever an individual enters periods of profound psychological transition. Ordinary objects suddenly acquire extraordinary significance. A recurring landscape begins appearing in dreams. A forgotten melody evokes emotions that seem entirely disproportionate to the moment. A chance encounter feels charged with inexplicable importance. Rational analysis often struggles to justify these experiences because the significance does not originate from the object itself. It originates from the symbolic relationship established between the object and the unconscious. The external event functions as a surface upon which an inner process becomes perceptible. Reality itself has not necessarily changed. The structure through which consciousness perceives reality has. The alchemical laboratory appears to have functioned in precisely this manner. Metals, minerals, flames, and liquids became more than experimental materials because they offered the unconscious an unusually fertile surface upon which to express its own movement. Fire consumed visible substances while simultaneously becoming an image of purification. Dissolution reduced solid forms into indistinct matter while silently reflecting the breakdown of established psychological structures. The slow emergence of a new compound mirrored the equally gradual appearance of a reorganized inner life. None of these symbolic correspondences required deliberate invention. They arose because the unconscious naturally recognized analogies between external transformation and internal experience, allowing one process to illuminate the other without either being consciously reduced to metaphor. Seen through this lens, the extraordinary complexity of alchemical symbolism becomes easier to understand. The countless illustrations, strange creatures, royal marriages, celestial bodies, impossible animals, and mysterious substances preserved throughout the manuscripts were never arbitrary decorations surrounding technical procedures. They represented successive attempts to capture psychological experiences that resisted direct description. Ordinary language quickly reaches its limits when confronted with profound inner change. Consciousness lacks precise vocabulary for experiences in which identity fragments, opposing tendencies collide, familiar certainties dissolve, and an entirely new organization of personality slowly begins taking shape. Symbolic imagination fills that gap. It provides images where concepts become insufficient. Dreams demonstrate this principle with remarkable consistency. They rarely explain psychological transformation through abstract ideas. Instead, they construct scenes in which invisible processes become visible through symbolic action. A collapsing house expresses something that no clinical diagnosis fully captures. A child emerging from darkness communicates an inner development that remains emotionally convincing long before it becomes intellectually comprehensible. A king surrendering his crown, a bridge collapsing into water, an unfamiliar city appearing at the horizon. Each image carries multiple layers of meaning simultaneously, because symbolic thought does not isolate ideas. It condenses them into forms capable of communicating complexity, without reducing it. The unconscious thinks through images because images preserve relationships that concepts often destroy. This symbolic mode of perception also explains why ancient traditions continue speaking so powerfully across enormous historical distances. Their enduring influence cannot be attributed solely to cultural inheritance or literary beauty. Something deeper remains active within them. Myths survive because they organize recurring psychological experiences into narratives capable of being rediscovered by successive generations. Religious rituals persist because they externalize inner movements that remain recognizable even after the original theological framework has faded. Alchemical symbolism occupies the same territory. Its strange vocabulary initially appears foreign, but beneath that unfamiliar surface lies a sequence of psychological transformations that modern individuals continue experiencing without necessarily recognizing their historical counterparts. The symbols endure because the structures of the psyche that generate them have not disappeared. This realization gradually shifts the entire investigation away from history and toward consciousness itself. The question is no longer why medieval thinkers imagined such extraordinary images. The more compelling question becomes why the human mind repeatedly generates those same symbolic patterns whenever it approaches moments of fundamental transformation. Alchemy begins revealing itself not as an isolated chapter in intellectual history, but as one expression of a far older psychological process, one that quietly unfolds wherever consciousness encounters the difficult task of becoming larger than the identity it has previously known. At that point, the symbolic imagination is no longer an ornament surrounding psychological development. It becomes one of its primary instruments, translating invisible change into images capable of guiding the mind through regions where rational certainty alone can no longer provide orientation. The objective movement of the unconscious. As Jung followed the symbolic material emerging from dreams over increasingly long periods of analysis, another pattern began to reveal itself. Individual dreams were rarely isolated events. They behaved more like consecutive chapters in a narrative whose author remained invisible to consciousness. A single dream could certainly illuminate a present conflict, but its deeper significance often became apparent only months later, when subsequent dreams expanded, corrected, or completely reorganized its meaning. Symbols returned in altered forms. Certain figures disappeared only to reappear transformed. Places once associated with fear gradually became scenes of reconciliation. The unconscious seemed to remember its own previous images with remarkable consistency, constructing a continuity that no deliberate effort from the dreamer could have consciously designed. This continuity challenged one of the central assumptions of reductionist psychology. If dreams merely discharged emotional tension accumulated during waking life, there would be little reason for them to organize themselves with such remarkable internal coherence over years of psychological development. One would expect fragmentation, randomness, or repetitive compensation without larger direction. Instead, Jung repeatedly encountered sequences that resembled the gradual unfolding of an organic process. Every symbol seemed to prepare the conditions for another. Every psychological crisis created the possibility for a subsequent reorganization. The unconscious behaved less like an archive storing forgotten experiences and more like a living system continuously reshaping the total structure of personality. Such observations inevitably raised an unsettling question. If this process possesses coherence, toward what is it moving? The answer could not simply be adaptation to society. Many individuals who appeared perfectly adapted remained psychologically divided. They fulfilled every external expectation while experiencing an increasing sense of inner emptiness. Nor could the answer be personal happiness, since profound symbolic development often intensified psychological conflict before eventually producing greater integration. The unconscious repeatedly chose disturbance over comfort whenever established patterns had become too narrow to accommodate further growth. It seemed willing to sacrifice temporary stability in service of a more comprehensive psychological equilibrium that consciousness itself had not yet imagined. This is precisely why Jung became increasingly cautious about interpreting dreams through fixed symbolic dictionaries or universal formulas. A serpent did not possess one permanent meaning. Fire did not always represent purification. Water was not inevitably associated with emotion or birth. Symbols acquired significance through the dynamic movement of the entire psychological process rather than through isolated definitions. An image that appeared threatening during one phase of development might become profoundly constructive during another, because its meaning depended upon its position within the larger architecture of transformation. The unconscious spoke a symbolic language, but like every living language, its meanings emerged through context, relationship, and sequence rather than through static equivalence. The consequences of this insight extended far beyond dream interpretation. If symbols derive their meaning from process rather than isolated reference, then psychological development itself must be understood as an evolving structure whose stages continuously redefine one another. Early experiences do not merely explain later ones. Later developments also transform the significance of what came before. A painful childhood memory may remain psychologically destructive for decades before acquiring an entirely different meaning after a decisive transformation in adulthood. An apparent failure may later reveal itself as the indispensable condition for a deeper realization. The psyche continually rewrites its own history because every new integration reorganizes the symbolic network through which previous experiences are understood. This dynamic quality explains why genuine analysis cannot be reduced to intellectual understanding alone. Insight undoubtedly matters, but insight by itself rarely completes the work. A person may recognize the origins of a conflict with remarkable clarity, while continuing to dream the same symbolic themes for years afterward. The unconscious does not appear satisfied merely because consciousness has reached an accurate explanation. It continues generating images until psychological life itself has undergone the transformation toward which those images have been pointing from the beginning. Understanding and becoming are not identical processes. One belongs primarily to thought. The other belongs to the total reorganization of personality. Perhaps nowhere does this distinction become more visible than during moments when the unconscious begins presenting symbols that seem vastly larger than the individual's ordinary biography. Personal memories gradually give way to figures that possess an unfamiliar grandeur. Ancient kings appear without historical context. Cosmic landscapes replace domestic settings. Unknown religious ceremonies unfold before observers who have never participated in such traditions. Mysterious children, wise old figures, impossible animals, circular structures, sacred mountains, radiant stones, and celestial cities emerge with increasing frequency. These images often carry an emotional intensity disproportionate to any specific life event because they no longer describe isolated personal conflicts. They announce that the psychological process has entered a deeper symbolic register in which individual experience begins intersecting with patterns shared across humanity itself. It is at precisely this point that the historical significance of alchemy becomes unmistakable. The strange images preserved within its manuscripts are not important because they belong to a forgotten intellectual movement. They matter because they reveal that generations of observers, separated by centuries, repeatedly encountered symbolic sequences astonishingly similar to those emerging spontaneously within modern analytical practice. The laboratory, whether intentionally or not, became a place where the unconscious projected the architecture of its own transformative process onto the visible world. Medieval writers believed they were recording the mysteries of matter. What they simultaneously preserved was something even more enduring, an extraordinarily detailed symbolic record of the objective movement through which the human psyche gradually seeks its own deeper form. Psychology at the threshold of religion. As the symbolic material accumulated across years of analytical work, Jung found himself approaching a boundary that psychology had traditionally avoided. The unconscious did not merely produce personal memories or emotional compensations. It generated images that possessed an unmistakably religious character. Sacred buildings appeared in dreams without reference to any existing faith. Rituals unfolded with extraordinary precision before individuals who had never studied liturgy. Figures surrounded by light emerged not as objects of worship, but as centers of psychological gravity around which the entire dream seemed organized. These experiences did not necessarily indicate religious belief. Many dreamers considered themselves indifferent, skeptical, or openly hostile toward organized religion. Yet their unconscious continued producing symbols whose structure closely resembled humanity's oldest spiritual traditions. This presented psychology with an unusual dilemma. To dismiss such images as remnants of childhood conditioning proved increasingly insufficient. Their symbolic richness often exceeded anything the dreamer had consciously encountered. Nor could they simply be classified as pathological fantasies, since they frequently appeared during periods of remarkable psychological integration rather than emotional collapse. Instead of fragmenting consciousness, these symbolic experiences often seem to reorganize it, bringing previously disconnected aspects of the personality into unexpected relationship with one another. The religious quality of the imagery appeared less like superstition returning through the back door of the mind, and more like the psyche discovering a symbolic vocabulary capable of expressing experiences that ordinary language could not adequately contain. This distinction is essential. Jung was not attempting to transform psychology into theology, nor was he proposing that dreams confirm the literal truth of religious doctrines. His concern remained entirely psychological. The question was not whether a religious image referred to an objective metaphysical reality, but why the unconscious repeatedly selected such images whenever profound transformation was underway. Something about religious symbolism seemed uniquely suited to representing experiences of inner reorganization. The symbols functioned because they expressed relationships of extraordinary psychological complexity, relationships involving sacrifice, death, rebirth, reconciliation, judgment, creation, and renewal, themes that repeatedly emerged whenever the personality approached decisive moments of change. Seen from this perspective, religious traditions acquire a different kind of importance. Their enduring influence may not depend exclusively upon historical authority or institutional continuity. They endure because generation after generation recognized, within their symbolic structures, something that corresponded to recurring experiences of the psyche itself. The myths survived because they continued describing psychological realities long after their original cultural environments had disappeared. Their symbolic language remained alive because the unconscious never abandoned the processes from which that language first emerged. Every civilization clothed those experiences in different stories, different rituals, and different names, yet the underlying movement retained a remarkable continuity across time. Alchemy gradually entered this same symbolic constellation. At first glance, it appeared fundamentally different from religion. Its practitioners occupied workshops rather than temples. They experimented with furnaces instead of altars. Their writings described substances rather than prayers. Yet beneath these external differences unfolded a symbolic sequence that increasingly resembled the structure of religious transformation. Darkness preceded illumination. Fragmentation became the necessary condition for renewal. Opposing principles that initially appeared irreconcilable slowly approached one another until a more comprehensive order emerged. The external vocabulary differed, but the psychological movement remained strikingly familiar. It became increasingly difficult to believe that these parallels had developed independently through mere coincidence. Perhaps the most revealing aspect of this convergence lies in the role played by transformation itself. Neither religion nor alchemy treats human existence as psychologically complete in its ordinary state. Both begin from the intuition that something essential remains unfinished. The individual stands at the beginning of a process rather than its conclusion. Ordinary identity, however stable it may appear, represents only one configuration within a much larger possibility of development. This shared intuition explains why both traditions place such extraordinary emphasis upon symbolic death. Before a more comprehensive form of life can emerge, the existing psychological order must first encounter its own limitations. The old organization cannot simply be improved. In crucial respects, it must dissolve. Dreams often portray this necessity with remarkable clarity. Familiar houses collapse. Established authorities disappear. Long-trusted guides lose their certainty. Entire landscapes become unrecognizable. Such images are understandably disturbing because consciousness naturally experiences them as loss. Yet viewed across the longer arc of symbolic development, they frequently mark the beginning rather than the end of transformation. The unconscious dismantles structures that have become psychologically insufficient, not as an act of destruction for its own sake, but because further growth requires forms of identity capable of containing greater complexity. The symbolic language of death, therefore, becomes inseparable from the symbolic language of renewal. It is precisely here that Jung recognized the extraordinary value of the alchemical texts. They preserve, with astonishing patience and detail, the psychological logic of transformation without reducing it to abstract theory. Instead of presenting philosophical arguments, they narrate the gradual evolution of symbolic forms. Every stage unfolds through images rather than concepts. Every transformation is represented as a sequence of visible events whose deeper significance emerges only through their cumulative relationship. The manuscripts therefore function less as scientific documents than as maps of psychological becoming. Their true subject is not the perfection of matter. It is the slow emergence of a more integrated form of consciousness, observed indirectly through a symbolic language that continues reappearing wherever the unconscious begins its own mysterious work of transformation. The dreams that refused explanation. The encounter with alchemy did not begin in a library. It began in the consulting room. Long before Jung immersed himself in medieval manuscripts, he had already become aware that something within the dreams of his patients resisted every explanatory model then available to psychology. The unconscious was not merely expressing forgotten memories, unresolved conflicts, or disguised wishes. It was constructing symbolic sequences whose complexity far exceeded the personal history of the individual who dreamed them. Certain images appeared with such consistency and evolved with such remarkable internal logic that they seemed to belong to a psychological process unfolding according to laws of its own. At first these images appeared almost incidental. A curious vessel might emerge in one dream before disappearing for months. An unfamiliar old man would offer guidance without revealing his identity. Strange animals appeared at decisive moments only to vanish once their symbolic function had been fulfilled. A forgotten building repeatedly reappeared, changing subtly each time the dream returned to it. Viewed individually, none of these experiences seemed particularly extraordinary. Dreams have always possessed an unusual capacity for combining the familiar with the impossible. Their true significance only emerged when they were observed across time. Symbols did not simply repeat themselves. They developed. They matured. They entered into relationships with one another. They behaved less like random inventions than like recurring characters participating in an invisible narrative whose direction neither analyst nor dreamer consciously controlled. This continuity gradually transformed the practice of interpretation itself. The temptation to decode dreams through fixed meanings became increasingly inadequate because the unconscious persistently refused to speak in isolated symbols. Every image acquired its significance through its place within an evolving sequence. A tower appearing early in analysis could represent something entirely different from a tower appearing years later. Water that initially signified danger might later become the condition of renewal. The psychological value of an image was determined not by universal definitions, but by its relationship to the total movement of the personality. The unconscious appeared to possess its own grammar, one based not upon static meanings but upon transformation itself. Such observations inevitably raised another question. If dreams organize themselves with this degree of coherence, where does that coherence originate? Conscious intention could not adequately explain it. Most dreamers had no awareness that their dreams were constructing long symbolic narratives. Many regarded the images as meaningless curiosities until analysis gradually revealed their relationships across months or even years. The organizing principle therefore seemed to exist independently of deliberate thought. Something beneath consciousness was selecting images, arranging them into sequences, preserving symbolic continuity, and introducing new material precisely when previous symbolic structures had reached their limits. The unconscious behaved not as psychological debris accumulated through life, but as an active intelligence continuously reorganizing experience from within. It was during this prolonged observation that Jung encountered a phenomenon he found increasingly difficult to dismiss. Certain dreams contain symbolic motifs, so historically specific that ordinary explanation became improbable. Images resembling ancient cosmological diagrams appeared in the dreams of individuals who had never studied comparative religion. Royal marriages unfolded according to symbolic patterns preserved in medieval texts unknown to the dreamer. Circular structures emerged with astonishing regularity, displaying proportions and relationships remarkably similar to sacred diagrams found across civilizations. These correspondences did not prove historical influence. On the contrary, they suggested precisely the opposite. The unconscious appeared capable of independently generating symbolic forms that humanity had already expressed through religion, mythology, and eventually through alchemy. This realization altered the direction of Jung's entire investigation. Instead of treating ancient symbolic systems as primitive attempts to explain the external world, he began approaching them as historical expressions of recurring psychological experience. Their value no longer depended upon the factual accuracy of their cosmology or the scientific validity of their theories. They mattered because they preserved symbolic records of the same inner process becoming visible in modern analytical practice. Different civilizations had described that process using different languages, different metaphors, and different rituals, yet beneath those cultural variations the psychological architecture remained astonishingly stable. The unconscious had been producing the same fundamental patterns long before psychology possessed the vocabulary to recognize them. Among all these traditions, alchemy occupied a uniquely revealing position. Unlike mythology, it unfolded over centuries through thousands of carefully preserved texts. Unlike religion, it frequently described transformation as an observable process rather than an article of faith. Its symbolic language was extraordinarily detailed, recording successive stages of dissolution, purification, conjunction, death, rebirth, illumination, and completion with almost obsessive precision. To historians, these stages represented obsolete theories about matter. To Jung, they increasingly resembled the gradual evolution of symbolic life within the unconscious itself. What medieval authors believed they were observing inside their vessels appeared strikingly similar to what modern psychology was observing inside the evolving landscape of dreams. This parallel does not imply that the unconscious literally reenacts alchemical doctrines. The relationship runs far deeper than imitation. Both dreams and alchemical symbolism appear to emerge from the same underlying psychological process. They are independent expressions of a common reality, rather than one being derived from the other. The dreamer does not unconsciously remember medieval manuscripts. The psyche spontaneously generates symbolic forms because those forms arise naturally whenever profound transformation begins unfolding beneath consciousness. Alchemy, therefore, becomes invaluable not because it explains the unconscious, but because it preserves, with extraordinary richness, another historical record of the very movement psychology was only beginning to understand. Seen in this light, the consulting room and the medieval laboratory cease to belong to entirely different worlds. One observes dreams, the other observes matter. Yet both become theaters upon which the same invisible drama gradually reveals itself through symbols that neither observer fully understands while the process is taking place. Only much later, when enough images have accumulated and enough transformations have unfolded, does the deeper pattern begin to emerge. It is then that the symbolic fragments cease appearing as isolated curiosities and reveal themselves as parts of a single movement, one that has accompanied humanity for centuries while remaining almost entirely hidden beneath the surface of conscious thought. Dreams, mandalas, and the birth of the self. There is something deeply unsettling about discovering that the human mind repeatedly creates the same image long before it understands what that image means. A dream presents a circle. Another dream introduces a flower with a perfectly ordered center. A third surrounds the dreamer with an invisible circumference, forcing him to move around a point he cannot yet perceive. At first these events seem unrelated, almost accidental, little more than the peculiar freedom with which dreams combine shapes and situations. Yet when enough time has passed, another possibility slowly emerges. These images are not repeating because the unconscious lacks imagination. They are returning because they are attempting to describe a psychological reality that consciousness has not yet become capable of seeing. Jung arrived at this realization through observation rather than speculation. Over many years he assembled hundreds of dreams whose symbolic center displayed the same underlying structure. The specific forms varied enormously. Some resembled flowers. Others appeared as wheels, temples, cities, precious stones, celestial diagrams, enclosed gardens, or mysterious architectural spaces. Their cultural origins were astonishingly diverse, extending from Eastern religious traditions to medieval Christianity, from ancient civilizations to spontaneous dreams produced by modern individuals with no knowledge of comparative symbolism. Despite these differences, something remained remarkably stable. Each image organized itself around a center. Every element existed in relation to that center. The symbol did not simply depict order. It generated the experience of order itself. The Sanskrit word mandala provided Jung with the most appropriate name for this phenomenon, not because he believed the dreams borrowed directly from Eastern religion, but because the term already designated a symbolic form that humanity had been contemplating for centuries. Within Buddhist and Hindu traditions, the mandala serves as an image constructed for meditation, a carefully ordered universe whose geometry reflects an invisible principle of psychic organization. Yet Jung immediately recognized an important distinction. The ritual mandalas preserved within monasteries are external representations of an inner event. Their deepest significance does not lie in pigments, geometry, or ceremonial practice. It lies in the psychological process that gives birth to such an image whenever the equilibrium of the psyche has been disturbed and a new center begins quietly organizing itself beneath conscious awareness. This subtle inversion changes everything. The mandala is no longer understood primarily as an object created by culture. Culture becomes one of the many ways through which an already existing psychological process makes itself visible. Civilizations preserve the image because generations of human beings repeatedly encounter the experience from which it emerges. The symbol survives not through tradition alone, but because the psyche continues producing it whenever consciousness reaches certain critical thresholds. History records the image. The unconscious continually recreates it. One of the most fascinating aspects of Jung's comparison with Eastern thought lies in his conversation with a Tibetan teacher, who described the authentic mandala not as the painted figures displayed in temples, but as an inner image gradually formed through disciplined imagination. That observation immediately resonated with Jung's own clinical experience. The dreams of his patients suggested exactly the same movement. The decisive image was never the external drawing. It was the spontaneous symbolic organization taking place within the psyche itself. At the same time, Jung remained cautious about romanticizing Eastern traditions. Even the most individual mandalas, he observed, retain an underlying structural order inherited through centuries of symbolic development. Freedom and archetypal form coexist, rather than excluding one another. Perhaps the most striking feature shared by these symbols is their persistent use of fourfold organization. Squares enclosed within circles, for gates surrounding a central point, for directions radiating from an invisible center. Across cultures that never directly influenced one another, the psyche repeatedly organizes wholeness through quaternary structure. Jung understood this recurrence as something far more significant than decorative symmetry. The image suggests that psychological integration does not occur through the triumph of one element over another. It emerges through the difficult coexistence of multiple forces held together by a center that transcends each of them individually. The circle contains diversity without abolishing it. The center governs without domination. It is impossible to observe this recurrence without sensing that the unconscious possesses a remarkable architectural instinct. Dreams rarely present abstract definitions of balance. Instead, they construct spaces in which balance can be experienced symbolically. The dreamer enters enclosed gardens, circular rooms, sacred precincts, rotating wheels, or mysterious geometric landscapes because the psyche thinks spatially whenever it approaches experiences of psychological totality. Inner order becomes visible through symbolic architecture. The mind draws maps before it learns to formulate theories. This insight gradually redirects the entire investigation. The question is no longer why humanity invented mandalas. The more compelling question becomes why the unconscious insists upon producing circular images whenever personality approaches a deeper form of integration. Once that question is asked, the mandala ceases to be an exotic religious curiosity. It becomes one of the most profound psychological discoveries preserved by human civilization, a visible trace of an invisible movement through which the fragmented personality slowly begins gathering itself around a center that has existed long before the ego became aware of its presence. When the psyche begins drawing circles, one of Jung's most provocative observations is that the mandala rarely appears at moments of psychological stability. It tends to emerge when the existing structure of consciousness has begun to lose its coherence. The individual may experience confusion, emotional conflict, uncertainty about direction, or the unsettling feeling that familiar ways of understanding life are no longer sufficient. From the perspective of the ego, such periods often feel like disintegration, yet the unconscious appears to interpret them differently. Rather than signaling collapse alone, they announce the beginning of a new attempt at organization. The psyche responds to disorder by spontaneously generating images of order. It does not first solve the conflict and then produce the symbol. The symbol itself becomes part of the solution. This observation explains why mandalas appear so frequently in dreams without any conscious effort from the dreamer. The individual is not attempting to meditate, construct sacred geometry, or imitate religious imagery. In many cases, the dreamer has never encountered a mandala before. Nevertheless, circles, squares, enclosed spaces, rotating forms, and centered structures begin appearing with remarkable insistence. They arrive precisely because the unconscious is attempting to accomplish something that consciousness has not yet recognized. The image anticipates an inner reorganization before the personality has become capable of living it consciously. The psyche seems to know where it is moving long before the ego understands the direction of the journey. There is something deeply paradoxical about this process. Consciousness usually imagines itself as the organizer of psychological life. It believes that clarity precedes transformation, that one must first understand and only afterward change. The unconscious repeatedly demonstrates the opposite sequence. It constructs symbolic order first. Understanding arrives much later. The dream, therefore, becomes less like a message waiting to be deciphered and more like an architectural blueprint for a psychological structure that has not yet fully emerged. The image does not merely describe the future. In a subtle sense, it begins creating the conditions through which that future becomes possible. This anticipatory quality fascinated Jung because it challenged conventional notions of causality. Dreams often presented symbolic centers months, or even years before the dreamer's life displayed any corresponding sense of inner integration. At first glance, the mandala seemed almost premature, as though it belonged to someone the individual had not yet become. Yet as analysis continued, the apparent contradiction gradually dissolved. The symbolic center had never been describing the present state of the ego. It had been expressing the existence of another organizing principle operating beneath ordinary consciousness, one whose development proceeded according to its own rhythm rather than the expectations of conscious life. For this reason, Jung became increasingly careful not to encourage patients to imitate mandalas deliberately. The temptation was understandable. Once the symbolic importance of the circle became known, many people assumed that drawing mandalas, practicing exotic disciplines, or adopting Eastern rituals would automatically produce psychological integration. Jung regarded this as a profound misunderstanding. The value of the mandala lies not in its external form, but in the spontaneous process that gives rise to it. A painted circle created through imitation possesses no greater psychological significance than any other geometric design, unless it genuinely expresses an inner movement already taking place within the psyche. Symbolic forms cannot simply be imported from another culture like decorative ornaments. They acquire their transformative power only when they arise from authentic psychological necessity. This warning remains surprisingly relevant. Human beings possess an extraordinary tendency to search for transformation everywhere except within themselves. Spiritual techniques, philosophical systems, foreign traditions, elaborate rituals, and psychological methods often become substitutes for the difficult task of observing one's own symbolic life. Jung recognized this temptation long before it became characteristic of modern spiritual culture. The attraction of distant wisdom frequently conceals a quiet distrust of the psyche itself. It is easier to borrow another civilization's symbols than to endure the uncertainty of waiting for one's own unconscious to reveal its language. Yet the psyche appears remarkably indifferent to borrowed certainty. It insists upon producing its own images in its own time. Behind this insistence lies one of Jung's most daring psychological claims. The center represented by the mandala is not identical with the ego. This distinction may seem subtle, but its consequences are immense. The ego experiences itself as the center because it is the point from which ordinary consciousness observes the world. The mandala quietly challenges that assumption. It repeatedly places another center at the heart of its symbolic universe, one around which the ego itself revolves. The dreamer does not stand at the middle of the circle. The dreamer gradually discovers that he has been moving around a center that possesses a reality independent of his conscious identity. This realization is often deeply unsettling because it requires consciousness to surrender its illusion of absolute sovereignty. Once this possibility is accepted, the recurring geometry of the mandala becomes easier to understand. The circle is not merely an image of perfection. It is a map of relationship. Every element finds its meaning through its orientation toward a common center. Every apparent opposition acquires coherence because both poles belong to the same total structure. The symbol, therefore, does not eliminate conflict. It contains conflict within a larger order capable of holding contradictions without being destroyed by them. In this sense, the mandala becomes one of the clearest visible expressions of the psychological movement that Jung had been tracing from the very beginning. The unconscious is not attempting to abolish the fragmented personality through force. It is patiently reorganizing those fragments around a deeper principle of wholeness, one that silently announces its presence long before consciousness becomes capable of recognizing the quiet authority of the center toward which it has been moving all along. The center that is not the ego. The most difficult implication of the mandala is not its geometry. It is the psychological revolution hidden inside that geometry. Every mandala suggests the existence of a center, yet the dream repeatedly makes it clear that this center is not identical with the dreamer's conscious identity. The ego appears within the symbolic landscape as only one participant among several, no longer occupying the privileged position it naturally assumes in waking life. This inversion is subtle, but it fundamentally transforms the way consciousness understands itself. Instead of standing at the center of psychological existence, the ego discovers that it belongs to a larger totality whose organizing principle exists independently of its own intentions. The dreams Jung analyzes begin making this distinction with increasing clarity. One dream presents the dreamer pursued by an unknown woman until he finds himself running in circles. Another introduces a clock whose hands continually move around a central point, while an inner tension steadily increases. Yet another places the dreamer aboard a ship, attempting to establish his bearings by locating the precise middle of a circular diagram. Although the narratives differ, they all revolve around the same symbolic operation. The unconscious repeatedly shifts attention away from the individual and toward a center that must be discovered rather than invented. The movement is always circular because the psyche is attempting to orient consciousness around something more stable than the personality's immediate concerns. What makes these dreams so remarkable is that the center never behaves like an object the ego can simply possess. Every attempt to dominate it quietly fails. The dreamer runs around it, searches for it, measures his distance from it, or discovers himself already moving within its invisible field of influence. The center remains strangely autonomous, exerting an organizing force without ever becoming the property of consciousness. This is precisely what distinguishes it from the ordinary sense of identity. The ego naturally experiences itself as the source of decisions and perceptions. The symbolic center appears instead as a principle around which those experiences themselves are gradually being reorganized. Jung recognized that such imagery demanded an entirely different understanding of personality. The human being could no longer be described as a collection of conscious attitudes supplemented by an unconscious reservoir of forgotten experiences. Dreams suggested a far more complex architecture. Consciousness occupied only one region within a much larger psychological field, whose true center remained largely inaccessible to ordinary awareness. The ego was not expelled from that structure. It retained its indispensable role as the instrument of conscious life. Yet it ceased to function as the unquestioned ruler of the whole personality. It became, in effect, one province within a far larger psychological kingdom. The recurring symbolism of the clock illustrates this beautifully. Clocks ordinarily represent chronological time, the measured succession of moments through which everyday life is organized. Yet one dream introduces a clock that never winds down, whose movement continues indefinitely without loss of energy. Such an image immediately exceeds ordinary experience. It suggests a form of duration that belongs to another order entirely. The circular motion continues without exhaustion because it is no longer describing mechanical time. It is describing a psychological center that exists outside the temporal limitations governing conscious existence. The dream therefore confronts the ego with something profoundly unsettling, the possibility that the deepest organizing principle of personality does not belong entirely to the ordinary flow of personal history. This idea repeatedly reappears through different symbolic forms. Sacred precincts enclosed by walls. Circular temples divided into 4 regions. Cities organized around a hidden sanctuary. Towers, flowers, wheels, and cosmic diagrams all perform the same psychological function. They represent enclosed spaces whose significance derives from an invisible center rather than their external boundaries. The architecture itself becomes a metaphor for the psyche. Every pathway leads inward. Every surrounding structure derives its coherence from a point that cannot be understood merely by examining the perimeter. The center explains the whole precisely because it remains distinct from any single part. One of the most striking moments in Jung's analysis occurs when he compares these dream structures with ancient religious images that organize divine reality in remarkably similar ways. Gnostic visions of the monad, Eastern conceptions of the lotus, Christian representations of the heavenly city, and alchemical depictions of the lapis all converge upon the same symbolic intuition. Each tradition imagines wholeness through the relationship between a center and the ordered totality surrounding it. These parallels do not imply historical borrowing in every instance. Rather, they suggest that whenever the human psyche attempts to represent its own deepest organization, it repeatedly arrives at remarkably similar symbolic solutions. Perhaps this is the most extraordinary consequence of Jung's discovery. The mandala is not important because it belongs to Buddhism, Christianity, Gnosticism, or alchemy. It is important because all of those traditions appear to have encountered the same psychological reality from different historical directions. Long before psychology possessed the language of archetypes or individuation, human beings were already constructing symbolic maps of an inner center that silently organizes the personality while remaining larger than the ego that attempts to understand it. The circle therefore becomes much more than an aesthetic form. It is the visible signature of a hidden order, one that patiently reveals itself whenever consciousness becomes capable of recognizing that it has never been the true center of the psyche, but only its most visible witness. The symbol that reorganizes the world. The appearance of the mandala marks a decisive turning point in Jung's investigation because it reveals that the unconscious does not merely express psychological conflict. It also attempts to resolve it through symbolic organization. Every image examined thus far points toward the same conclusion. The psyche is not satisfied with exposing fragmentation. It continuously moves toward integration, constructing symbolic forms capable of holding together elements that consciousness experiences as incompatible. The mandala is therefore not simply another archetypal image among many. It is the visible expression of an invisible organizing activity, the moment at which the unconscious begins arranging the entire personality around a principle that transcends its divisions. This becomes increasingly apparent as the dreams unfold. Again and again the dreamer finds himself surrounded by groups of 4. For figures appear within enclosed spaces. For psychological functions seem to distribute themselves around an unseen center. Family members, unfamiliar companions, symbolic characters, and architectural structures repeatedly assume quaternary arrangements that at first appear incidental. Gradually the pattern becomes unmistakable. The psyche is constructing a totality whose parts cannot be understood separately because each derives its meaning from the relationship it maintains with the whole. The dream is no longer portraying isolated experiences. It is depicting the architecture of personality itself. One dream in particular illustrates this transformation with remarkable clarity. The dreamer finds himself enclosed within the precincts surrounding a great church clock, accompanied by several symbolic figures whose relationships remain uncertain. An intellectual figure stands beside him. An unknown woman remains strangely detached. A physician is also present. The dream quietly raises a question that appears almost trivial on the surface. To whom does the unknown woman belong? Yet beneath that simple uncertainty lies the central psychological problem of the entire sequence. None of these figures represents an independent individual. They are components of a larger psychic structure attempting to reveal itself through symbolic drama. Their relationships matter because they describe the internal organization of the personality rather than external social interaction. Jung's interpretation introduces one of the most profound ideas in analytical psychology. The conscious personality is organized through different psychological functions, yet these functions are never equally developed. One becomes dominant. Another supports it. Others remain comparatively neglected, drifting toward the unconscious where they acquire increasing autonomy. The neglected aspects do not disappear. They return through dreams, projections, emotional reactions, and symbolic figures whose unfamiliarity reflects precisely their exclusion from conscious identity. The unknown woman appearing throughout these dreams therefore represents far more than an isolated character. She embodies a neglected region of psychic life whose integration has become essential for the movement toward wholeness. What is remarkable is that the mandala never asks consciousness to eliminate these differences. It asks consciousness to recognize them as necessary components of a larger order. The inferior function remains inferior. The dominant function does not cease being dominant. The symbolic task is not uniformity but relationship. Every psychological element must gradually discover its place within a structure that exceeds each of them individually. The center holds the diversity together without abolishing it. In this sense, the mandala quietly overturns one of the ego's deepest assumptions. Psychological maturity is not achieved by becoming internally consistent. It is achieved by becoming internally complete. As Jung extended this analysis beyond individual dreams, he encountered an extraordinary convergence with symbolic traditions scattered across history. Gnostic texts describe radiant centers enclosed by sacred cities. Eastern cosmologies organize spiritual reality around lotus flowers and geometric temples. Christian imagery repeatedly places divine presence at the heart of enclosed heavenly structures. Alchemical illustrations surround the mysterious lapis with circles, castles, gardens, and fourfold arrangements whose symbolism mirrors the dream material with astonishing precision. The similarities are too persistent to dismiss as coincidence. Independent traditions appear to have discovered different visual languages for representing the same psychological phenomenon. This convergence is especially striking because the traditions themselves frequently disagree on theology, philosophy, and metaphysics. Their explanations differ dramatically. Their rituals belong to different civilizations. Their doctrines often contradict one another. Yet when each attempts to represent the deepest principle of psychic order, remarkably similar symbolic forms emerge. Circles surround centers. For directions establish orientation. Sacred enclosures protect invisible points of origin. Flowers bloom around hidden seeds. Cities organize themselves around sanctuaries. The recurrence of these structures suggests that symbolic imagination is responding to something more fundamental than inherited belief. It is responding to the architecture of the psyche itself. Seen from this perspective, the mandala ceases to be merely an object of interpretation. It becomes a psychological event. The symbol does not simply communicate an idea already understood by consciousness. It actively reorganizes perception. By repeatedly presenting the personality as a totality ordered around a center beyond the ego, the unconscious gradually loosens consciousness from its habitual identification with its own limited perspective. The dreamer begins, often reluctantly, to experience himself not as the absolute ruler of inner life, but as one participant within a much larger process whose intelligence continually exceeds deliberate thought. This realization prepares the way for the next stage of Jung's investigation. Once the psyche has revealed the existence of a center beyond the ego, another question inevitably arises. What is the nature of that center itself? The mandala demonstrates its presence with extraordinary consistency, but it does not yet fully disclose its identity. To approach that mystery, Jung follows the symbolic movement still further, into dreams where time, space, geometry, and consciousness begin organizing themselves around one of the most astonishing images in the entire sequence, an image that transforms the mandala from a static symbol of order into a living expression of the deepest rhythms governing the human psyche. The world clock and the architecture of time. Every symbolic sequence eventually reaches a point where familiar images can no longer contain the transformation taking place beneath consciousness. Circles, flowers, sacred spaces, and fourfold structures have already revealed that the psyche possesses an organizing center beyond the ego. Yet another question inevitably follows. If such a center exists, how does it relate to the movement of life itself? Is it merely a fixed point around which experience revolves, or does it participate in a deeper rhythm that includes time, change, and becoming? It is precisely at this moment that Jung's dream material begins introducing one of its most extraordinary developments. The mandala ceases to function merely as a static image of wholeness and gradually becomes a dynamic structure through which the psyche attempts to represent the hidden order governing psychological life itself. This transition is subtle but decisive. Earlier dreams repeatedly presented circular forms whose primary function was orientation. The dreamer sought the center, revolved around it, or gradually recognized its existence. Now the symbols begin moving. Clocks appear. Wheels rotate. Circular systems no longer express simple enclosure, but continuous motion. Time itself becomes symbolic. Yet the dreams refuse to portray ordinary chronological time measured by calendars or mechanical succession. Instead, they describe movements that seem almost independent of duration, rhythms that continue without exhaustion, cycles whose significance lies not in repetition alone, but in their capacity to preserve order while everything else changes. The image of the perpetual clock offers one of the clearest examples of this transformation. At first glance, it resembles an ordinary instrument whose purpose is simply to measure passing hours. The dream immediately undermines that assumption. Its movement never ceases. No energy appears to be consumed. Nothing winds down. The mechanism continues operating as though it belonged to another dimension altogether. Such an image cannot be understood merely as an unusual machine. It presents consciousness with a disturbing possibility that there exists within the psyche a principle whose continuity does not depend upon the ordinary conditions governing personal existence. The ego lives within time. The symbolic center appears to stand in a radically different relationship to it. It is remarkable how naturally the unconscious approaches questions that philosophy has struggled to formulate for centuries. Rather than constructing abstract theories about eternity, dreams simply produce images in which eternity becomes psychologically visible. The clock whose movement never ends. The wheel that turns without friction. The center that remains unmoved while everything surrounding it continues its endless circulation. Such symbols do not ask whether timelessness exists as a metaphysical reality. They demonstrate that the psyche experiences certain aspects of itself as though they participated in a form of existence that cannot be measured by ordinary temporal succession. This perception also transforms the meaning of psychological development. Individuation is no longer experienced as a straight line extending from childhood toward maturity. It begins resembling an orbital movement. Consciousness repeatedly approaches the center, loses contact with it, circles around it, and gradually returns from another direction with greater understanding than before. Progress, therefore, becomes paradoxical. It often feels circular while secretly moving forward. Experiences recur, but they never return in exactly the same form because each encounter reorganizes the relationship between the ego and the deeper center around which it revolves. The repetition is real, yet so is the transformation concealed within it. One begins to understand why circular imagery appears with such extraordinary persistence throughout the history of civilization. Ancient calendars organize time into recurring cycles. Sacred architecture often guides movement around central sanctuaries. Religious processions trace circular paths. Cosmic diagrams arrange stars around invisible axes. Even myths repeatedly describe journeys that conclude where they began, though the traveler who returns is no longer the same individual who departed. Humanity has repeatedly imagined time itself through circular forms because psychological transformation rarely unfolds through simple linear accumulation. Growth depends upon return, recognition, and increasingly conscious participation in rhythms that were already operating before awareness discovered them. Jung was deeply struck by the fact that these symbolic rhythms emerged spontaneously within dreams produced by individuals who possessed no conscious familiarity with the traditions preserving such images. The unconscious behaved as though it naturally organized experience according to patterns humanity had long ago expressed through cosmology, ritual, and sacred geometry. This did not imply that dreams were secretly borrowing from forgotten books. It suggested something far more profound. Historical symbolism and contemporary psychological experience appeared to arise from the same underlying source. The symbolic imagination repeatedly arrived at similar forms because it was attempting to represent the same invisible reality from different points in history. At this stage, the mandala undergoes its final transformation. It no longer functions simply as a symbol of psychic order, nor merely as the image of a center beyond the ego. It becomes a model of the relationship between consciousness and the larger process within which consciousness itself participates. The circle is alive because the psyche is alive. Its center remains constant while the personality moves through successive stages of conflict, integration, loss, and renewal. Every dream, every symbolic return, every apparent repetition becomes another revolution around a center that silently preserves continuity while allowing transformation to unfold. The psyche, it seems, is not wandering without direction through the events of a human life. It is patiently tracing an orbit whose meaning only becomes visible when enough of the circle has finally been completed. The symbol that watches while consciousness changes. The vision of the world clock marks more than the culmination of a remarkable dream sequence. It represents a profound shift in Jung's understanding of what symbols actually do. Throughout the preceding dreams, symbolic images appeared to accompany psychological development, offering orientation whenever consciousness entered unfamiliar territory. With the world clock, however, another possibility emerges. The symbol is no longer merely accompanying transformation. It is revealing the invisible order within which transformation has always been taking place. The dream does not present a new psychological object. It momentarily allows consciousness to perceive the architecture through which the psyche has been organizing itself from the very beginning. What makes this vision so extraordinary is not simply its complexity, but its extraordinary precision. Every movement possesses purpose. Every proportion appears deliberate. Nothing within the image feels accidental or decorative. The dream unfolds with the quiet authority of something that already existed before the dreamer became aware of it. Unlike ordinary dreams, where events often shift unpredictably from one scene to another, the world clock displays an internal coherence that resembles an independent reality rather than an invention of imagination. Consciousness enters the image almost as an observer entering an already functioning universe. The symbolic order does not depend upon the dreamer's interpretation. It continues existing whether the ego understands it or not. This autonomy fascinated Jung because it challenged one of psychology's most persistent assumptions. If dreams merely reflected the emotional state of the individual, then their symbolic organization should remain largely dependent upon personal history. Yet visions like the world clock possess an impersonal quality that consistently exceeds biography. The dreamer may be emotionally confused, uncertain, or psychologically divided, while the symbolic image itself displays astonishing balance, proportion, and structural integrity. The unconscious therefore appears capable of producing representations of psychological order that consciousness has not yet achieved. The image anticipates integration rather than merely describing the present condition of the individual. This anticipation reveals something fundamental about symbolic life. The unconscious does not wait for the ego to become complete before presenting images of wholeness. Quite the opposite. It introduces those images precisely because wholeness has not yet been realized consciously. The symbol functions almost like an invisible attractor, gradually reorganizing perception around a possibility that consciousness cannot yet fully inhabit. The dream therefore performs a creative rather than descriptive function. It offers not simply a reflection of psychic reality, but a glimpse of the deeper order toward which psychic reality is quietly moving. Perhaps this explains why encounters with genuinely archetypal symbols often produce an unusual emotional response. Individuals frequently describe them as strangely familiar despite never having seen them before. The experience carries neither the novelty of discovering something entirely new nor the comfort of recognizing something already known. Instead, it evokes the unsettling impression of remembering a structure that has always existed beneath awareness. The symbol feels ancient because it does not belong exclusively to personal memory. It belongs to the deeper architecture through which consciousness itself gradually emerges. Seen from this perspective, the recurring appearance of mandalas throughout human history acquires extraordinary significance. Civilizations separated by geography, language, religion, and historical circumstance repeatedly arrived at circular structures organized around hidden centers because they were responding to the same psychological reality. The particular artistic forms varied enormously. Some traditions expressed the image through sacred cities. Others through temples, flowers, cosmic diagrams, celestial wheels, or geometric patterns of breathtaking sophistication. Yet beneath these differences remain the same organizing intuition, that human consciousness is not self-sufficient, but participates in an order greater than itself. The persistence of the image across history reflects the persistence of the process that continually generates it. This realization also transforms the way one understands culture itself. Myths, religions, philosophies, and symbolic traditions no longer appear as disconnected attempts to explain reality through competing doctrines. They begin resembling successive observations of the same inner landscape. Each tradition illuminates one aspect while leaving others in shadow. None possesses the whole picture. Yet together they preserve an extraordinary record of humanity's prolonged encounter with the structures of the psyche. The symbolic imagination becomes a form of cumulative knowledge, not because later cultures replace earlier ones, but because every generation contributes another perspective on psychological realities that continue unfolding within human experience. For Jung, this was ultimately the deeper importance of the mandala. It was never merely an Eastern religious symbol, nor an artistic curiosity, nor an analytical technique. It represented one of the clearest demonstrations that the unconscious possesses its own objective principles of organization. Beneath the changing circumstances of individual life, beneath personal memory, emotional conflict, and conscious intention, another order quietly persists. It reveals itself only indirectly, through dreams, visions, myths, and symbolic forms that appear whenever the personality approaches moments of profound reorganization. The mandala therefore stands as one of the psyche's most enduring creations, because it gives visible form to something that ordinarily remains invisible, the silent emergence of a center capable of holding together the entire drama of human consciousness without ever becoming confined to the limited perspective of the ego. The image that completes the circle. By the time the sequence of mandalas reaches its conclusion, something essential has changed. The dreams are no longer struggling to establish the existence of an inner center. That discovery has already taken place. The symbolic movement now concerns a different question entirely. What happens to consciousness once it begins organizing itself around that center? The answer is neither immediate nor dramatic. There is no final revelation that permanently resolves psychological conflict. Instead, the dream suggests something quieter and perhaps more demanding. The relationship between the ego and the deeper organizing principle slowly becomes more conscious, more stable, and increasingly capable of containing contradictions that previously threatened to tear the personality apart. This gradual stabilization is visible throughout the symbolic material. Earlier dreams often portray movement marked by uncertainty. The dreamer searches for orientation, encounters unfamiliar figures, or circles around a mysterious point whose significance remains obscure. The later visions possess an entirely different atmosphere. The center no longer needs to be discovered because the entire symbolic landscape has begun arranging itself in relation to it. Conflict has not disappeared, but conflict is no longer experienced as evidence of psychological disintegration. It becomes one element within a larger order capable of holding opposing forces together without demanding the destruction of either side. The psyche has not abolished tension. It has learned to organize it. Perhaps this is why the mandala has exercised such extraordinary influence across civilizations. It offers an image of wholeness that does not depend upon perfection. Modern consciousness often imagines integration as the elimination of contradiction. One must become entirely rational or entirely emotional, entirely spiritual or entirely practical, entirely independent or entirely connected. The symbolic imagination consistently rejects these false alternatives. Every authentic mandala preserves multiplicity. Different regions remain distinct. Opposing tendencies retain their identity. Diversity is not sacrificed in order to produce unity. Instead, unity emerges precisely because diversity has found its rightful relationship to a common center. This insight carries profound psychological consequences. Much of human suffering arises not from the existence of conflicting tendencies, but from the ego's attempt to identify exclusively with one side of those conflicts. Consciousness chooses certainty over ambiguity, strength over vulnerability, intellect over feeling, order over spontaneity, or one moral position at the expense of its opposite. The rejected possibilities do not disappear. They retreat into the unconscious, where they gradually acquire increasing emotional intensity before eventually returning through dreams, projections, compulsions, and symbolic imagery. The psyche persistently seeks completion where the ego seeks simplification. The mandala therefore becomes an image of psychological maturity because it demonstrates that wholeness requires relationship rather than exclusion. Seen in this light, the extraordinary recurrence of circular symbolism throughout religion, mythology, and alchemy becomes easier to understand. These traditions are not simply preserving beautiful images inherited from antiquity. They are recording encounters with a psychological reality that remains active whenever consciousness undergoes profound transformation. The symbolic forms differ according to culture, yet their structural function remains remarkably constant. They appear whenever the personality approaches a new level of organization that cannot be adequately expressed through conceptual language alone. The image succeeds precisely where explanation reaches its limits. It allows consciousness to perceive relationships that reason can only formulate afterward. For Jung, this realization ultimately transformed the significance of dreams themselves. Dreams are not cryptic puzzles waiting to be solved, nor accidental productions of an irrational mind. They are the psyche's ongoing attempt to establish communication between consciousness and a deeper organizing principle that ordinarily remains outside awareness. Interpretation, therefore, serves a very different purpose than merely assigning meanings to symbols. It becomes participation in a living dialogue through which consciousness gradually learns to recognize the direction in which the unconscious has already been moving. The analyst does not impose order upon the dream. The dream reveals an order that analysis slowly becomes capable of recognizing. This perspective also explains why symbolic life cannot be replaced by purely intellectual understanding. One may comprehend the theory of the mandala with complete accuracy, while remaining psychologically untouched by its meaning. Symbols operate differently from concepts because they do not merely communicate information. They reorganize perception itself. A genuine symbol changes the way reality is experienced long before it changes the way reality is explained. This is why individuals frequently emerge from powerful dreams with the unmistakable feeling that something has shifted internally despite being unable to describe exactly what has occurred. The unconscious has already begun the work. Consciousness simply has not yet found the language through which to understand it. The study of the mandala, therefore, concludes exactly where Jung's larger investigation into psychology and alchemy begins to gather its full momentum. The unconscious has revealed that it possesses an objective tendency toward order. It has demonstrated that this order repeatedly expresses itself through symbols whose recurrence transcends individual biography and historical circumstance. Most importantly, it has shown that the center around which these symbols organize themselves cannot be identified with the ordinary ego. Another principle is at work beneath consciousness, one capable of guiding psychological development through images that humanity has been preserving for thousands of years without fully recognizing what they were truly describing. From this point forward, Jung's investigation moves beyond the geometry of the mandala toward the symbolic figures through which that deeper center gradually reveals its own nature, a journey that will carry the exploration from the architecture of wholeness into the mystery of the self itself. The inner work of alchemy. There is a curious moment in the history of ideas when an entire way of seeing the world simply vanishes. Not because it has been completely disproven, nor because every one of its questions has finally been answered, but because another language becomes so successful that the previous one begins to look almost impossible to understand. This is what happened to alchemy. By the 18th century, it had become little more than a historical curiosity, remembered through caricatures of secret laboratories, impossible metals, and elderly men pursuing fantasies inside smoke-filled furnaces. Modern chemistry inherited many of its instruments, abandoned nearly all of its symbols, and quietly left behind the strange intellectual landscape from which it had emerged. From the perspective of scientific history, the transition appears almost inevitable. Observation replaced speculation. Experiment replaced allegory. Matter ceased to be interpreted through myths and became something that could be measured with increasing precision. Few intellectual revolutions have been as successful. Yet success often produces its own blindness. Once chemistry established itself as the proper language of matter, It became increasingly difficult to understand why generations of extraordinarily intelligent people had devoted their lives to texts that now appeared obscure, contradictory, and almost deliberately incomprehensible. The alchemists seemed to hide their ideas behind symbols, even when clarity would have served them better. Their writings shifted constantly between furnaces and angels, metals and souls, acids and kings, laboratory procedures and religious visions. To the modern reader, the entire tradition appeared suspended somewhere between experimental science and elaborate fantasy. Jung approached this confusion from an unexpected direction. He did not begin by asking whether the alchemists had succeeded in producing gold. He asked a far stranger question. What kind of mind consistently speaks about matter as though it were alive with spiritual significance? Why would someone describing chemical transformations repeatedly resort to images of death, rebirth, marriage, sacrifice, redemption, or divine illumination? These were not occasional metaphors scattered across isolated manuscripts. They formed the very grammar of alchemical thought. The deeper one entered that symbolic world, the less convincing it became to dismiss the language as mere ornament. Something else seemed to be unfolding beneath the chemical vocabulary. The puzzle became even more intriguing because the alchemists themselves rarely distinguished clearly between external and internal events. They appeared convinced that the transformations taking place inside the vessel somehow corresponded to transformations occurring within the investigator. The laboratory was never presented as a purely mechanical environment. It functioned as a stage upon which invisible dramas unfolded through visible substances. Fire was never simply heat. Water was never merely liquid. Metals carried psychological weight long before psychology possessed a language capable of describing such experiences. To modern consciousness, this confusion seems almost intolerable. Yet perhaps that judgment reveals more about the assumptions of the present than about the intentions of the past. It is precisely here that Jung's investigation begins to depart from conventional history. Rather than treating alchemy as a failed chemistry, he considers the possibility that its greatest achievement may never have belonged to chemistry at all. Perhaps the laboratory concealed another experiment altogether, one conducted not only upon metals but upon perception itself. Perhaps the extraordinary symbolic richness of alchemical literature survives because it records encounters with experiences that could not yet be described in psychological terms. The alchemists believed they were observing the hidden life of matter. Jung gradually came to suspect that they were also observing the hidden life of the human psyche, without recognizing where one seemed to end and the other began. This possibility transforms every page that follows. The obscure language ceases to be an obstacle and becomes evidence. The contradictions become psychologically meaningful rather than intellectually embarrassing. The strange symbols no longer appear as decorative relics from an irrational age, but as traces left behind by minds attempting to describe experiences for which no scientific vocabulary yet existed. What appeared to later centuries as confusion may instead have been the inevitable consequence of confronting realities that refused to remain confined within the categories available at the time. Alchemy therefore stands at a remarkable crossroads in intellectual history. It belongs simultaneously to science, religion, philosophy, mythology, and imagination without fitting comfortably inside any of them. That ambiguity explains both its eventual disappearance and its enduring fascination. Once chemistry claimed the study of matter, alchemy seemed to lose its purpose. Yet if its symbols point towards something occurring within the observer as much as within the substance being observed, then the tradition did not disappear at all. It merely waited for another discipline to discover the questions it had been asking all along. For Jung, analytical psychology became the language capable of reopening one of history's oldest conversations, revealing that behind the search for the philosopher's stone lay an even deeper search, one directed not toward the perfection of matter, but toward the hidden architecture of the human soul. From secret art to psychological science. One of the greatest obstacles to understanding alchemy is the modern assumption that every intellectual tradition must ultimately be judged by the standards of empirical science. Once that criterion is accepted, the verdict appears obvious. The alchemists failed to produce the transmutation they sought. Their cosmology no longer corresponds to modern physics. Their explanations of matter belong to a worldview that chemistry has long since abandoned. From this perspective, the entire tradition seems destined to occupy little more than a footnote in the history of scientific error. Yet Jung argues that this conclusion may be historically accurate while remaining psychologically incomplete. A discipline can fail in the objective it consciously pursues while succeeding in preserving something entirely different, something its practitioners themselves did not fully recognize. This distinction becomes essential because alchemy was never simply a collection of laboratory procedures. It was also a language through which generations of thinkers attempted to understand the relationship between humanity and nature. Their experiments unfolded within a universe that was not perceived as inert or indifferent. Matter possessed meaning. Natural processes reflected invisible principles. The transformation of substances was inseparable from questions concerning creation, perfection, redemption, and the hidden order of existence itself. Such assumptions appear foreign to the modern scientific imagination, yet they shaped every stage of alchemical inquiry. To remove them is to misunderstand the very world in which the alchemist believed he was working. Jung therefore insists that the symbolic language of alchemy cannot be dismissed as decorative excess surrounding primitive chemistry. It belongs to the phenomenon itself. Whenever the alchemist described the purification of metals, the death of the king, the union of opposites, or the birth of the miraculous stone, he was not interrupting scientific discourse with occasional poetic imagery. He was expressing the process through the only conceptual framework available to him. Religious symbolism, philosophical speculation, and practical experimentation existed within a single intellectual world. The separation between objective investigation and subjective experience that modern culture takes for granted had not yet fully emerged. Consequently, psychological events naturally appeared projected into the visible transformations occurring within the laboratory. This explains why the alchemical texts often seem so difficult to modern readers. They continually shift between different levels of reality without warning. A sentence begins by describing a chemical operation and ends by discussing the salvation of the soul. A furnace suddenly becomes an image of spiritual purification. A metallic conjunction is simultaneously treated as a sacred marriage. To contemporary logic, these transitions appear inconsistent, but for the alchemists they reflected a world in which material and spiritual realities were understood as different expressions of a deeper unity. The symbolic imagination was not embellishing observation. It was shaping observation from the very beginning. For Jung, this historical fact provides an unexpected opportunity for psychology. Because the alchemists lacked a psychological vocabulary, they unknowingly preserved countless descriptions of inner experience in symbolic form. They believed they were documenting the hidden life of matter, while simultaneously recording the hidden activity of the psyche. Their projections became historical documents. What later generations dismissed as irrational confusion became, from the perspective of analytical psychology, invaluable evidence of how the unconscious naturally externalizes its own processes when it has no conceptual language capable of recognizing them as psychological. This does not mean that Jung simply translates every alchemical image into a psychological concept. Such a reduction would destroy precisely what makes the material valuable. Symbols retain their power because they express realities that cannot be exhausted by abstract definitions. The philosopher's stone is not merely another name for psychic integration. The alchemical vessel is not merely a metaphor for the mind. These symbols possess a richness that exceeds any single interpretation because they emerged from living encounters with experiences that remained larger than conscious understanding. Psychology can illuminate them, but it cannot replace them. The task, then, is not to rescue alchemy as an obsolete science, nor to transform it into a hidden religion. It is to recognize that beneath its extraordinary symbolic language lies one of the most detailed historical records ever produced of humanity's attempt to understand inner transformation. Once that possibility is accepted, the strange manuscripts begin to reveal themselves in an entirely new light. They cease to be monuments to intellectual failure and become witnesses to a discovery whose significance could only emerge centuries later. When psychology finally developed the language necessary to recognize that the greatest mystery investigated by the alchemists had never been matter alone, but the mysterious relationship between matter, symbol, and the human soul. The world before the separation of matter and spirit. Modern consciousness finds it almost impossible to imagine a world in which matter and spirit were not understood as fundamentally different realities. We instinctively divide physical processes from psychological ones, scientific investigation from religious experience, objective observation from subjective meaning. These distinctions are so deeply embedded in contemporary thought that they appear self-evident. Yet the world inhabited by the alchemists was structured according to an entirely different vision. Nature was not an indifferent collection of physical objects governed exclusively by mechanical laws. It was a living reality whose visible forms concealed invisible principles, and every transformation observed in matter possessed the potential to illuminate a corresponding transformation within the observer himself. To understand alchemy, one must temporarily suspend the habits of modern perception. The alchemist did not enter his laboratory believing he was conducting an experiment in the contemporary scientific sense. His work certainly involved careful observation, practical technique, and genuine curiosity about natural substances, but these activities unfolded within a symbolic universe where physical operations and spiritual significance were inseparable. The furnace was simultaneously an instrument of transformation and an image of purification. Metals represented tangible substances while also embodying invisible qualities. Fire altered matter before the eyes of the investigator, yet it also suggested the mysterious process through which imperfection might gradually become complete. Every operation carried two dimensions at once. The visible and the invisible existed in continuous dialogue. This way of perceiving nature was neither accidental nor irrational. It emerged from an intellectual tradition that understood the cosmos as an ordered whole rather than a collection of disconnected parts. Human beings did not stand outside nature as detached observers. They participated in it. The same creative principle believed to govern the stars, the seasons, and the growth of living things was also thought to operate within the depths of the human soul. Consequently, investigating matter inevitably became an investigation into humanity itself. The laboratory was never merely a place where substances changed. It became a symbolic theater in which the hidden order of existence gradually revealed itself through concrete experience. This holistic vision explains why religious language appears so naturally throughout alchemical writings. To modern readers, the transition from chemical procedures to theological reflection often seems abrupt, even incoherent. Yet for the alchemist there was no contradiction in speaking of Christ, creation, redemption, and metallic transformation within the same passage. These belonged to different expressions of a single reality. Divine activity was believed to permeate nature itself. Every successful transformation occurring within matter reflected, however imperfectly, the creative intelligence responsible for the existence of the universe. The laboratory, therefore, became a place where the mysteries of creation could be contemplated through direct engagement with the material world. Jung recognized that this worldview had profound psychological consequences. Because no conceptual distinction yet existed between objective transformation and subjective experience, the alchemist naturally interpreted his own inner responses as qualities belonging to the substances under investigation. Emotional states, symbolic intuitions, religious experiences, and unconscious images gradually attached themselves to metals, colors, flames, and vessels without the investigator recognizing that this projection was taking place. The unconscious quietly extended itself into the material world, not through deliberate fantasy, but through the ordinary structure of perception available within that historical period. What later psychology would identify as projection was experienced by the alchemist as an objective characteristic of nature itself. Far from dismissing this phenomenon as simple error, Jung considered it one of history's greatest psychological opportunities. Precisely because the alchemists projected their unconscious into matter, they unknowingly preserved an extraordinary symbolic record of psychic life. Every mysterious transformation described inside the vessel simultaneously recorded a transformation taking place within the observer. Every account of purification, conjunction, dissolution, or rebirth carried psychological information hidden beneath its chemical vocabulary. The laboratory became a mirror reflecting processes whose true location remained invisible to those performing the experiments. This insight fundamentally changes the way alchemical texts are read. Their apparent contradictions begin revealing an unexpected coherence. The language shifts continually between matter and spirit because the psyche itself has not yet distinguished them. Scientific precision alternates with mystical vision because both arise from the same symbolic experience. The writings appear obscure not because their authors delighted in unnecessary complexity, but because they were attempting to describe realities that unfolded simultaneously on multiple levels of experience. Their vocabulary could not separate what consciousness itself had not yet learned to separate. From this perspective, alchemy occupies an extraordinary position in the evolution of Western thought. It stands at the threshold between two worlds. One still experiences nature as alive with symbolic meaning. The other will eventually reduce nature to measurable processes governed by objective laws. Neither vision is entirely sufficient by itself. The first risks confusing inner experience with external reality. The second risks stripping the world of symbolic depth altogether. Jung's psychological interpretation does not ask us to return to the worldview of the alchemists, nor does it encourage abandoning scientific understanding. Instead, it reveals that beneath the historical transition from alchemy to chemistry, another transformation was quietly unfolding. Humanity was not only changing its understanding of matter, it was unconsciously redefining its relationship to its own inner life, separating the symbolic world from the physical one, while leaving behind an immense archive documenting the moment when both still appeared to speak the same mysterious language. The hidden meaning of the philosopher's stone. Few symbols in the history of Western thought have been more misunderstood than the philosopher's stone. Modern imagination has transformed it into the ultimate emblem of greed, an object supposedly capable of turning worthless metals into limitless wealth. Popular culture remembers it as a magical artifact, the impossible prize pursued by men blinded by ambition. Yet the alchemical texts themselves reveal a far more complicated picture. Gold certainly occupies an important place within their symbolic universe, but material wealth alone cannot explain the extraordinary religious devotion, philosophical reflection, and psychological intensity surrounding the search for the stone. Something far greater than economic value appears to have been at stake. The philosopher's stone is repeatedly described in language that exceeds every ordinary category. At one moment it appears as a substance hidden within matter itself. At another it resembles a divine gift that cannot be manufactured through technical skill alone. It is portrayed as both the beginning and the culmination of the entire work, as something already present yet simultaneously awaiting discovery. The stone is said to possess extraordinary powers of healing, transformation, and perfection, not only over metals but over life itself. Such descriptions immediately suggest that the alchemists were attempting to articulate an experience whose significance could not be contained within the practical objectives of laboratory experimentation. The object being sought gradually became larger than the material procedures designed to obtain it. This paradox fascinated Jung because it closely resembles the symbolic logic of dreams. The unconscious rarely presents its deepest realities through straightforward representations. Instead, it condenses multiple meanings into a single image capable of carrying extraordinary psychological density. A child may simultaneously represent vulnerability, future potential, forgotten identity, and unexpected renewal. A mountain may signify both danger and revelation. Likewise, the philosopher's stone gathers together a remarkable number of symbolic functions without allowing itself to be reduced to any one of them. It is a substance and a person, a beginning and an end, something hidden within nature and something discovered within the seeker. The symbol refuses simplification because the psychological reality it expresses cannot be adequately divided into separate concepts. It gradually becomes apparent that the stone functions less as an object than as a center of symbolic gravity. Every stage of the alchemical work ultimately points toward it. Every purification, dissolution, conjunction, and transformation derives its meaning from the possibility that the stone may finally emerge. The symbol therefore organizes the entire process without being fully visible until its conclusion. In this respect, it closely resembles the psychological movement Jung observed throughout analytical practice. Dreams often introduce images whose significance remains obscure for months or years, only revealing their central importance after the surrounding symbolic sequence has unfolded. Meaning is not given all at once. It slowly gathers around a hidden center until the entire process becomes retrospectively intelligible. This also explains why the philosopher's stone repeatedly appears as something simultaneously discovered and created. The contradiction is only apparent. The alchemist believed he was producing the stone through disciplined labor, yet he also insisted that its appearance depended upon forces beyond human control. Success required technical effort, patience, moral endurance, and careful observation, but none of these alone guaranteed completion. The decisive transformation seemed to occur according to a principle that exceeded deliberate intention. From a psychological perspective, this reflects one of Jung's most consistent observations about individuation. Conscious participation is indispensable, yet the deepest reorganizations of personality cannot simply be manufactured through willpower. They emerge when consciousness enters into relationship with processes already unfolding beneath its awareness. Another striking feature of the alchemical descriptions is the extraordinary reverence surrounding the stone. It is not treated merely as the successful outcome of an experiment. It is approached with language ordinarily reserved for sacred realities. It heals what has become divided. It reconciles opposing principles. It restores completeness where fragmentation once prevailed. Again and again the texts surround it with images of light, incorruptibility, permanence, and living presence. Such descriptions suggest that the alchemists gradually transferred into the stone qualities that earlier religious traditions had associated with divine figures. The laboratory became the setting in which hopes once directed toward heaven were silently projected into the hidden depths of matter. Jung regarded this transformation as psychologically inevitable. As traditional religious symbols gradually lost their immediate experiential force within parts of Western culture, the unconscious did not abandon its symbolic activity. It sought new forms through which the same psychological realities could continue expressing themselves. Alchemy became one of those forms. The philosopher's stone therefore occupies a unique historical position. It stands at the intersection of religion, philosophy, natural science, and psychology, preserving within a single image aspirations that had previously been distributed across several symbolic systems. Its extraordinary richness reflects the convergence of those traditions rather than the triumph of any one of them. Seen from this perspective, the search for the philosopher's stone begins to resemble something profoundly different from the popular legend that survived into modern culture. It is no longer the story of individuals obsessed with miraculous wealth. It becomes the story of humanity attempting to discover whether nature itself concealed a principle of wholeness capable of overcoming fragmentation, corruption, and incompleteness. The alchemists believed they were searching for that principle within matter. Jung's great insight was to recognize that, while their furnaces certainly contained metals, the deepest object of the search had quietly migrated elsewhere. The stone had become the symbolic image through which the unconscious represented its own hidden center, the possibility that beneath the divided surface of conscious life there already existed an ordering principle patiently drawing the personality toward a more complete form of existence. The work that transforms the worker. Among the many paradoxes preserved within the alchemical tradition, perhaps none is more revealing than the relationship between the work and the worker. At first glance, the goal appears entirely objective. A substance must be purified. A transformation must occur inside the vessel. Certain materials must pass through carefully prescribed operations until they finally reach their perfected state. Yet as one reads further into the texts, another movement gradually becomes impossible to ignore. The investigator himself begins changing alongside the experiment. His patience, moral discipline, emotional endurance, capacity for observation, and relationship with uncertainty become inseparable from the success of the work. The laboratory no longer contains only an experiment upon matter. It quietly becomes an experiment upon the human being conducting it. This gradual convergence between the external process and the internal life of the alchemist cannot be dismissed as literary embellishment. Again and again the texts insist that the work demands qualities that are not merely technical but psychological. Impatience corrupts the process. Pride blinds the investigator. Excessive certainty becomes an obstacle rather than an advantage. The successful alchemist is repeatedly described less as a brilliant technician than as someone capable of enduring long periods of uncertainty without abandoning careful attention to what is unfolding before him. Such descriptions are striking because they anticipate one of Jung's central observations about psychological development. Genuine transformation rarely occurs through force. It unfolds through sustained participation in a process whose direction cannot be completely controlled by conscious intention. This is precisely why the alchemical work occupies such an unusual position within intellectual history. It is neither passive contemplation nor mechanical production. The investigator cannot simply wait for nature to reveal its secrets, nor can he impose his will upon matter through technical mastery alone. He occupies an intermediate position in which observation and participation become inseparable. Every action influences the unfolding process, yet the decisive transformation always appears to depend upon something beyond deliberate control. The work, therefore, demands a psychological attitude fundamentally different from domination. It requires cooperation with a reality that possesses its own rhythm, its own timing, and its own internal necessity. Jung recognized the profound significance of this attitude because it mirrored the experience of analytical psychology itself. Individuals entering analysis naturally expect that insight alone will resolve their difficulties. They seek explanations, techniques, or decisive moments capable of producing immediate change. Yet the deeper movement of the psyche consistently resists such expectations. Understanding certainly matters, but understanding does not command transformation. Dreams continue unfolding according to their own sequence. Symbols appear when the unconscious is prepared to reveal them, not when the ego demands clarification. The individual gradually discovers that psychological development resembles cultivation far more than construction. One participates in growth. One does not manufacture it. The alchemical texts repeatedly return to this lesson through symbolic language. Nature must be assisted rather than conquered. Fire must be maintained with extraordinary precision, neither too weak nor too intense. Substances require time to undergo their hidden transformations. Premature intervention destroys what patience might have completed. Every image quietly teaches the same psychological principle. Human consciousness becomes most effective when it abandons the fantasy of absolute control and learns instead to recognize the rhythms through which transformation naturally unfolds. The laboratory, therefore, becomes a school of perception. It educates the investigator not only about matter, but about the limits of conscious will itself. This helps explain why failure occupies such an important place throughout alchemical literature. Failed experiments are rarely treated as meaningless disappointments. They become opportunities for deeper observation. Unexpected reactions reveal hidden properties. Apparent setbacks expose assumptions that previously remained invisible. The process continually humbles the investigator, forcing him to relinquish theories that reality refuses to confirm. Such humility is not presented as moral virtue alone. It becomes an epistemological necessity. Only a consciousness capable of surrendering its premature conclusions can remain sufficiently open to recognize what nature is actually revealing. From Jung's perspective, this dynamic possesses unmistakable psychological significance. The unconscious continually frustrates the ego's desire for certainty because genuine development requires consciousness to outgrow the structures through which it initially understood itself. Every symbolic crisis interrupts an established identity. Every unexpected dream challenges an existing interpretation. Every new image forces consciousness to reconsider what previously appeared complete. Individuation therefore advances through successive experiences of disillusionment, not because the psyche delights in confusion, but because each relinquished certainty creates space for a more comprehensive organization of personality to emerge. Seen in this light, the alchemical work becomes something far more profound than an obsolete scientific practice. It represents one of history's earliest sustained attempts to participate consciously in a transformative process whose deepest laws remained invisible to the investigator himself. The alchemist believed he was perfecting matter. Jung recognized that the symbolic structure of the work pointed toward another perfection altogether. Every operation quietly educated the observer, gradually reshaping his relationship with uncertainty, limitation, patience, and inner change. Long before psychology possessed a vocabulary for individuation, the laboratory had already become a place where the human soul unknowingly rehearsed its own transformation, discovering through the slow discipline of the work that the greatest changes are rarely imposed upon reality, but patiently allowed to emerge from within it. The legacy of a language that refused to die. The decline of alchemy is often described as one of history's clearest examples of intellectual replacement. Chemistry succeeded where alchemy failed. Experiment displaced speculation. Quantitative observation replaced symbolic interpretation. From the standpoint of scientific progress, the transition appears complete. Yet history rarely abandons a symbolic language as thoroughly as it abandons an outdated scientific theory. The laboratory disappeared, but the images remained. The furnace continued burning in literature. The mysterious vessel reappeared in religious art. The philosopher's stone survived in myth, poetry, and folklore. Even those who no longer believed in alchemy continued finding themselves fascinated by its symbols. Something within the tradition had escaped the fate of its cosmology. Its psychological vitality proved remarkably resistant to historical change. This persistence raises an important question. Why do symbolic systems outlive the intellectual frameworks that originally produced them? Outdated scientific theories normally disappear once more convincing explanations become available. No one continues defending obsolete astronomical models merely because they possess historical charm. Symbols behave differently. They survive intellectual revolutions because their primary function is not explanatory. They organize experience. They give form to realities that continue existing regardless of the conceptual language through which those realities are interpreted. When a civilization abandons one worldview, the underlying psychological experiences do not disappear with it. They simply seek new symbolic expressions capable of carrying the same emotional and existential significance. Alchemy illustrates this process with unusual clarity. Its scientific assumptions gradually lost credibility, yet its symbolic imagination continued influencing Western culture long after the furnaces had gone cold. Writers, painters, philosophers, and mystics repeatedly returned to its imagery because the symbols addressed questions that chemistry could neither confirm nor eliminate. Human beings still experience fragmentation. They still long for integration. They still struggled with contradiction, suffering, mortality, and the possibility of inner transformation. The symbolic vocabulary of alchemy remained compelling because it described movements of the psyche rather than merely operations upon matter. The historical framework changed. The psychological drama continued. Jung regarded this continuity as evidence that symbolic traditions preserve something fundamentally different from intellectual doctrines. Ideas persuade the mind. Symbols organize the personality. A philosophical argument may become obsolete when new evidence emerges. A genuine symbol remains alive because it continues mediating experiences that every generation must confront anew. This explains why the same images repeatedly reappear across different historical periods without simply repeating their original meanings. The vessel becomes a literary motif. The stone becomes a religious metaphor. Fire becomes an image of psychological purification. The symbolic forms evolve while their underlying function remains astonishingly stable. They continue serving as bridges between conscious understanding and realities that cannot be fully contained by conceptual thought. Seen from this perspective, alchemy occupies a unique position within the history of Western consciousness. It represents one of the last great intellectual systems in which symbolic imagination and empirical observation still belong to a single world. Modernity would eventually separate those domains with extraordinary success. Science refined its methods by abandoning symbolic interpretation. Psychology, much later, rediscovered the symbolic dimension by turning its attention inward rather than outward. Between these two developments stands alchemy, preserving the historical moment in which both movements remained inseparably intertwined. Its greatest cultural significance may therefore lie not in the answers it offered, but in the questions it refused to abandon. Those questions remain surprisingly contemporary. What is transformation? Can a human being become more psychologically complete? Why do certain symbolic images continue appearing whenever profound change unfolds? What relationship exists between conscious effort and processes that seem to develop independently of conscious intention? These questions have not disappeared with the rise of modern science because they do not primarily concern physical reality. They concern the structure of subjective existence itself. The symbolic language changes from one era to another, yet the underlying experiences continue demanding expression. In that sense, every age unconsciously creates its own alchemy. This realization also illuminates the extraordinary ambition of Jung's project. He was not attempting to resurrect medieval cosmology or persuade modern readers to believe in forgotten chemical doctrines. His aim was considerably more subtle. By interpreting alchemical symbolism psychologically, he sought to recover an immense archive documenting the spontaneous activity of the unconscious long before psychology existed as a discipline. The alchemists unknowingly became historians of the psyche. Their projections preserved patterns that modern individuals continue encountering in dreams, fantasies, and moments of profound psychological transformation. Analytical psychology, therefore, does not replace alchemy. It reveals why alchemy remained symbolically alive even after its scientific worldview had passed into history. The enduring legacy of alchemy is therefore neither gold nor chemistry. It is a way of recognizing that symbolic life possesses its own continuity across civilizations. Human beings repeatedly generate images that exceed their immediate historical circumstances because the unconscious continues organizing experience according to patterns that are older than any single culture. The furnace, the vessel, the stone, and the mysterious work all survive because they point toward movements that remain permanently available within psychic life. Once this becomes visible, alchemy no longer appears as a failed attempt to understand matter. It becomes one of the most remarkable testimonies to humanity's long, patient effort to understand itself, preserving in symbolic form a psychological knowledge that history forgot just long enough for psychology to discover it again. The gold that could never be measured. Every age inherits the temptation to mistake its own language for reality itself. The alchemists believed the deepest mysteries of existence revealed themselves through matter. Modern civilization has often assumed that those same mysteries dissolve under sufficiently precise measurement. Both positions contain genuine insight. Both also contain unavoidable limitations. The history of alchemy reminds us that human beings never encounter the world through observation alone. They encounter it through symbols, expectations, desires, fears, and unconscious structures that quietly organize perception long before conscious explanation begins. The laboratory changed history because it transformed chemistry. It also preserved, without intending to do so, one of the richest symbolic archives ever produced of the human mind attempting to understand itself. Jung's encounter with these forgotten manuscripts therefore represents far more than an unusual episode in the history of psychology. It marks the rediscovery of a conversation interrupted by the emergence of modern science. The symbolic world abandoned by chemistry did not disappear. It merely changed its location. The furnaces fell silent, but dreams continued producing mysterious vessels. The laboratories closed, yet the psyche continued presenting images of purification, conjunction, death, renewal, and hidden treasure. The philosopher's stone ceased to occupy the imagination of natural philosophers, while quietly reappearing as an image of psychological wholeness within individuals who had never read a single alchemical text. The unconscious had never abandoned the symbolic language. Only consciousness had forgotten how to hear it. This realization transforms the historical significance of alchemy. Its value no longer depends upon whether its practitioners succeeded in producing physical gold. That question, while historically understandable, ultimately misses the deeper achievement preserved within the tradition. The alchemists unknowingly documented the structure of a psychological process whose reality does not depend upon medieval cosmology. Their symbols continue speaking because they describe movements that remain permanently available within the human psyche. The operations of the work, the mysterious vessel, the transformative fire, the hidden substance awaiting perfection, each belongs to a symbolic vocabulary through which the unconscious continues expressing experiences that ordinary conceptual language struggles to contain. Perhaps this explains why the history of ideas rarely unfolds through simple replacement. Chemistry did not invalidate everything alchemy had preserved. It solved a different set of questions. Science became extraordinarily successful by restricting itself to the measurable properties of matter. Psychology later entered the territory that science had deliberately left aside, asking how human beings experience meaning, transformation, projection, imagination, and symbolic life. What appeared to be the death of one discipline quietly became the unfinished beginning of another. Alchemy occupied the threshold between those worlds, preserving materials whose full significance could only emerge once the language of analytical psychology became available. This perspective also reveals something essential about Jung's understanding of the unconscious. The psyche is not merely reactive. It does not simply record external events or compensate for conscious attitudes. It actively generates symbolic forms through which development becomes possible. The unconscious thinks in images because images preserve relationships that abstract concepts inevitably fragment. A symbol does not merely explain reality. It reorganizes the one who encounters it. That is why genuine symbols survive historical change. They remain psychologically alive long after the intellectual systems surrounding them have disappeared. Their function has never depended upon historical belief alone. It depends upon the enduring structures of psychic life from which they continually arise. Seen in this light, the philosopher's stone acquires its final meaning. It is neither an object hidden somewhere within nature, nor simply an allegory invented by imaginative thinkers. It becomes the symbolic expression of humanity's oldest intuition, that beneath the fragmented surface of conscious existence there exists the possibility of a deeper order waiting to emerge. Every stage of the alchemical work reflects an aspect of that intuition. Every apparent contradiction preserved within the manuscripts mirrors the contradictions encountered by consciousness whenever it approaches genuine transformation. The search for gold ultimately conceals another search altogether, one directed toward a form of completeness that cannot be purchased, manufactured, or imposed through force, but only discovered through participation in a process larger than the individual will itself. That is why alchemy continues to matter, not because its furnaces still burn, not because its formulas might yet conceal forgotten scientific secrets, but because it reminds us that the human soul has always attempted to describe its own transformation long before it possessed a psychological vocabulary capable of recognizing what it was doing. Across centuries of symbols, visions, experiments, failures, and astonishing acts of imagination, the alchemists preserved the traces of an invisible journey whose destination was never simply the perfection of matter. It was the gradual revelation that the greatest mystery hidden within the laboratory had always been the one standing before the furnace, patiently searching the depths of the world while unknowingly searching the hidden depths of himself. Prima Materia and the living stone. There are moments in intellectual history when a single idea begins to absorb an astonishing number of meanings without ever becoming any easier to define. Instead of growing clearer through investigation, it becomes increasingly elusive. Every attempt at precision seems only to multiply its possible identities. It appears under one name in a religious text, another in a philosophical treatise, another inside a laboratory notebook, and still another within myth. At first, this proliferation looks like confusion. Surely, if generations of scholars cannot even agree on the object of their search, then the search itself must have been misguided. Yet there are occasions when the opposite is true. Sometimes the inability to define a thing reveals not intellectual failure, but the presence of a reality too complex to be exhausted by a single description. Few ideas illustrate this paradox more completely than the Prima Materia, the mysterious substance standing at the foundation of the entire alchemical enterprise. Every genuine transformation begins with it. Every successful work depends upon it. Every alchemist insists that nothing can proceed until it has first been discovered. And yet, the more closely one examines the historical record, the stranger the situation becomes. There is almost no agreement concerning what the Prima Materia actually is. One writer identifies it with quicksilver, another with lead, another with gold. Others insisted as salt, sulfur, iron, water, blood, poison, cloud, sea, earth, moon, dragon, mother, chaos, spirit, or even the human being himself. Instead of converging toward a common definition, the tradition expands into an almost endless constellation of symbolic identities. To the modern scientific imagination, such inconsistency appears almost disqualifying. Knowledge is expected to reduce uncertainty. Better observation should eliminate contradiction rather than encourage it. Yet the alchemists seemed entirely comfortable allowing the central substance of their discipline to possess dozens of incompatible descriptions simultaneously. They rarely behaved as though these contradictions threatened the coherence of their work. If anything, they appeared to regard the multiplication of images as evidence that they were approaching something whose true nature resisted ordinary language. The Prima Materia could not be imprisoned inside a single concept because every concept illuminated only one face of a reality whose totality remained hidden. It is here that Jung recognizes something profoundly important. The endless succession of names does not merely reveal the history of alchemical speculation. It reveals the peculiar behavior of the unconscious whenever it attempts to represent experiences that have not yet become fully conscious. Dreams behave in much the same way. A single psychological reality rarely appears through one stable image. It changes form from night to night. It may first emerge as an animal, then as a child, then as a landscape, then as a forgotten building. Consciousness naturally mistakes these symbols for separate events. Only later does it discover that every image had been circling the same invisible center from the beginning. This observation quietly transforms the entire investigation. The question is no longer whether the alchemists correctly identified the prima materia. A more revealing question begins to emerge. Why does the human mind repeatedly produce an inexhaustible series of symbols whenever it approaches certain psychological realities? The answer cannot be found by choosing one definition over another. The contradictions themselves become the evidence. They suggest that symbolic imagination functions differently from rational description. It does not narrow possibilities until only one remains. It accumulates perspectives around a hidden center, allowing each image to express something that every previous image necessarily left unsaid. One cannot help but admire the strange honesty preserved within these ancient manuscripts. The alchemists never pretend that the mystery has finally been solved. Their confidence concerns the existence of the prima materia, not its complete description. They know it is indispensable. They know every transformation depends upon it. They also know that language continually fails when attempting to capture it directly. Rather than concealing that failure, they preserve it. Generation after generation contributes another metaphor, another symbol, another astonishing synonym, until the growing abundance of images begins revealing something unexpected. Perhaps the mystery was never hidden behind the symbols at all. Perhaps it could only exist through them. That possibility marks the true beginning of Jung's psychological reading of alchemy. The prima materia ceases to appear as a forgotten chemical substance waiting to be rediscovered inside medieval laboratories. It becomes the first great indication that the alchemists were struggling with a phenomenon whose deepest location was never entirely external. Their furnaces certainly contained metals, minerals, and liquids, but their imagination continually surrounded those materials with symbolic meanings whose richness far exceeded practical chemistry. The substance they sought remained unknown precisely because it carried everything consciousness had not yet recognized within itself. The search for the first material, therefore, becomes something far more unsettling than a scientific problem. It becomes the search for the hidden beginning of psychological transformation itself, a beginning that can be approached from countless directions, yet never fully possessed by any single definition. The search for what already exists. The remarkable feature of the prima materia is not merely that it possesses countless names. It is that nearly every alchemist insists it is astonishingly close at hand. Again and again the texts repeat the same curious idea. The first substance is neither rare nor exotic. It is not hidden in distant lands, nor protected inside inaccessible temples. It surrounds ordinary life. It exists everywhere, yet almost no one recognizes it. The contradiction is immediately striking. How can something be universally present and almost universally overlooked? The answer proposed by the alchemical tradition quietly shifts the problem away from the substance itself and toward perception. The obstacle is not absence. It is recognition. This peculiar logic appears repeatedly throughout the literature. The alchemist is encouraged to search for what everyone else ignores, to value what appears worthless, to look beneath what has already been rejected or discarded. The language often sounds almost deliberately paradoxical. The most precious substance hides beneath the appearance of the most ordinary. The beginning of perfection disguises itself as imperfection. Treasure presents itself as refuse. The symbolic movement is remarkably consistent. Consciousness naturally overlooks the very thing upon which transformation depends because it searches according to habits that have already become too narrow to perceive what lies directly before it. One begins to recognize that these texts are describing more than a technical operation. They are describing a psychological event. Human attention is never neutral. It constantly organizes reality according to expectations inherited from culture, education, ambition, and habit. Certain things immediately attract attention because they appear valuable. Others disappear into the background because they seem too common to deserve serious observation. Yet the unconscious rarely obeys these hierarchies. Again and again, it introduces decisive symbols through apparently insignificant details, forgotten memories, ordinary objects, or neglected aspects of personality that consciousness has learned to dismiss. What appears psychologically insignificant often conceals precisely the material from which genuine transformation must begin. This observation explains why the Prima Materia is so frequently associated with images of darkness, chaos, decay, and impurity. The modern mind instinctively treats these descriptions as evidence that the alchemists simply lacked scientific knowledge. Jung reads them differently. The symbolism reflects the ordinary attitude of consciousness toward everything it has failed to integrate. Whatever remains unconscious is naturally experienced as confused, primitive, contradictory, or threatening. It does not initially appear as hidden wisdom. It appears as disorder. The first substance therefore enters symbolic life wearing the face of everything the ego prefers not to acknowledge. This reversal possesses enormous psychological importance. Most conceptions of perfection imagine movement upward, toward increasing purity, clarity, or transcendence. The alchemical imagination repeatedly begins in the opposite direction. Before ascent comes descent. Before illumination comes confrontation with what appears obscure. Before the emergence of gold comes prolonged engagement with material that seems almost devoid of value. The symbolic sequence refuses the fantasy of immediate elevation because it understands that nothing genuinely new can emerge from a consciousness unwilling to encounter the neglected foundations upon which its own identity has quietly been constructed. It is impossible not to notice how closely this resembles the structure of dreams. Rarely does the unconscious introduce its most important material through heroic figures or moments of obvious revelation. More often it begins with basements, abandoned houses, muddy landscapes, broken tools, forgotten relatives, strange animals, or unsettling encounters with figures the dreamer instinctively avoids. Consciousness initially experiences these images as interruptions. Only much later does it recognize that the dream had quietly directed attention toward exactly those regions where psychological development had been waiting all along. The unconscious almost never begins where the ego expects transformation to occur. The alchemists preserve this insight through an astonishing abundance of symbolic names. The prima materia is repeatedly identified with substances regarded as impure, contaminated, incomplete, or formless. At first glance, these descriptions seem inconsistent with the magnificent transformations the work ultimately promises. Yet the contradiction is only superficial. Transformation can only begin where reality actually exists. If consciousness starts from an idealized image of itself, then every subsequent development becomes imitation rather than genuine change. The first substance must therefore remain close to the raw conditions of existence, untouched by the comforting illusions through which the personality ordinarily protects itself. Jung recognized that this symbolism reveals one of the deepest characteristics of psychological life. The unconscious does not organize itself according to moral preference. It preserves everything: memory, instinct, fear, forgotten potential, rejected identity, creative possibility, shame, longing, aggression, tenderness, contradiction, all remain present whether consciousness acknowledges them or not. The material necessary for transformation has therefore always existed. Nothing essential needs to be imported from outside the personality. What is required is a different relationship with what has already been there from the beginning. The search gradually becomes less archaeological than perceptual. One does not discover an unknown substance. One learns to recognize what ordinary perception had rendered invisible. Perhaps this explains why the alchemical writers repeatedly describe the prima materia as something hidden in plain sight. Such language is not merely poetic exaggeration. It reflects a psychological law that remains remarkably familiar. The most decisive elements of human life often become invisible through excessive familiarity. Identity hardens into routine. Habit conceals possibility. The ego grows increasingly confident that it already knows what belongs within the boundaries of the self, while everything excluded quietly accumulates beneath consciousness, waiting for circumstances capable of making it visible again. The first substance occupies precisely this hidden territory. It remains everywhere because nothing essential has ever truly disappeared from psychic life. It remains unknown because consciousness has not yet developed the symbolic vision necessary to recognize the value concealed within what it has spent years learning to overlook. The darkness from which every transformation begins. One of the most persistent misconceptions surrounding alchemy is the belief that its central aspiration was the immediate production of perfection. Gold has long occupied the imagination as the final objective, and because the conclusion appears so luminous, it is easy to assume that the process itself must begin from an equally elevated point. The alchemical texts suggest precisely the opposite. Again and again they insist that the beginning of the work lies in what appears least promising. The prima materia is repeatedly described through images of darkness, corruption, confusion, fragmentation, and apparent worthlessness. Rather than avoiding these conditions, the alchemist is instructed to seek them out, because only there can the work genuinely commence. This reversal possesses extraordinary psychological significance. Human consciousness naturally identifies itself with what appears coherent, admirable, and socially recognizable. Identity becomes organized around accomplishments, beliefs, virtues, and carefully maintained self-images. Everything incompatible with those images gradually disappears from conscious life. Fear retreats into the background. Contradiction becomes rationalized. Aggression disguises itself as principle. Vulnerability is mistaken for weakness. None of these rejected elements cease to exist. They simply lose their place within the conscious narrative of the personality. The psyche remains whole. Consciousness merely becomes selective. It is precisely this forgotten territory that the symbolism of the prima materia repeatedly evokes. The darkness described by the alchemists is not simply the absence of light. It represents a condition in which distinctions have not yet emerged, where opposing possibilities remain entangled, where form has not yet separated itself from potential. Such descriptions frequently resemble ancient accounts of primordial chaos, not because the alchemists wished to return the world to disorder, but because every genuine beginning requires contact with a level of reality that precedes the stable structures consciousness later constructs. Before something new can acquire form, it must first exist as possibility. Jung recognized that dreams obey exactly the same logic. When the unconscious begins preparing a major psychological transformation, it rarely introduces images of immediate harmony. Instead, dreams often become more confusing than before. Familiar places deteriorate. Known relationships lose their stability. The dreamer encounters darkness, labyrinths, strange landscapes, threatening animals, or forgotten buildings filled with neglected rooms. Consciousness naturally interprets such imagery as evidence that something has gone wrong. Yet the symbolic process suggests another interpretation. The previous organization of personality is no longer sufficient. Before a more comprehensive order can emerge, the existing structure must loosen its hold upon experience. The apparent increase in confusion often marks the beginning of reorganization rather than its failure. This explains why alchemical literature continually refuses to idealize purity at the outset of the work. Purification belongs to the process, not to the point of departure. The first substance must remain mixed, contradictory, and unresolved because it contains possibilities that have not yet differentiated themselves. If the alchemist were to begin with material already perfected, there would be no transformation to perform. Likewise, psychological development cannot begin from an idealized version of the personality. It must begin from the actual condition in which conscious and unconscious life presently exist, regardless of how incomplete, conflicted, or uncomfortable that condition may appear. Perhaps this is why the alchemical texts repeatedly associate the Prima Materia with substances regarded as impure or even repulsive. Modern readers often dismiss such descriptions as primitive chemistry or symbolic excess, yet their psychological coherence is remarkable. The unconscious consistently introduces decisive material through experiences consciousness would prefer to reject. Shame frequently conceals unrealized strength. Failure exposes hidden assumptions that success leaves untouched. Anxiety reveals attachments that confidence effortlessly conceals. The psyche continually demonstrates that what appears least valuable from the perspective of the ego may possess the greatest transformative potential. This inversion also challenges one of the deepest habits of human thought. Most people imagine development as the gradual accumulation of superior qualities. One becomes wiser by adding knowledge, stronger by acquiring discipline, happier by obtaining desired circumstances. The alchemical imagination presents a far more unsettling picture. Transformation often begins not through acquisition, but through confrontation. Before anything new can be integrated, consciousness must first encounter what it has excluded from its own understanding of itself. Growth therefore proceeds through expansion rather than replacement. Nothing essential is discarded. Previously disconnected elements gradually enter into relationship with one another until a more complete organization of the personality becomes possible. Jung regarded this symbolic movement as one of alchemy's greatest psychological discoveries. Long before analytical psychology possessed concepts capable of describing unconscious processes, the alchemists had already constructed an elaborate symbolic language for precisely this experience. They believed they were observing hidden properties within matter, yet the structure of their descriptions repeatedly mirrors the way psychological transformation unfolds. The work begins where consciousness least wishes to begin. It demands sustained attention toward what appears confused instead of immediate escape into clarity. The darkness is not the enemy of the work. It is its indispensable condition. Seen in this light, the Prima Materia ceases to be merely the first substance of alchemical theory. It becomes the symbolic representation of the human psyche before its hidden possibilities have acquired recognizable form. Everything necessary for transformation is already present, although nothing yet appears organized. Contradiction, uncertainty, instinct, imagination, memory, fear, longing, and unrealized potential exist together in an apparently chaotic state. The task is not to import something new into this condition, but to discover the concealed order capable of emerging from within it. The first substance, therefore, represents much more than a beginning. It represents the astonishing possibility that what consciousness initially experiences as disorder may already contain the invisible architecture of a more complete form of psychological life. The mystery that could only be spoken in symbols. As the alchemical tradition developed across the centuries, one curious phenomenon became increasingly impossible to ignore. The closer its authors believed they had come to understanding the Prima Materia, the less literal their language became. Instead of abandoning metaphor in favor of precision, they accumulated ever more elaborate symbolic descriptions. Dragons devoured themselves. Serpents coiled around hidden treasures. Waters became mothers. Kings died before returning to life. Stones grew like plants. Metals behaved as though they possessed intentions. Nature itself seemed populated by images that belonged simultaneously to mythology, religion, and laboratory observation. To modern readers, this progression appears almost backwards. Knowledge is expected to reduce symbolism. Alchemy seemed to produce exactly the opposite effect. This reversal becomes understandable only when one abandons the assumption that symbols exist merely to decorate ideas already fully understood. Jung recognized that the unconscious employs symbolic language for an entirely different reason. Certain psychological realities cannot initially appear as concepts because consciousness has not yet developed the structure necessary to contain them. An image therefore arrives before an explanation. The psyche first presents a dragon, a vessel, a tree, a sea, or an unknown child. Only much later does consciousness gradually discover what aspect of its own development those figures had been expressing from the beginning. The symbol does not conceal knowledge. It makes possible a relationship with realities that remain inaccessible to direct intellectual formulation. Seen from this perspective, the astonishing diversity of names given to the Prima Materia ceases to be evidence of historical confusion. Every symbolic identity captures one dimension of a process whose totality exceeds ordinary language. When the first substance is called water, attention shifts toward fluidity, dissolution, and potential. When it becomes earth, emphasis falls upon stability, fertility, and hidden depth. When it appears as poison, the symbol reveals the dangerous consequences of confronting unconscious material without preparation. When it becomes a dragon, the psyche expresses the overwhelming instinctive power guarding the threshold of transformation. None of these descriptions invalidate the others. Each illuminates one facet of an experience too complex to remain confined within a single image. The remarkable consistency of this symbolic method reveals something fundamental about the architecture of psychological life. Consciousness naturally prefers fixed definitions because they create stability. The unconscious prefers symbolic movement because development itself remains unfinished. Every symbol preserves a certain openness. It refuses complete closure. A dragon can terrify, protect, destroy, or conceal treasure depending upon the stage of the psychological process. Water may purify, dissolve, nourish, or drown. Darkness may represent ignorance, gestation, fear, or the fertile condition preceding new life. The symbolic imagination therefore mirrors the dynamic quality of the psyche itself. Psychological realities are never static. They continually change their significance as consciousness changes its relationship to them. One cannot help noticing how different this is from the way modern culture usually approaches identity. Contemporary thought often seeks definitive labels capable of explaining the individual once and for all. Personality becomes a category. Experience becomes diagnosis. Contradiction becomes something requiring immediate resolution. The alchemical imagination moves in the opposite direction. It assumes from the outset that the deepest realities cannot be exhausted by a final definition. Every genuine transformation alters the meaning of the symbols accompanying it. The image remains recognizable, yet its psychological function quietly evolves because the person encountering it has also evolved. This is precisely why Jung became convinced that alchemical symbolism preserves something far more enduring than medieval cosmology. Its images continue appearing because the unconscious continues generating them whenever similar psychological conditions arise. A modern dreamer may never have encountered an alchemical manuscript, yet still dreams of mysterious waters, hidden treasure beneath the earth, serpents, dark forests, ruined castles, or unknown substances demanding careful attention. These recurring forms do not prove historical influence. They suggest that the symbolic imagination repeatedly organizes itself around the same archetypal structures whenever consciousness approaches decisive moments of transformation. The Prima Materia therefore begins to occupy a remarkable psychological position. It is not simply the first stage of the alchemical work. It becomes the symbolic name for everything consciousness has not yet integrated into its own understanding of reality. It includes instinct before reflection, emotion before explanation, contradiction before synthesis, possibility before identity. It is simultaneously the oldest and the newest dimension of the personality, because it exists prior to every conscious reorganization, while continually giving birth to future forms of psychological life. Every transformation returns to it, because every transformation begins where certainty comes to an end. Perhaps this is why the alchemical writers consistently refused to define the first substance with final precision. To have done so would have destroyed the very phenomenon they were attempting to preserve. The Prima Materia remains psychologically alive only as long as it continues inviting new symbolic approaches. Once reduced to a fixed object, its transformative function disappears. The mystery survives because it mirrors the condition of the unconscious itself, endlessly productive, endlessly generative, forever presenting consciousness with realities that can be approached from many directions while never becoming completely exhausted by any single explanation. By the time this symbolic logic becomes visible, the entire alchemical enterprise has quietly changed its meaning. The search is no longer directed toward discovering a hidden material concealed somewhere in nature. It has become an exploration of the mysterious process through which the psyche gradually reveals to itself what had always been present but never consciously recognized. The first substance remains hidden not because it is physically inaccessible, but because consciousness must itself be transformed before it can perceive what has accompanied it from the very beginning. In that sense, the Prima Materia is not only the origin of the alchemical work. It is the symbolic threshold separating ordinary perception from the deeper psychological vision toward which the entire tradition has been moving all along. The beginning that never truly ends. One of the most surprising discoveries within the alchemical tradition is that the Prima Materia never entirely disappears from the work. At first, it seems reasonable to imagine that the first substance belongs only to the opening stages of transformation. Once the process begins, surely it is left behind in favor of progressively more refined conditions. Yet the alchemical texts repeatedly suggest something different. The beginning remains mysteriously present within every subsequent stage. The material changes, acquires new qualities, undergoes purification, dissolution, conjunction, and renewal, but it never ceases to be rooted in the original substance from which everything first emerged. The origin is not abandoned. It continues unfolding through increasingly complex forms. This insight possesses remarkable psychological depth. Consciousness often imagines development as escape from earlier conditions. Childhood is overcome by adulthood. Ignorance gives way to knowledge. Instinct yields to reason. The symbolic imagination preserved by alchemy presents a more subtle movement. Genuine transformation does not eliminate origins. It reorganizes them. Every mature psychological structure continues carrying within itself the material from which it first developed. What changes is not the existence of the original substance, but the relationship established with it. Chaos gradually becomes order without ceasing to contain the same fundamental energies. Instinct becomes consciousness without losing its vitality. The beginning survives inside the completion. Jung recognized this pattern repeatedly throughout analytical work. Individuals often entered analysis convinced that their psychological difficulties belonged entirely to the past. They hoped to leave childhood behind, eliminate painful memories, or permanently escape aspects of themselves they considered primitive or unacceptable. Yet the unconscious consistently resisted this fantasy of separation. Dreams did not encourage amnesia. They encouraged integration. Forgotten experiences returned, not to imprison the individual within the past, but to become consciously related to the present. The psyche appeared remarkably unwilling to discard any genuine part of itself. Instead, it continually sought more comprehensive forms of organization in which previously conflicting elements could coexist without mutual destruction. This explains why the Prima Materia is so often described as both humble and inexhaustible. However many transformations occur, the work never entirely outgrows its beginning. The first substance continues supplying the vitality from which every later stage derives its possibility. To reject it would be to sever the process from its own source. Such symbolism reveals an understanding of development that differs profoundly from the modern tendency to oppose higher and lower, refined and primitive, spiritual and material. Alchemy repeatedly insists that the highest realization cannot exist independently of the deepest foundation. Every ascent remains rooted in descent. Every completed form continues depending upon the invisible ground from which it first emerged. The symbolic language surrounding this process becomes increasingly striking. The Prima Materia is often portrayed as something simultaneously dead and alive, corrupt and fertile, hidden and omnipresent. These paradoxes are not rhetorical ornaments. They express the peculiar condition of unconscious life itself. Everything capable of future development already exists, though not yet in recognizable form. Potential appears lifeless because consciousness cannot yet perceive its movement. The seed resembles inert matter until conditions allow its hidden structure to unfold. Likewise, the unconscious preserves possibilities whose significance becomes visible only after the personality has undergone sufficient transformation to recognize what had quietly existed from the beginning. One cannot help noticing how radically this challenges ordinary notions of identity. The ego prefers stable definitions because they provide continuity. It wishes to know who it is, what it believes, and where it stands. The symbolic process described by alchemy repeatedly undermines such certainty. Identity appears less like a finished structure than an ongoing relationship with possibilities that continue emerging from deeper layers of psychic life. Every genuine transformation, therefore, requires a partial relinquishment of certainty. The individual does not become someone entirely different. Rather, previously hidden dimensions gradually enter conscious existence, altering the meaning of everything that had seemed permanently established. This movement also explains why the alchemical work was never understood as a simple sequence of technical procedures. Every stage altered the significance of the preceding stages. Earlier operations acquired new meaning in light of later developments. What initially appeared to be purification later revealed itself as preparation. What seemed to be failure became indispensable transition. The process continually reorganized its own history. Jung regarded this as one of the clearest indications that alchemical symbolism reflected psychological reality rather than merely chemical speculation. The unconscious behaves in precisely this manner. Every significant transformation retroactively changes the meaning of earlier experiences, allowing events that once appeared isolated to become visible as necessary moments within a much larger developmental pattern. Seen from this perspective, the Prima Materia becomes far more than the first material of the great work. It represents the inexhaustible foundation of psychic life itself. Every cycle of development returns to it, because every cycle begins from realities that consciousness has not yet fully assimilated. There is always another layer beneath the present identity, another possibility concealed beneath familiar habits, another dimension of experience waiting beyond established forms of understanding. The first substance, therefore, remains permanently contemporary. It belongs not only to medieval laboratories, but to every moment in which the human psyche approaches the threshold of transformation, discovering once again that the beginning has never truly been left behind, because it continues living quietly within everything the personality is still capable of becoming. Why the first substance never disappeared. It is tempting to believe that the fate of the Prima Materia was sealed the moment modern chemistry emerged. Once matter became an object of quantitative investigation rather than symbolic contemplation, the mysterious first substance seemed to lose the very environment in which it had flourished for centuries. The furnaces remained, but their meaning changed. Observation became increasingly precise. Chemical elements acquired stable definitions. Reactions could be measured, repeated, and verified independently of the observer's inner life. By every scientific standard, this represented an extraordinary achievement. Yet something remarkable happened in the midst of that intellectual transformation. The Prima Materia disappeared from chemistry, but it did not disappear from human experience. Its survival reveals something essential about the nature of symbols. Scientific concepts remain valuable only while they continue describing external reality more accurately than competing explanations. Symbols obey a different law. They survive because they organize psychological experience rather than empirical observation. Once a symbol has become attached to a recurring structure of human life, it can migrate across centuries, religions, philosophies, and artistic traditions without losing its essential vitality. Its outward appearance changes, but its psychological function remains astonishingly stable. This is precisely what happened to the Prima Materia. The language surrounding it evolved, yet the experience it attempted to describe continued emerging wherever individuals confronted the beginning of profound inner transformation. Jung understood that this persistence could not be explained by historical influence alone. Most modern individuals have never studied alchemical manuscripts. Many have never even heard the expression Prima Materia. Yet dreams continue presenting remarkably similar symbolic situations. Again and again the unconscious directs attention toward forgotten places, neglected objects, abandoned landscapes, hidden rooms beneath familiar houses, dark waters, strange animals, broken vessels, or substances whose significance remains mysterious until much later in the psychological process. These images perform the same symbolic function, once assigned to the first substance. They introduce consciousness to the raw material from which a new psychological organization will gradually emerge. The names have changed. The underlying movement has not. This continuity also illuminates why myths remain psychologically alive long after the civilizations that produced them have disappeared. Every culture eventually discovers its own symbolic language for beginnings. Some imagine primordial waters. Others describe sacred mountains, cosmic eggs, fertile darkness, dragons guarding hidden treasure, or worlds emerging from undifferentiated chaos. On the surface, these stories appear unrelated. Their theological and cosmological assumptions often differ dramatically. Yet beneath those historical variations lies the same recurring intuition. Every new order originates within a condition that initially appears confused, formless, or incomplete. Creation never begins from absolute perfection. It begins from possibility. The Prima Materia belongs to this universal symbolic family, serving as the alchemical expression of a psychological principle humanity has repeatedly rediscovered through many different cultural forms. One of the most striking consequences of Jung's interpretation is that it quietly restores symbolic dignity to experiences modern consciousness often dismisses as merely negative. Confusion, uncertainty, contradiction, emotional conflict, and periods of apparent inner disorganization cease to function exclusively as signs of failure. This does not romanticize suffering or deny the reality of psychological pain. Rather, it recognizes that the unconscious frequently begins its most important reorganizations precisely where conscious certainty has reached its limits. The symbolic value of darkness lies not in darkness itself, but in its capacity to conceal possibilities that have not yet acquired visible form. This insight helps explain why the alchemical tradition continues exerting fascination, even upon readers who reject its historical worldview. Few people today believe that metals literally strive toward perfection within hidden furnaces. Yet many immediately recognize the deeper movement expressed through such imagery. Human life repeatedly confronts moments in which established identities lose their coherence before something more comprehensive has appeared to replace them. Careers collapse. Relationships dissolve. Beliefs once regarded as unquestionable begin to fracture. The familiar psychological world enters a condition remarkably similar to the symbolic chaos described by the alchemists. At such moments, the ancient language suddenly feels unexpectedly contemporary because it addresses experiences that modern technical vocabulary often struggles to describe with equal richness. Perhaps this explains why analytical psychology found in alchemy something no purely scientific discipline could have preserved. Chemistry inherited the laboratory. Psychology inherited the symbols. Neither inheritance invalidates the other because each concerns a fundamentally different dimension of reality. One investigates the objective properties of matter. The other investigates the symbolic structures through which human beings experience transformation. The Prima Materia therefore survives not because medieval chemistry secretly anticipated modern psychology, but because the unconscious continued generating experiences that required symbolic representation long after the original scientific framework had disappeared. Seen from this broader perspective, the first substance ultimately represents much more than the beginning of the alchemical work. It becomes a cultural testimony to one of the deepest intuitions preserved throughout human history. Beneath every established identity, beneath every completed worldview, beneath every certainty consciousness eventually constructs, there remains an inexhaustible foundation from which new forms of psychological life continue emerging. The alchemists attempted to discover that foundation within matter. Jung recognized that its most enduring reality had always belonged elsewhere. The Prima Materia had become the symbolic name for the hidden ground of transformation itself, the living source from which every genuine encounter with the unknown quietly begins, regardless of the century, the civilization, or the language through which the human psyche attempts to tell its own story. The origin that lies within every transformation. By the end of the alchemical tradition's long meditation upon the Prima Materia, one unexpected conclusion quietly emerges. The greatest mystery was never the substance itself. Centuries of speculation produced hundreds of names, thousands of pages, and countless symbolic images, yet the true achievement of the tradition lies elsewhere. The alchemists succeeded in preserving a remarkably accurate intuition about the structure of transformation. Every genuine beginning emerges from material that consciousness initially misunderstands. Every new order grows from conditions that first appear disordered. Every completed form carries within it traces of the chaos from which it once arose. The Prima Materia survives history because it expresses this psychological law with extraordinary symbolic precision. Jung recognized that this intuition reaches far beyond the history of alchemy. It belongs to the fundamental architecture of psychic life. The unconscious never presents transformation as the simple acquisition of something absent. Instead, it repeatedly reveals that development depends upon establishing a new relationship with what has always existed beneath awareness. Dreams do not import foreign realities into the personality. They illuminate forgotten ones. Symbols do not manufacture hidden potential. They make visible what consciousness has previously overlooked. The beginning of psychological change therefore resembles recognition far more than invention. What appears entirely new often proves to have accompanied the individual from the very start, waiting only for the conditions under which it can finally be perceived. This perspective fundamentally alters the meaning of human development. Modern culture frequently imagines growth as continuous progress away from primitive origins. One leaves behind childhood, instinct, uncertainty, and contradiction in pursuit of increasing mastery over both the world and oneself. The symbolic language of alchemy proposes something more complex. Maturity does not consist in escaping one's beginnings. It consists in returning to them with a consciousness capable of recognizing meanings that remained invisible during the first encounter. The origin is not abandoned. It is gradually understood. The Prima Materia therefore continues accompanying the work because the source of transformation never ceases to participate in the transformation it makes possible. There is something quietly humbling about this realization. Consciousness prefers to imagine itself as the author of its own development. It celebrates intention, discipline, knowledge, and deliberate choice. All of these remain indispensable. Yet the alchemical imagination continually reminds the observer that the deepest movements of the psyche originate elsewhere. Before the ego formulates a plan, the unconscious has already begun reorganizing symbolic life. Before the intellect discovers a new explanation, dreams have often been preparing the necessary images for months or years. The visible achievements of consciousness emerge from processes whose first beginnings remain largely inaccessible to conscious control. The Prima Materia becomes the symbolic acknowledgement of that hidden precedence. Perhaps this explains why Jung found alchemy so indispensable to analytical psychology. The medieval texts did not merely preserve unusual symbols. They preserved a way of thinking capable of respecting mysteries without prematurely reducing them to fixed explanations. Modern psychology often faces the temptation to transform every symbolic experience into diagnostic language, every dream into interpretation, every contradiction into a problem awaiting solution. Alchemy demonstrates another possibility. It allows the symbol to remain alive long enough for its full psychological significance to unfold. It recognizes that some realities must first be lived before they can be understood. The first substance refuses final definition because psychological beginnings themselves remain permanently generative. Every conclusion eventually becomes the starting point for another cycle of transformation. This is why the Prima Materia continues speaking across centuries despite the disappearance of the scientific worldview from which it originally emerged. Its deepest meaning never depended upon medieval chemistry. It depended upon the recurring experience of human beings discovering that the material necessary for profound transformation has always existed within the very conditions they once regarded as incomplete, confused, or insignificant. The symbol survives because the experience survives. Every generation rediscovers it under different names, within different cultural forms, and through different psychological languages, yet the underlying movement remains remarkably unchanged. The alchemists believed they were searching for the first substance hidden within nature. Jung revealed that they had simultaneously preserved something even more enduring. They had unknowingly described the hidden beginning of every authentic encounter between consciousness and the unconscious. Beneath the endless succession of names, beneath dragons, waters, metals, darkness, and sacred vessels, one simple insight quietly persisted. Transformation never begins where the ego expects it to begin. It begins where life still exists in forms consciousness has not yet learned to recognize. That is the lasting legacy of the Prima Materia. It is not a forgotten chemical hypothesis, nor an obscure curiosity from the history of medieval thought. It is the symbolic reminder that every genuine renewal begins with a return to what appears most ordinary, most neglected, and most unresolved. Beneath the surface of the familiar, the psyche continues preserving the raw material of its own future. The first substance was never merely the beginning of the great work. It was the enduring image of a truth that analytical psychology would eventually rediscover in another language, that the deepest source of transformation is never created by consciousness. It is patiently uncovered, layer by layer, until what once appeared to be chaos reveals itself as the hidden foundation from which a more complete human being has always been struggling to emerge. Alchemy and the history of the human soul. There is a moment in Jung's exploration of alchemy when the entire landscape quietly changes. Until this point, the investigation has revolved around substances, transformations, symbols hidden within matter, and the mysterious prima materia from which every process begins. Even when those substances gradually revealed themselves as psychological realities disguised in chemical language, the center of gravity remained inside the laboratory. The vessels, the metals, the dissolutions, and the secret operations all belonged to a symbolic world that still appeared to emerge from the work of the alchemist himself. Then something unexpected happens. The symbols begin escaping the laboratory altogether. They appear in medieval churches. They emerge from Gnostic writings. They resurface in Persian cosmology, Jewish legend, Indian mythology, and Chinese philosophy. The same symbolic figures seem to migrate effortlessly across civilizations that shared neither language nor doctrine. A creature as improbable as the unicorn suddenly becomes impossible to dismiss as folklore. It appears wherever the human imagination attempts to describe a force that unites opposites, heals division, or mediates between instinct and spirit. What initially looked like an isolated medieval fantasy slowly reveals itself as one expression of a much older symbolic pattern, one that stretches across cultures with remarkable consistency. This realization transforms the question that has been guiding Jung's inquiry from the very beginning. The problem is no longer whether alchemical symbols possess psychological meaning. That much has already become increasingly difficult to deny. The deeper question now concerns their origin. Why do the same symbolic structures repeatedly emerge in civilizations separated by geography, religion, and history? Why should an image capable of expressing transformation in a medieval alchemical manuscript also appear within Christian allegory, ancient mythology, and sacred narratives that developed independently of one another? Historical influence alone cannot account for such remarkable convergence. Something older appears to be speaking through all of them. It is here that the unconscious begins occupying an entirely different position within the argument. Earlier chapters suggested that alchemists unknowingly projected psychic contents onto matter. Now the direction of inquiry reverses. Instead of asking how unconscious images entered alchemy, Jung begins asking whether alchemy itself was only one temporary language through which a far older symbolic process had been expressing itself all along. The laboratory ceases to be the birthplace of the symbols. It becomes one of their many temporary homes. Few ideas possess more unsettling implications than this. If symbolic patterns survive civilizations, then they cannot belong exclusively to any single religious tradition, philosophical system, or historical period. They precede them. Every culture inherits them, reshapes them, and believes it has discovered something entirely new, while unknowingly participating in a symbolic inheritance that reaches far beyond its own historical imagination. The unconscious no longer resembles a private reservoir of forgotten memories. It begins resembling the invisible matrix from which entire symbolic worlds repeatedly emerge. The unicorn becomes the ideal guide into this unfamiliar territory precisely because it appears so implausible. No ordinary animal could sustain the symbolic burden assigned to it across so many traditions. It heals poison. It represents purity while embodying immense instinctive force. It becomes Christ, Mercurius, the transformative spirit, the hidden substance, and the mediator between incompatible worlds. Such extraordinary symbolic flexibility immediately suggests that the creature itself is never the true subject. Like every genuine symbol, it points beyond its visible form towards psychological realities that continually require new images through which they can become imaginable. From this point forward, Jung's investigation enters perhaps its most ambitious stage. The question is no longer how alchemy illuminates psychology. It becomes how psychology explains the astonishing persistence of symbolic imagination itself. The laboratory, the church, myth, religion, and philosophy all begin converging toward a common source. Not because they secretly teach the same doctrines, but because they repeatedly encounter the same unconscious realities, each translating them into the symbolic language most natural to its own culture. The unicorn is only the first sign that the symbols themselves have begun leading the investigation beyond alchemy, toward the hidden architecture of the human psyche, from which every civilization has always been drawing without fully recognizing the origin of its own images. The unconscious as the source of every symbolic world. The transition that occurs at this point in Jung's argument is so subtle that it is easy to overlook its full significance. For much of psychology and alchemy, symbols have been approached as products of projection. The alchemist unconsciously attributed psychic realities to chemical substances, transforming laboratory operations into visible dramas of an invisible psychological process. This explanation already represented a profound shift away from the literal reading of alchemy. Yet it still left an important question unanswered. If projection explains how symbols become attached to matter, it does not explain where those symbols originate in the first place. What is the source from which they continually arise? Jung's answer is remarkably direct. Symbols are not inventions imposed upon experience by arbitrary imagination. They emerge from a level of psychic life that precedes conscious reflection itself. The unconscious is not merely a repository of forgotten memories or repressed emotions. It is the generative matrix from which symbolic forms continually emerge whenever consciousness approaches realities it cannot yet comprehend directly. Long before thought becomes capable of defining an experience, the unconscious has already begun surrounding it with images capable of carrying its emotional and psychological weight. Symbols, therefore, do not decorate reality. They prepare consciousness for realities that have not yet become intellectually accessible. This distinction changes everything. Modern thought often assumes that symbols are secondary. First comes the object, then the concept, and finally the metaphor used to describe it. Jung quietly reverses that sequence. The symbol frequently appears before conceptual understanding becomes possible. The unconscious thinks through images because images possess a flexibility that abstract definitions inevitably lose. A symbol can preserve contradiction without collapsing into confusion. It can unite incompatible qualities inside a single figure. It can evolve as consciousness evolves, revealing new dimensions without abandoning its earlier meanings. That extraordinary adaptability explains why symbolic figures survive historical change, while conceptual systems repeatedly become obsolete. The unicorn offers one of the clearest demonstrations of this principle. No one could mistake it for an ordinary zoological creature. Its significance has never depended upon biological existence. Instead, it repeatedly emerges wherever cultures seek an image capable of expressing an unusual combination of psychological qualities. It is fierce and pure, instinctive and sacred, untamable and yet willingly approaching innocence. Masculine in its penetrating force, while simultaneously participating in symbols associated with receptivity, healing, and spiritual renewal. These contradictions do not weaken the image. They make it psychologically indispensable. Only a symbol capable of containing opposing tendencies can adequately express realities whose deepest nature has not yet separated itself into fixed conceptual categories. It becomes increasingly apparent that Jung is describing a phenomenon extending far beyond alchemy itself. Once a symbol reaches sufficient psychological depth, it begins migrating through entirely different cultural systems without losing its essential function. Christianity receives it. Gnosticism reshapes it. Medieval alchemy transforms it again. Persian mythology discovers analogous forms. Jewish tradition preserves comparable images. Chinese cosmology develops its own symbolic equivalents. None of these traditions simply copies the others. Each encounters the same underlying psychological reality and translates it into its own symbolic language. Historical influence may explain particular details, but it cannot account for the remarkable persistence of the structural pattern itself. This persistence reveals one of the defining characteristics of the unconscious. Unlike conscious thought, which changes rapidly with intellectual history, unconscious symbolic structures display extraordinary continuity across time. Civilizations rise and disappear. Religions evolve. Philosophical systems replace one another. Scientific revolutions transform humanity's understanding of nature. Yet the symbolic imagination continues producing strikingly similar images whenever consciousness approaches fundamental experiences such as birth, death, sacrifice, integration, conflict, renewal, or transcendence. The external languages change. The underlying architecture remains astonishingly stable. Jung regarded this continuity as evidence that symbolic life possesses its own objective reality. Not objective in the sense that a physical object exists independently of observation, but objective in the sense that symbolic patterns repeatedly emerge regardless of the individual who encounters them. A person may never have read an alchemical manuscript, studied medieval theology, or explored comparative mythology, yet dreams frequently produce figures that participate in precisely the same symbolic structures. Dragons guard hidden treasure. Serpents surround sacred trees. Unknown children announce new beginnings. Waters conceal forgotten life. Strange animals mediate between instinct and consciousness. The unconscious continually rediscovers symbolic forms that entire civilizations had already encountered centuries before. This realization also explains why Jung refuses to interpret mythological images as primitive explanations of natural phenomena. Such an approach assumes that myths exist primarily to satisfy intellectual curiosity about the external world. Jung suggests something more profound. Myths organize psychological experience before they organize cosmology. They provide symbolic orientation within realities that consciousness cannot yet conceptualize. Whether a civilization speaks of dragons, unicorns, sacred trees, divine serpents, or miraculous stones, the essential question concerns neither biology nor history. It concerns the psychic conditions under which those images become necessary. The unicorn, therefore, becomes much more than one remarkable symbol among many. It demonstrates how the unconscious repeatedly condenses apparently incompatible meanings into a single figure without dissolving their tension. It heals poison while remaining associated with dangerous instinct. It represents spiritual purity without losing its immense vitality. It appears beside Christ, Mercurius, the philosopher's stone, and countless other transformative symbols because each participates in the same underlying psychological process. Different traditions emphasize different aspects, yet all continue orbiting a common symbolic center that no single doctrine completely exhausts. Perhaps the most fascinating consequence of this perspective is that it fundamentally alters the status of religious imagery itself. Jung does not ask whether these symbols are historically true in a theological sense, nor does he dismiss them as collective fantasy. Instead, he asks why they continue emerging wherever human beings attempt to express experiences that exceed ordinary consciousness. The answer leads inevitably back to the unconscious. Religious imagination becomes one of the primary languages through which the psyche communicates realities that have not yet acquired rational formulation. Theology, mythology, and alchemy cease competing with one another for exclusive truth. They become parallel symbolic expressions of psychological processes that existed long before any single cultural system attempted to describe them. By the end of this movement, the investigation has quietly expanded beyond every historical boundary that initially defined it. Alchemy no longer appears as the primary object of study. It becomes one chapter within a much larger history of symbolic consciousness. The laboratory joins the cathedral, the temple, the mythic landscape, and the dream as different theaters in which the same invisible drama repeatedly unfolds. The unconscious remains the unseen author behind each performance, continually generating symbols that migrate from culture to culture, century to century, carrying forward an ancient psychological language whose deepest source lies not in history itself, but in the enduring structures of the human psyche. The unicorn and the union of opposites. Among all the symbolic figures inherited by Western imagination, few possess a structure as psychologically sophisticated as the unicorn. At first glance, it appears almost in the form of the creature itself. Jung recognized that this persistence could not be explained by historical coincidence. The unicorn survives because it gives symbolic shape to a psychological problem that every culture eventually encounters. One of the first features that demands attention in the orderly world of civilization. Yet the same traditions insist that this overwhelming force willingly approaches innocence. Medieval legends repeatedly describe the unicorn resting peacefully in the presence of the more profound. The image stages an encounter between powers that ordinarily remain separated. Instinct does not disappear. Purity does not dominate through violence. Instead, an unexpected relationship becomes possible between dimensions of psychic life that consciousness usually experiences as incompatible. This symbolic pattern appears throughout analytical psychology in remarkably different forms. Dreams frequently present animals whose behavior cannot be understood according to ordinary biological expectation. A dangerous predator becomes unexpectedly protective. A frightening serpent reveals hidden wisdom. A threatening forest gradually transforms into a place of discovery rather than destruction. Such images do not erase instinctive energy. They reorganize the relationship consciousness establishes with it. The unconscious consistently avoids simplistic solutions in which one force merely conquers another. Instead, it seeks configurations capable of preserving tension while creating the possibility of integration. The unicorn embodies precisely this psychological achievement. It remains powerful because it has not been domesticated. It remains pure because its strength no longer exists in opposition to consciousness. The symbolism therefore resists two equally common mistakes. One attempts to suppress instinct in pursuit of spiritual perfection. The other glorifies instinct while dismissing reflective consciousness as artificial restraint. Neither satisfies the symbolic logic of the unicorn. The creature represents neither repression nor surrender. It represents transformation through relationship. What changes is not the existence of instinct, but the form through which instinct participates in psychic life. This helps explain why the unicorn repeatedly becomes associated with healing. Poison occupies an important place throughout medieval symbolism because it represents more than physical danger. Poison spreads invisibly, disrupting order from within. It contaminates what once appeared whole. Psychological life behaves in strikingly similar ways. Fear, resentment, shame, and unconscious conflict rarely announce themselves dramatically. They circulate quietly through the personality, altering perception long before consciousness recognizes their influence. The unicorn's miraculous ability to purify poisoned waters therefore acquires an unmistakable symbolic significance. Healing occurs not because destructive forces vanish, but because a deeper principle reorganizes the relationship between opposing tendencies until contamination no longer determines the entire system. One cannot help noticing how different this vision is from the modern desire for immediate psychological resolution. Contemporary culture often imagines health as the elimination of conflict. Contradiction becomes pathology. Ambivalence becomes weakness. The symbolic imagination preserved by the unicorn proposes something considerably more demanding. Conflict is not removed from the psyche. It becomes ordered around a more comprehensive center. Opposites continue existing, but they cease defining themselves exclusively through mutual exclusion. The symbol therefore points toward a form of psychological organization capable of containing tensions that ordinary consciousness instinctively attempts to dissolve. Jung's fascination with the unicorn ultimately rests upon this extraordinary capacity for symbolic mediation. The creature repeatedly appears wherever cultures attempt to imagine reconciliation without erasure. Religious traditions discover it while contemplating redemption. Alchemy encounters it during the search for the hidden substance capable of uniting divided principles. Mythology introduces analogous figures whenever instinct and transcendence threaten to become irreconcilable. Each tradition develops its own language, yet the underlying psychological structure remains astonishingly consistent. The unconscious continually generates symbols that refuse one-sided solutions because psychic life itself refuses such simplifications. By this stage of the investigation, the unicorn has quietly ceased being an object of mythological curiosity. It has become evidence for one of Jung's most far-reaching claims. Symbols endure because they preserve patterns of psychological organization rather than historical information. Every civilization inherits the challenge of relating consciousness to instinct, order to vitality, purity to power, and reflection to spontaneous life. The symbolic forms inevitably change, but the underlying conflict remains. The unicorn survives because it gives enduring shape to the possibility that these apparently incompatible forces need not destroy one another. Beneath its improbable appearance lies one of the oldest intuitions preserved by the human imagination, that genuine transformation is achieved not by eliminating opposition, but by discovering a form of wholeness spacious enough to contain it. Why the same symbol appears in every civilization. As Jung follows the symbolic history of the unicorn across different civilizations, an increasingly difficult question begins to emerge. If this creature appears only within one religious tradition, its meaning can be explained historically. If it belongs exclusively to medieval Europe, then medieval culture becomes sufficient to account for its existence. Yet that is not what the historical record reveals. The symbolic pattern extends far beyond Christianity. Comparable figures appear in Persian traditions, Indian religious literature, Jewish symbolism, Chinese mythology, and Gnostic speculation. The external forms differ. Certain details change according to cultural context, but the psychological function remains remarkably constant. The image continues appearing wherever human beings attempt to describe a mysterious force capable of mediating between instinct and transcendence, nature and spirit, chaos and order. This persistence forces the investigation beyond the ordinary explanations offered by intellectual history. Ideas certainly travel between civilizations. Religious traditions influence one another. Stories migrate through conquest, trade, translation, and cultural exchange. Jung never dismisses those historical processes, yet they cannot fully explain why the same symbolic structures repeatedly emerge, even where direct influence remains uncertain or incomplete. The similarities are often too fundamental to belong merely to imitation. They suggest that beneath cultural transmission there exists another process altogether, one through which the human psyche continually generates comparable symbolic forms whenever it encounters similar psychological conditions. This is precisely where the notion of the collective dimension of the unconscious becomes indispensable. Symbols are not preserved because humanity consciously agrees to remember them. They survive because each generation unconsciously recreates them. The psyche repeatedly organizes experience around patterns that existed long before the individual entered history. Every civilization, therefore, believes it is giving original expression to its own religious imagination, while simultaneously rediscovering symbolic structures that have accompanied humanity for millennia. What appears historically new often proves psychologically ancient. The unicorn illustrates this process with extraordinary clarity, because it is never merely an animal. It always occupies the threshold between worlds. In one tradition it mediates between divine purity and earthly life. In another it becomes associated with hidden wisdom. Elsewhere it represents the mysterious union of apparently incompatible principles. Sometimes it guards sacred reality. Sometimes it reveals it. The details shift continually, yet the underlying symbolic function refuses to disappear. Consciousness repeatedly returns to the same figure because the psychological task itself has not changed. Human beings continue searching for an image capable of expressing the possibility that the deepest divisions within existence may ultimately belong to a more comprehensive unity. One cannot help noticing how foreign this way of thinking has become to modern consciousness. Contemporary culture generally assumes that symbols possess whatever meaning individuals choose to assign them. Meaning appears subjective, negotiated, and historically contingent. Jung proposes something almost opposite. Genuine symbols are not freely invented. They impose themselves. They emerge spontaneously in dreams, religious imagination, artistic creation, and myth because they arise from structures deeper than deliberate intention. Their endurance does not depend upon cultural preference. It depends upon psychological necessity. This distinction explains why the symbolic imagination repeatedly produces images that no rational planner would deliberately design. A single horn projecting from the forehead of a white animal appears strangely arbitrary until one observes its symbolic behavior across centuries. The horn itself repeatedly signifies concentrated force, spiritual penetration, indivisible unity, and the capacity to overcome fragmentation. The whiteness evokes transformation rather than mere innocence, suggesting a condition in which instinct has not been extinguished but clarified. The solitary nature of the creature reflects another recurring psychological insight. The deepest encounters with transformation often separate the individual from ordinary collective identity before making possible a new relationship with the community itself. None of these meanings need to be consciously encoded by those who preserve the image. The unconscious quietly gathers them around the symbol over generations, because each contributes another dimension to the psychological reality the figure continues expressing. This cumulative process reveals why symbolic traditions become richer rather than simpler over time. Scientific concepts strive toward increasing precision by eliminating ambiguity. Symbols evolve through accumulation. Every civilization contributes another layer without erasing those that came before. The unicorn encountered in medieval alchemy therefore carries within itself echoes of religious, mythological, philosophical, and cultural developments extending across centuries. Its meaning cannot be reduced to any single historical moment, because the unconscious has continuously reorganized the image as new psychological experiences demanded expression. Jung found this process deeply significant because it demonstrated that the psyche possesses its own history, one that does not perfectly coincide with political or intellectual history. Empires rise and disappear. Languages transform. Religious institutions divide and reform. Yet symbolic life continues unfolding according to rhythms that remain surprisingly independent of those external changes. Dreams still generate figures resembling ancient myths. Religious visions still organize themselves around archetypal images whose origins disappear into prehistory. Artistic imagination repeatedly rediscovers symbolic configurations that seemed long forgotten. The unconscious behaves less like an archive preserving static memories than like a living source continually generating new expressions of very old psychological realities. By the time this broader perspective becomes visible, the unicorn has ceased functioning as the subject of Jung's inquiry. It has become evidence for something considerably larger. The true discovery is not the history of one remarkable symbol, but the realization that symbols themselves possess an astonishing capacity to outlive the civilizations through which they temporarily speak. They migrate because the unconscious migrates with humanity. Every culture becomes another attempt to articulate realities that consciousness can never fully capture through abstract thought alone. The symbolic imagination therefore survives every historical transformation because it originates from the only place history itself cannot exhaust, the enduring psychological structures through which human beings continue making sense of existence long after every particular worldview has begun to fade. The symbol that outlives religion. There comes a point in Jung's investigation when the question is no longer why certain symbols survive, but why they continue functioning long after the systems that once explained them have disappeared. The unicorn offers perhaps the clearest example of this extraordinary phenomenon. Few modern individuals accept the medieval cosmology within which the creature once lived. Even fewer believe in its literal existence. Yet the symbolic force of the image remains strangely intact. It continues appearing in literature, art, fantasy, dreams, and religious imagination without requiring belief in the historical worldview that originally surrounded it. This persistence reveals something essential. Symbols are not sustained by doctrine alone. They endure because they continue expressing psychological realities that remain active regardless of historical change. This realization fundamentally alters the relationship between religion and psychology. Religious traditions often appear to possess exclusive ownership over their symbols. The cross belongs to Christianity. The lotus belongs to Buddhism. The tree of life belongs to multiple ancient traditions. The unicorn appears within medieval Christian imagination. Yet Jung repeatedly demonstrates that these images refuse to remain confined within the institutional structures that preserve them. Their symbolic vitality consistently exceeds theological boundaries. They migrate because the unconscious continually rediscovers them wherever similar psychological conditions arise. A civilization may believe it has created a symbol. More often, it has inherited one whose deepest origins lie beyond recorded history. The unicorn therefore becomes an example of a much larger principle. Every culture develops symbolic languages through which the psyche attempts to organize its encounter with realities that exceed conceptual thought. Different religions formulate different doctrines concerning salvation, creation, or the nature of the divine. Their symbolic worlds often appear incompatible on the surface. Yet when one observes their recurring images rather than their explicit teachings, remarkable continuities begin to emerge. Sacred animals, miraculous births, hidden treasures, divine children, transformative waters, cosmic mountains, serpents, trees, radiant stones, and mysterious mediators appear with astonishing regularity across civilizations. The symbols change their clothing. Their psychological function remains surprisingly constant. This continuity becomes especially striking when one examines symbols associated with transformation. Human beings repeatedly imagine change through encounters between opposing principles. Heaven descends toward earth. Spirit enters matter. Instinct approaches consciousness. Death becomes the threshold of renewal rather than its opposite. The unicorn quietly participates in this immense symbolic family because it consistently mediates between worlds that ordinary consciousness insists upon separating. Its significance therefore extends far beyond the particular legends in which it appears. The creature becomes one expression of the psyche's enduring attempt to imagine wholeness without destroying difference. One cannot help admiring the extraordinary economy with which symbolic imagination accomplishes this task. Philosophical systems often require volumes of careful argument to describe relationships between opposing realities. The unconscious condenses the same psychological intuition into a single unforgettable image. A solitary animal, untamable yet peaceful, fierce yet pure, instinctive yet sacred. The symbol does not solve the contradiction intellectually. It makes the contradiction psychologically inhabitable. This may be one of the deepest functions symbols perform. They allow consciousness to remain in relationship with realities whose complexity exceeds rational formulation without demanding premature conceptual closure. Jung's interpretation also illuminates why symbolic decline so often accompanies periods of cultural disorientation. Whenever a civilization loses confidence in its inherited symbolic language, the underlying psychological realities do not disappear with it. They simply seek alternative forms of expression. Sometimes they emerge through artistic movements, sometimes through political mythologies, sometimes through ideological systems that unknowingly assume religious functions while denying every religious intention. The unconscious does not tolerate symbolic emptiness for very long. Whenever one symbolic order collapses, another gradually begins organizing itself around the same enduring structures of human experience. This observation lends alchemy an unexpectedly contemporary significance. Medieval alchemists believed they were preserving ancient wisdom concerning matter, yet they were simultaneously safeguarding symbolic forms whose future importance extended far beyond chemistry. Their manuscripts became historical reservoirs through which archetypal images survived the transition into modernity. Once analytical psychology emerged, those forgotten symbols suddenly acquired an entirely new intelligibility. What appeared obsolete from the perspective of science revealed itself as psychologically indispensable. The laboratory had unknowingly preserved a symbolic vocabulary that the modern psyche still required, even after abandoning the cosmology from which that vocabulary first arose. Perhaps this is why Jung repeatedly returns to comparative symbolism instead of limiting his attention to European alchemy alone. Every additional tradition broadens the argument. The unicorn in medieval allegory becomes more meaningful when placed beside analogous figures from Persia, India, Judaism, Gnosticism, and China, not because these cultures erase one another's differences, but because together they reveal something that none could demonstrate in isolation. They show that the unconscious possesses a remarkable tendency to generate equivalent symbolic structures whenever humanity confronts the same existential questions. The recurrence itself becomes evidence. By the close of this movement, the investigation has quietly reached one of its most ambitious conclusions. Symbols do not survive because history protects them. History repeatedly abandons them. They survive because the human psyche continually recreates them. Every civilization rediscovers images capable of expressing realities that remain psychologically unavoidable. The unicorn therefore ceases to belong to mythology alone. It becomes a witness to the astonishing continuity of symbolic life itself, revealing that beneath the changing surface of religions, philosophies, and cultures, the unconscious continues speaking an ancient language whose vocabulary evolves endlessly, while its deepest grammar remains profoundly unchanged. When myth becomes psychology, one of the most remarkable consequences of Jung's investigation is that it quietly dissolves a distinction modern thought has long regarded as unquestionable. Myths are usually treated as products of ancient cultures, psychological theories as products of modern science. One belongs to the distant past, the other to contemporary reflection. Yet the symbolic material surrounding the unicorn refuses to respect that division. The same psychological structure continues expressing itself through entirely different historical languages. Medieval theology preserves it in one form. Alchemy reshapes it in another. Religious allegory expands it further. Dreams continue generating comparable images centuries later, even among individuals who possess no conscious familiarity with the traditions from which those symbols originally emerged. The conclusion becomes increasingly difficult to avoid. Myth is not simply the ancestor of psychology. It is one of the enduring ways through which the psyche continues revealing itself. This realization fundamentally changes the cultural status of symbolic imagination. Modern civilization often approaches myths as historical artifacts, valuable for understanding ancient societies, but largely irrelevant to contemporary consciousness. Jung reverses that assumption. Myths survive because they continue describing experiences that remain psychologically active regardless of historical circumstance. Their characters may belong to forgotten cosmologies, yet the psychic situations they express remain immediately recognizable. The conflict between instinct and consciousness, the encounter with the unknown, the search for hidden wholeness, the reconciliation of opposing forces, these are not medieval concerns. They are permanent structures of human experience. Every generation rediscovers them, even when it believes it has left mythology behind. The unicorn therefore occupies a fascinating position within cultural history. It repeatedly appears at moments when civilizations attempt to imagine a reality that ordinary conceptual language cannot adequately contain. Neither purely animal nor purely spiritual, neither domesticated nor destructive, it resists every simple classification. That resistance explains its extraordinary longevity. Symbols capable of surviving centuries are almost never those that provide clear answers. They are those that preserve tensions consciousness cannot resolve without diminishing the realities they seek to express. The unicorn remains alive precisely because it continues holding together psychological opposites that rational thought repeatedly attempts to separate. One begins to understand why Jung devoted such careful attention to comparative symbolism. The value of comparison does not lie in proving that one tradition borrowed from another. It lies in revealing structural continuities invisible when each culture is examined in isolation. A medieval Christian manuscript may appear to concern theological purity. An alchemical treatise may appear preoccupied with hidden substances. A Persian legend may celebrate a sacred animal. A Gnostic text may describe spiritual mediation. Viewed separately, these narratives seem unrelated. Viewed together, they begin revealing a common psychological architecture, one in which symbolic figures repeatedly mediate between fragmented dimensions of existence, while pointing toward a more comprehensive order lying beyond ordinary consciousness. This insight also explains why symbolic traditions possess such remarkable adaptability. They are not rigid systems preserving fixed meanings. They function more like living organisms. Every age modifies inherited images according to its own historical conditions, while preserving the underlying psychological movement that originally gave those images life. The unicorn of medieval Christianity is not identical to analogous creatures found elsewhere, yet neither is it disconnected from them. The unconscious continually renews symbolic life by allowing enduring structures to assume forms appropriate to changing cultural environments. Historical variation, therefore, becomes evidence of symbolic vitality rather than symbolic instability. Modern culture frequently assumes that rational explanation eventually replaces symbolic thought. Jung's investigation suggests a far more complex process. Scientific understanding undoubtedly transforms humanity's relationship with the external world. It does not eliminate the unconscious need for symbols. Instead, symbolic activity gradually migrates into new domains. Literature inherits functions once performed by mythology. Cinema assumes structures formerly carried by sacred narratives. Political ideologies acquire mythic dimensions. Psychological language itself becomes increasingly symbolic whenever it approaches experiences that resist purely technical description. The symbolic imagination never disappears. It continually reorganizes itself around the changing forms through which a civilization understands reality. Perhaps nowhere is this continuity more evident than in dreams themselves. Individuals living in thoroughly secular societies continue producing images whose symbolic organization closely resembles ancient religious narratives. Unknown guides appear during moments of crisis. Animals embody instinctive knowledge inaccessible to waking consciousness. Hidden rooms reveal forgotten aspects of identity. Precious objects emerge from darkness after prolonged periods of psychological uncertainty. None of these dreamers consciously intends to recreate medieval symbolism. The unconscious simply continues employing the same archetypal grammar because the underlying developmental processes remain fundamentally unchanged. The symbolic world evolves without ever abandoning its oldest structural principles. For Jung, this represented one of the strongest arguments for the objective reality of archetypal patterns. Their persistence cannot be adequately explained through education, historical memory, or deliberate imitation alone. Entire symbolic systems repeatedly emerge wherever human beings confront the fundamental conditions of existence. Birth, death, love, conflict, sacrifice, renewal, creativity, destruction, and integration all generate remarkably stable symbolic configurations despite enormous cultural variation. The unconscious appears to possess its own formal tendencies, continually shaping experience into recognizable patterns before consciousness has fully understood what it is encountering. Seen from this broader perspective, the unicorn becomes much more than a fascinating image inherited from medieval imagination. It stands as evidence that humanity has always participated in a symbolic process extending beyond the limits of individual cultures. Every civilization contributes another variation, another emphasis, another narrative, while unknowingly preserving psychological structures far older than itself. Myths therefore remain culturally indispensable not because they preserve forgotten historical information, but because they preserve forms of psychological knowledge that no purely conceptual language has ever been able to replace completely. The lasting cultural importance of Jung's reading of alchemy lies precisely here. He does not rescue forgotten symbols simply to restore interest in medieval thought. He demonstrates that symbolic imagination constitutes one of the deepest continuities in human history. Beneath changing religions, philosophies, scientific revolutions, and cultural transformations, the unconscious continues generating images that orient consciousness toward realities too comprehensive to become fully transparent through abstract reasoning alone. The unicorn survives because the psychological movement it expresses continues unfolding within every age. History changes its appearance. The psyche quietly preserves its meaning. the language the psyche never abandoned. By the end of this stage of Jung's investigation, the unicorn has almost disappeared, not because it has become less important, but because it has accomplished the task every genuine symbol eventually performs. It has directed attention beyond itself. What initially appeared to be the history of an extraordinary mythical creature gradually reveals itself as the history of something far more enduring: the human psyche's astonishing capacity to generate the same symbolic structures across civilizations separated by centuries, religions, and entirely different conceptions of reality. The unicorn remains memorable, yet it is no longer the true subject. The true subject has become the symbolic activity of the unconscious itself. This realization quietly reorganizes everything that has preceded it. Earlier chapters demonstrated that the alchemists unknowingly projected unconscious processes into matter. Later, the Prima Materia revealed that the beginning of transformation always lies hidden beneath the ordinary surface of experience. Now another dimension becomes visible. Symbols themselves possess a continuity independent of the historical systems through which they temporarily speak. They survive the disappearance of kingdoms, the collapse of philosophical schools, the transformation of religious institutions, and even the abandonment of the scientific worldviews that once surrounded them. The unconscious continues generating them because the psychological realities they express have never ceased existing. There is something profoundly humbling in this conclusion. Modern consciousness often imagines itself as standing at the end of history, equipped with concepts more precise than any previous civilization possessed. Scientific knowledge has undeniably transformed humanity's understanding of the external world. Yet Jung's exploration suggests that symbolic life follows a remarkably different rhythm. The psyche has not become more modern in the same way technology has. It continues dreaming through images whose structural logic would have been immediately recognizable to people living thousands of years ago. A contemporary dream may differ enormously in its visible details, yet beneath those differences the same archetypal relationships continue unfolding with astonishing consistency. The unconscious appears largely indifferent to the chronological distance separating civilizations. This continuity also explains why symbolic traditions repeatedly regain relevance during periods of cultural uncertainty. Whenever established systems of meaning begin losing their persuasive power, the unconscious responds not by producing entirely unprecedented forms, but by reorganizing ancient symbolic structures into new configurations. The outer language changes. The inner architecture remains remarkably stable. Medieval alchemy inherited symbols from religious traditions. Analytical psychology rediscovered them through dreams. Modern literature, cinema, and art continue giving them fresh expression without always recognizing the historical depth from which those images emerge. Symbolic imagination never begins from nothing. It continually transforms inherited psychological structures into forms capable of speaking to each new historical moment. Jung's achievement therefore extends well beyond the interpretation of alchemy. He demonstrates that myths, religious images, dreams, and symbolic traditions belong to a single psychological continuum. None of these domains can be fully understood in isolation, because each expresses different aspects of the same underlying process. Myth gives collective form to archetypal experience. Religion ritualizes it. Alchemy projects it into matter. Dreams personalize it. Psychology gradually learns to recognize the common source from which they all arise. The unconscious does not distinguish between these languages with the rigid boundaries consciousness later imposes upon them. It simply continues generating symbols wherever symbolic expression becomes necessary. Perhaps this is the deepest reason the unicorn remains psychologically alive despite the disappearance of the world that first celebrated it. Its enduring power has never depended upon medieval theology or alchemical speculation alone. Those traditions merely provided temporary symbolic homes for realities that belong to the permanent structure of psychic life. Every civilization eventually discovers that consciousness cannot fully understand itself through rational analysis alone. There always arrives a point where images begin carrying truths that concepts cannot yet contain. At precisely that threshold, symbols emerge once more, quietly assuming forms appropriate to the culture through which the unconscious happens to be speaking. The history of the unicorn, therefore, becomes the history of symbolic consciousness itself. A mythical creature gradually transforms into psychological evidence. A religious image becomes an archetypal pattern. An alchemical emblem reveals the continuity linking dreams with civilizations separated by thousands of years. None of these transformations invalidate the earlier meanings. They accumulate. Each historical period discovers another dimension already present within the symbol, allowing it to speak again without exhausting what remains unsaid. That may be the most remarkable discovery contained within this part of psychology and alchemy. Symbols do not survive because humanity refuses to abandon its past. They survive because the psyche continually recreates them from within. Every generation believes it is encountering new psychological challenges. In one sense it is. Yet beneath those changing historical conditions, the unconscious continues responding through structures whose age cannot be measured historically at all. The unicorn, like the philosopher's stone, the mandala, and the Prima Materia, ultimately points beyond itself toward that deeper continuity. It reminds us that while civilizations endlessly reinvent the languages through which they describe reality, the symbolic imagination quietly preserves an older conversation, one that began long before recorded history and continues unfolding wherever the human psyche attempts to recognize the hidden patterns shaping its own transformation. Conclusion. There is a quiet irony running beneath every page of psychology and alchemy. It begins as the history of a discipline that failed to achieve its stated objective, only to reveal that it had been pursuing an entirely different achievement from the beginning. The alchemists searched for incorruptible substances, perfect metals, miraculous transformations, and hidden laws governing the material world. History remembers them for that failure. Yet Carl Jung invites a far more unsettling possibility. What if the laboratory was never the true place where the experiment was unfolding? What if the furnaces, the vessels, the metals, and the impossible substances were never the real objects of observation, but the stage upon which the human psyche unknowingly projected its own hidden transformations? That possibility changes everything that has come before. Throughout this journey, the mysterious Prima Materia gradually ceased to resemble an obscure chemical hypothesis and became the symbolic image of every beginning consciousness fails to recognize. The philosopher's stone slowly abandoned its identity as a miraculous object and emerged instead as the enduring symbol of psychic wholeness. The unicorn revealed itself not as a mythical creature preserved by medieval imagination, but as one of countless archetypal figures through which the unconscious continues expressing the reconciliation of apparently irreconcilable forces. One by one, the symbols quietly detached themselves from history without ever abandoning it. They remained rooted in the medieval world, while simultaneously revealing meanings that belong to every age. What makes this realization so extraordinary is that nothing within the alchemical manuscripts appears intentionally psychological. The authors never claimed to be exploring the unconscious. They never imagined that future generations would read their writings as symbolic documents describing the inner life of the human mind. They believed they were investigating nature itself. Yet every operation they described, every strange image they preserved, every paradox they struggled to resolve repeatedly reflected structures that modern psychology would eventually encounter inside dreams, fantasies, religious experience, and the slow movement of individuation. Without realizing it, the alchemists became historians of a territory they could observe but could not yet name. Perhaps that is why these symbols continue refusing to disappear. Scientific theories vanish once more convincing explanations emerge. Their value depends upon accuracy. Symbols obey another principle entirely. They survive because they continue organizing experiences that no historical period ever fully leaves behind. Every generation still confronts fragmentation, contradiction, longing, sacrifice, renewal, and the difficult encounter between conscious identity and everything consciousness has excluded from itself. The external forms inevitably change. The psychological movement remains astonishingly familiar. The unconscious quietly returns to the same symbolic language because the realities demanding expression have never fundamentally changed. Seen from this perspective, psychology and alchemy ceases to be the study of a forgotten chapter in intellectual history. It becomes an investigation into one of the deepest continuities human civilization has ever preserved. Beneath changing religions, changing philosophies, changing sciences, and changing cultures, another history has always been unfolding. It is the history of symbolic consciousness itself, patiently recording the invisible transformations through which humanity gradually learns to recognize dimensions of its own inner life that had always been present, long before the mind possessed concepts capable of understanding what the symbols had been saying all along. The symbols were never separate from one another. The temptation, after following a work as vast as psychology and alchemy, is to remember its symbols individually. One remembers the Prima Materia, the philosopher's stone, Mercurius, the unicorn, the sacred vessel, the mysterious transformations, the endless succession of alchemical operations, and the dream images that quietly accompanied them. Each appears to possess its own history, its own mythology, and its own psychological significance. Yet this impression gradually dissolves the moment the work is viewed as a whole. The symbols begin losing their individual isolation. They reveal themselves as different movements within a single symbolic organism. None of them ever existed independently. Each emerged only because the others already occupied neighboring positions inside the same invisible psychological landscape. The deeper one looks, the less the symbols resemble separate discoveries. They become different perspectives upon the same underlying reality. This realization may be the true foundation of Jung's entire encounter with alchemy. It is tempting to believe that he discovered psychological meaning inside medieval manuscripts by interpreting one symbol after another. The process unfolded in almost the opposite direction. Individual symbols only became intelligible because they gradually organized themselves into a coherent symbolic system. The Prima Materia explained why transformation begins beneath conscious awareness. The philosopher's stone explained where that transformation ultimately tends. Mercurius embodied the restless movement connecting beginning and completion. The unicorn revealed that apparent opposites could enter into relationship without annihilating one another. Dreams repeatedly confirmed that these movements did not belong exclusively to forgotten manuscripts, but continued unfolding within contemporary psychic life. Every chapter reorganized the meaning of the previous one. Every new image quietly transformed those already encountered. By the end of the investigation, the symbols no longer accumulated beside one another. They illuminated one another. This cumulative movement reveals something profoundly important about the way the unconscious communicates. Consciousness generally prefers isolated explanations. It attempts to identify one cause for each effect, one definition for each concept, and one interpretation for each image. The unconscious appears remarkably uninterested in such economy. It continually generates symbolic networks rather than symbolic units. A single dream rarely explains itself through one dominant image. Every meaningful dream constructs relationships among places, figures, objects, movements, and transformations whose significance emerges only through their interaction. Myth behaves in precisely the same manner. Religious symbolism behaves in precisely the same manner. Alchemy behaves in precisely the same manner. None of these symbolic worlds can be understood by extracting individual images from the larger system that gives them life. Their meaning exists within relationship before it exists within definition. Perhaps this explains why so many attempts to reduce alchemy either to primitive chemistry or to hidden mysticism ultimately fail to capture its psychological importance. Both approaches isolate what was never intended to exist in isolation. The laboratory becomes merely a laboratory. The religious imagery becomes merely religious. The mythological creatures become merely folklore. Jung's achievement was not simply to reinterpret these elements psychologically. His achievement was to restore the relationships that had quietly united them from the very beginning. Once those relationships become visible, the manuscripts cease appearing as collections of obscure allegories. They reveal themselves as remarkably coherent attempts to describe psychological processes that their authors could observe symbolically, even if they lacked the conceptual language necessary to recognize their true location. This change of perspective also transforms the meaning of projection itself. Earlier in the investigation, projection appeared primarily as an explanation for why psychological contents became attached to material substances. By the end of the work, projection begins occupying a much more profound position. It becomes one of the fundamental conditions through which symbolic consciousness develops. Human beings never encounter reality without simultaneously encountering themselves. The world continually receives meanings originating beyond conscious intention. Nature becomes populated with symbolic significance because the unconscious does not first ask permission from the intellect before organizing experience. The alchemists projected psychological life into matter because consciousness had not yet learned to distinguish those dimensions clearly. Modern individuals often believe they have overcome projection, yet dreams, relationships, ideologies, cultural myths, and personal identities continue revealing how deeply symbolic life still participates in every act of perception. This continuity explains why Jung refused to treat the unconscious as a repository of irrational residues left behind by civilization. Nothing encountered throughout psychology and alchemy supports such a conclusion. On the contrary, the unconscious repeatedly appears as an astonishingly sophisticated symbolic intelligence. It does not merely preserve forgotten memories or instinctive impulses. It organizes experience according to structures whose coherence often exceeds that of conscious thought. Long before the intellect recognizes a transformation, the unconscious has already begun preparing the symbolic conditions through which that transformation may eventually become visible. It dreams before consciousness understands. It imagines before consciousness defines. It constructs relationships before consciousness discovers concepts capable of describing them. Symbolic life therefore becomes not an inferior form of thought, but the psychological foundation upon which reflective understanding gradually builds. From this perspective, even the extraordinary diversity of cultural symbolism begins acquiring a different meaning. Earlier generations often approached comparative mythology by asking how one civilization influenced another. Jung certainly recognized the importance of historical transmission, yet the symbolic continuities encountered throughout alchemy suggest something more fundamental. Civilizations repeatedly generate comparable symbolic structures because they repeatedly encounter comparable psychological realities. Different languages describe them differently. Different religions ritualize them differently. Different philosophies interpret them differently. Yet beneath those historical variations, the same symbolic architecture quietly persists. Hidden substances, sacred marriages, miraculous animals, journeys through darkness, radiant centers, mysterious guides, and transformative deaths recur because the unconscious continues organizing human experience around enduring archetypal relationships rather than around historically contingent ideas alone. That realization may ultimately be the greatest contribution psychology and alchemy offers to modern psychology. It demonstrates that symbolic imagination is neither decorative nor accidental. It constitutes one of the deepest organizing principles of psychic life itself. Every symbol examined throughout this work gradually revealed that it belonged to a much larger symbolic ecology whose coherence could only become visible after sustained observation. None of the images were ever attempting to explain the external world in the scientific sense. Together they were attempting something considerably more ambitious. They were preserving a map of psychological transformation whose structure remained largely unchanged beneath every transformation of culture, religion, philosophy, and science. The symbols were never separate because the psyche itself has never been fragmented in the way consciousness habitually imagines. What appeared to be isolated mysteries were, from the beginning, different expressions of the same living process, the slow emergence of consciousness into an ever more complete relationship with the invisible depths from which it has always arisen. The laboratory was always inside the observer. The most transformative idea to emerge from psychology and alchemy is also its most disorienting. Throughout the entire history of alchemy, the laboratory appears to occupy the center of every operation. Metals are purified, substances dissolved, vessels sealed, fires carefully regulated, and mysterious reactions patiently observed. Every movement seems directed outward, toward the hidden processes of nature. Yet as Jung's investigation gradually unfolds, the center of gravity shifts almost imperceptibly. Nothing occurring inside the laboratory loses its symbolic importance. Instead, the location of the experiment quietly changes. The true transformation is no longer taking place inside the vessel. It is unfolding inside the observer. That realization does not invalidate the alchemical work. It reveals the psychological dimension that had always accompanied it, silently directing every symbolic operation without ever becoming fully conscious to those performing it. This reversal is perhaps the most extraordinary consequence of projection. Earlier in the journey, projection appeared as a psychological mechanism through which unconscious contents became attached to external objects. By the conclusion of the work, however, projection assumes a far more fundamental role. It becomes the condition through which symbolic consciousness itself first encounters its own hidden depths. Human beings do not begin by recognizing unconscious realities within themselves. They encounter them outside themselves, distributed across nature, religion, myth, relationships, political ideals, works of art, and every symbolic system through which reality acquires meaning. The alchemists, therefore, did not simply make a mistake about matter. They participated in one of the oldest movements of consciousness, the gradual externalization of psychic processes, before those same processes could eventually be recognized as belonging to the inner world. That movement is not confined to medieval history. It continues shaping modern psychological life with remarkable persistence. Contemporary consciousness often believes it has overcome symbolic projection because it distinguishes clearly between subjective experience and objective reality. Yet the structure itself remains intact. Human beings still attribute absolute value to careers, identities, ideologies, romantic relationships, nations, technologies, and cultural narratives with an emotional intensity that far exceeds the objective characteristics of those external realities. Again and again, the unconscious distributes aspects of psychic life across the world, transforming ordinary objects into symbolic centers around which identity quietly organizes itself. The forms have changed since the Middle Ages. The psychological movement remains astonishingly familiar. This continuity explains why Jung never dismissed projection as a mere psychological error to be eliminated. If projections simply represented confusion, symbolic life itself would become impossible. The earliest encounters with unconscious reality almost always require symbolic mediation. Consciousness cannot recognize what it has never previously experienced through direct introspection. The psyche therefore approaches itself indirectly. It first becomes visible through stories, myths, religious images, artistic creations, dreams, and relationships before gradually being recognized as an inner process. The external symbol serves as a bridge rather than a deception. It allows consciousness to enter into dialogue with realities whose psychological existence remains too unfamiliar to become immediately recognizable as internal. Seen from this perspective, the alchemical laboratory acquires an entirely different cultural significance. It becomes one of history's great symbolic theaters, a place where unconscious transformation could unfold in visible form before psychology possessed a language capable of describing it directly. Every operation preserved within those manuscripts simultaneously documented two different realities. One belonged to the material imagination of medieval natural philosophy. The other belonged to the timeless movement of symbolic consciousness slowly attempting to recognize itself. The alchemists observed furnaces, metals, and vessels. Their unconscious quietly observed the transformation of identity itself. Both processes unfolded together because consciousness had not yet developed the conceptual separation necessary to distinguish them. The remarkable consequence of Jung's work is that it restores this forgotten continuity without collapsing psychology back into medieval cosmology. He does not argue that the alchemists were secretly correct about chemistry, nor that modern science should abandon its distinction between inner and outer reality. Instead, he demonstrates that the symbolic structures preserved by alchemy remain psychologically true even after their material explanations have become historically obsolete. The laboratory loses its scientific authority while retaining its symbolic power. The symbols survive because they were never fundamentally dependent upon the cosmology that first gave them visible form. They belong to the unconscious long before they belong to alchemy, and they continue belonging to the unconscious long after the laboratory itself has passed into history. This realization quietly reorganizes every symbol encountered throughout the work. The Prima Materia is no longer simply the beginning of the alchemical operation. It becomes the hidden beginning of every psychological transformation. The philosopher's stone ceases to represent miraculous transmutation and becomes the symbolic image of an integrated personality. Mercurius no longer belongs exclusively to medieval speculation, but to the restless, paradoxical movement through which unconscious life continually escapes every attempt at rigid definition. Even the unicorn ultimately reveals itself as an image of psychic reconciliation rather than theological allegory alone. Each symbol retains its historical identity while simultaneously disclosing a psychological depth that history itself could never fully explain. Perhaps this is why psychology and alchemy continues exerting such fascination upon modern readers. It does not merely reinterpret forgotten manuscripts. It invites a radical reconsideration of the relationship between consciousness and the symbolic world. The laboratory was never simply a building filled with strange instruments and obscure experiments. It became the visible stage upon which the unconscious rehearsed its own hidden drama centuries before anyone possessed the conceptual language necessary to understand what was truly unfolding there. Jung's lasting contribution was not to invent that drama, but to recognize that it had been taking place from the very beginning. The symbols were never describing matter alone. They were patiently recording the invisible transformations of the observer who believed he was studying the world, while the deeper experiment had always been studying him. The moment consciousness learned to read its own symbols. If the first great movement of psychology and alchemy consists in recognizing that the laboratory was never the true location of transformation, then the second movement is even more profound. It concerns the moment when consciousness finally becomes capable of recognizing the symbolic process that had always been unfolding beyond its awareness. This is not a discovery in the ordinary intellectual sense. It is not comparable to solving a scientific problem or acquiring a new piece of information. Jung repeatedly suggests that symbolic recognition alters the observer before it alters the explanation. One does not simply understand the symbol. One gradually becomes capable of inhabiting the psychological reality toward which the symbol has always been pointing. The transformation therefore belongs as much to the act of perception as to the object being perceived. This distinction explains why the symbols encountered throughout alchemy continually resist definitive interpretation. Modern thought naturally seeks closure. Once a concept has been explained, it is expected to become stable, predictable, and complete. Symbols behave according to an entirely different logic. Every genuine symbol appears to deepen as consciousness itself develops. The Prima Materia means something different after the philosopher's stone has been understood. Mercurius changes significance once the dynamics of projection become visible. The unicorn no longer appears merely as a religious emblem once its function as a mediator between opposing psychic forces has been recognized. Nothing within the symbol objectively changes. The observer changes, and the symbolic field reorganizes itself accordingly. The meaning was never fixed because the psychological process to which it referred had never been fixed either. This may be one of Jung's most radical departures from conventional interpretations of mythology and religion. Traditional scholarship often attempts to determine what a symbol originally meant within the culture that produced it. That historical work remains indispensable, yet it cannot fully account for the strange vitality these images continue possessing centuries later. Symbols repeatedly outlive the intentions of their creators. They survive because their deepest significance does not depend exclusively upon historical context. It depends upon the recurring psychological conditions that continually reactivate them. Every age inherits the same unconscious structures while discovering entirely new historical circumstances through which those structures become visible. A medieval alchemist, a Renaissance mystic, a modern artist, and an individual describing a dream may all encounter the same symbolic pattern without sharing a single explicit belief about the world. This continuity reveals something remarkable about consciousness itself. Human beings often imagine perception as a passive activity through which an already existing world gradually becomes known. Jung's reading of alchemy suggests a far more dynamic relationship. Consciousness does not merely observe symbolic reality. It participates in its unfolding. Every act of genuine recognition reorganizes the symbolic landscape because the relationship between observer and symbol has fundamentally changed. This is why dreams rarely repeat themselves in exactly the same form once their underlying psychological movement has begun entering conscious life. The unconscious does not produce images simply to be interpreted. It produces them to facilitate a transformation in the relationship between consciousness and itself. Once that relationship changes, new symbols become necessary because the psychological situation itself has changed. Seen from this perspective, individuation acquires a significance extending far beyond personal development. Throughout this work, individuation has appeared less as a destination than as a progressive expansion of symbolic awareness. The individual gradually learns to recognize that seemingly unrelated experiences belong to one continuous psychological process. Dreams cease to appear as isolated nocturnal events. Myths cease to belong exclusively to distant civilizations. Religious images cease functioning merely as theological doctrines. Even personal conflicts begin revealing symbolic dimensions extending beyond immediate biography. The psyche slowly recognizes itself across different levels of experience that had previously seemed disconnected. Wholeness therefore emerges not because contradiction disappears, but because consciousness becomes capable of perceiving the hidden relationships already linking those contradictions together. This also explains why Jung consistently resisted reducing symbols to fixed psychological formulas. Every reduction risks destroying the symbolic function itself. To say that the philosopher's stone simply represents the self, or that the unicorn simply represents purity, may satisfy conceptual clarity, while simultaneously emptying the image of its transformative power. Symbols remain psychologically alive because they preserve an excess of meaning beyond every particular interpretation. They continually invite consciousness into deeper relationship rather than allowing it to settle prematurely upon definitive conclusions. Their ambiguity is not intellectual weakness. It is the condition that allows symbolic life to remain developmentally productive. Perhaps nowhere does this become more evident than in the cumulative structure of psychology and alchemy itself. The work does not progress by abandoning earlier symbols once new ones appear. Instead, every chapter reorganizes everything that preceded it. The meaning of projection changes after the archetypes become visible. The meaning of alchemy changes after comparative symbolism expands beyond Europe. The meaning of dreams changes once they begin participating in the same symbolic field as myths and religious imagery. The reader gradually undergoes the same process the book describes. What initially appears as a sequence of separate topics slowly reveals itself as one continuously unfolding symbolic system whose coherence only becomes visible after sustained immersion. That structural movement may ultimately mirror the psychological transformation Jung wished to describe. Consciousness rarely arrives at wholeness through isolated insights. It approaches wholeness through the gradual reorganization of relationships among insights that once seemed unrelated. The symbols encountered throughout this journey therefore never functioned as independent discoveries. They behaved as living constellations, each illuminating the others until the entire symbolic landscape acquired a coherence that no individual image could ever possess alone. In that moment, the reader recognizes something that the alchemists themselves could only intuit. The symbols were never waiting to be solved like riddles. They were patiently waiting for consciousness to become capable of entering the world they had been describing from the very beginning, a world in which the deepest realities of the psyche are not explained into existence, but gradually recognized through the symbolic relationships that have always connected them beneath the surface of ordinary awareness. The discovery that changed the meaning of the entire journey. There is a particular kind of realization that only becomes possible after a long intellectual journey has already been completed. It is not the discovery of a new fact, nor the solution to a problem that remained unanswered. Rather, it is the moment when everything that came before quietly reorganizes itself into a pattern that had been present from the beginning, though impossible to recognize until every necessary piece had found its place. This is precisely where psychology and alchemy ultimately arrives. The symbols examined throughout the work no longer function as individual subjects demanding interpretation. Together they reveal that the entire investigation has been moving toward a single psychological insight, one so comprehensive that it retrospectively changes the meaning of every previous chapter. The book was never fundamentally about alchemy. It was about the symbolic conditions under which consciousness gradually becomes capable of recognizing itself. That conclusion is far more radical than it first appears. Throughout modern intellectual history, consciousness has often been imagined as the source of meaning, the faculty responsible for interpreting an otherwise indifferent world. Jung's encounter with alchemy quietly reverses that assumption. Consciousness does not stand outside symbolic life, calmly observing it from a position of detached rationality. It emerges from symbolic life. Before human beings explain themselves conceptually, they have already begun living symbolically. Dreams precede theories. Myths precede philosophies. Religious imagination precedes systematic theology. The unconscious continually organizes experience long before reflective thought becomes aware that any organization has taken place. The symbols preserved by alchemy, therefore, do not decorate psychological reality after it has already formed. They participate in the very process through which psychological reality first becomes available to consciousness. This insight also clarifies why the unconscious repeatedly resists every attempt at complete conceptual mastery. Throughout the preceding chapters, each symbol appeared to invite interpretation, while simultaneously exceeding every interpretation offered. The Prima Materia acquired innumerable names without ever surrendering its mystery. Mercurius continually escaped fixed definition, becoming fluid precisely where consciousness demanded stability. The philosopher's stone represented completion, while refusing to become merely another psychological object among many. Even the unicorn, perhaps the most visually distinctive figure encountered throughout the work, repeatedly dissolved every effort to reduce it to a single theological, mythological, or psychological meaning. At first glance, such ambiguity appears frustrating. By the conclusion of the journey, it reveals itself as essential. Symbols remain alive only because they preserve a surplus of meaning greater than any single act of interpretation can exhaust. This characteristic distinguishes symbolic knowledge from analytical knowledge in a profound way. Analytical thought advances through reduction. Complex phenomena become increasingly intelligible by separating them into smaller and more manageable components. Symbolic thought advances through integration. Individual meanings accumulate without canceling one another, gradually forming constellations whose significance exceeds the sum of their parts. The unconscious, therefore, does not communicate through isolated propositions. It communicates through living symbolic systems in which every image quietly modifies the meaning of every other image. The reader who attempts to isolate one symbol inevitably loses the movement that gives the entire symbolic field its psychological vitality. Perhaps this is why Psychology and Alchemy demands such unusual patience from its reader. The work consistently refuses immediate conclusions because immediate conclusions would interrupt the psychological process it seeks to illuminate. Every chapter postpones final clarity, not out of obscurity, but because symbolic understanding itself develops cumulatively. One cannot understand the philosopher's stone without first encountering the Prima Materia. One cannot understand individuation without first observing projection. One cannot understand archetypal symbolism without recognizing its astonishing recurrence across dreams, mythology, religion, and alchemy. Each stage quietly prepares the conditions necessary for the next, until the reader eventually discovers that the structure of the book mirrors the structure of the psychological transformation it describes. Understanding emerges through gradual reorganization rather than sudden explanation. This cumulative architecture ultimately reveals the deepest continuity running beneath the entire work. Every symbol, every manuscript, every dream, every mythological comparison, and every alchemical operation participates in the same fundamental movement, the gradual expansion of consciousness into a relationship with dimensions of psychic life that had always existed beyond its immediate awareness. Nothing essential is imported from outside the personality. The unconscious continually reveals that what appears entirely new has often remained present from the beginning, concealed not by distance but by familiarity. The great discoveries described throughout the work are therefore recognitions rather than acquisitions. Consciousness does not create the symbolic world. It slowly becomes capable of perceiving the symbolic world that has been quietly shaping its experience all along. Seen from this perspective, Jung's achievement extends beyond psychology itself. He offers an entirely different way of understanding culture, history, and human imagination. Civilizations cease to appear as isolated creators of symbolic systems. Instead, they become successive participants in a much older psychological process, each discovering new forms through which enduring archetypal realities become historically visible. The medieval laboratory, the sacred myth, the religious vision, the literary imagination, and the modern dream all belong to one uninterrupted symbolic continuum. Their visible languages differ because history changes. Their underlying structures remain recognizable because the unconscious continues generating the same fundamental patterns wherever consciousness approaches its own unknown depths. By the end of this journey, one astonishing possibility begins to emerge with remarkable clarity. The symbols examined throughout psychology and alchemy were never attempting to preserve medieval cosmology, forgotten chemistry, or obsolete religious doctrines. They were preserving something considerably more enduring. They preserved the structure of psychological transformation itself. Long before consciousness learned to observe its own inner life systematically, symbolic imagination had already begun recording the stages through which that observation would eventually become possible. The alchemists believed they were searching for hidden substances concealed within nature. Jung revealed that the deeper search had always been unfolding elsewhere. Across centuries of enigmatic manuscripts and impossible images, humanity had unknowingly been documenting the gradual awakening of consciousness to the symbolic foundations from which it had always emerged. The civilization that exists beneath every civilization. By the time the symbolic architecture of psychology and alchemy has fully emerged, one final consequence becomes impossible to avoid. The book no longer appears to describe only the development of an individual consciousness. It begins revealing something equally profound about civilization itself. Throughout history, societies have often understood themselves through their institutions, religions, political systems, scientific achievements, and philosophical traditions. These visible structures create the impression that cultures are fundamentally distinct from one another, each producing its own unique interpretation of reality, before eventually yielding to whatever historical order follows. Yet Jung's encounter with alchemy gradually exposes another continuity unfolding beneath these visible transformations, one that history rarely records because it belongs less to events than to the symbolic imagination through which human beings continually make sense of those events. This hidden continuity does not erase the differences separating civilizations. Medieval Europe is not ancient Persia. Christian symbolism cannot be reduced to Gnostic cosmology, nor can either be confused with Chinese philosophy or Indian religious imagination. Each tradition possesses its own language, its own historical circumstances, and its own intellectual concerns. Jung never attempts to dissolve these distinctions into a universal mythology. Instead, he observes something considerably more subtle. Beneath the immense diversity of cultural expression, remarkably stable symbolic structures continue emerging whenever human beings confront the same fundamental psychological realities. Different civilizations describe different worlds. The unconscious repeatedly describes the same inner landscape. This discovery changes the way cultural history itself can be understood. Traditional history generally follows external events. Empires rise and disappear. Religions expand, divide, and reform. Scientific revolutions overturn previous conceptions of nature. Political systems transform the organization of societies. Each historical movement appears to replace what came before it. Symbolic history follows another rhythm entirely. The philosopher's stone quietly survives the disappearance of alchemy. The sacred child survives the transformation of religious cosmologies. The mysterious guide survives the collapse of mythological worlds. The journey through darkness survives every philosophical revolution. Symbols migrate because the psychological conditions generating them continue returning long after the civilizations that first gave them visible form have faded into memory. History changes its vocabulary. The unconscious patiently preserves its grammar. Perhaps nowhere is this continuity more visible than in the extraordinary persistence of archetypal imagination. The modern individual may possess little knowledge of medieval manuscripts, religious allegories, or ancient mythological systems, yet dreams continue producing symbolic relationships that would have been immediately recognizable to those earlier traditions. Unknown companions appear during moments of transition. Hidden chambers emerge beneath familiar buildings. Precious objects wait beneath ordinary landscapes. Strange animals embody instinctive knowledge unavailable to waking consciousness. Circular forms gather fragmented realities into unexpected unity. None of these images depends upon historical education. They arise because the unconscious continues organizing psychic life according to patterns that belong to its own enduring structure rather than to any particular historical period. The symbolic imagination, therefore, becomes one of the few dimensions of human existence capable of maintaining continuity across immense cultural transformations without ever becoming static or repetitive. This perspective also explains why works of art, literature, religion, and mythology continue exerting psychological influence long after their original cultural contexts have disappeared. Modern readers do not return to ancient myths because they mistake them for historical reports. They return because those narratives continue illuminating psychological movements that remain immediately recognizable. The external world described by the myths may have vanished centuries ago. The symbolic relationships preserved within them continue unfolding inside contemporary experience. Every authentic work of symbolic imagination therefore participates simultaneously in two histories. One belongs to the civilization that produced it. The other belongs to the much older history of the unconscious, continually rediscovering itself through new cultural forms. Jung recognized that alchemy occupies precisely this remarkable position. It belongs historically to medieval Europe, yet psychologically it participates in a symbolic tradition extending far beyond any single civilization. Seen from this broader perspective, culture itself acquires an entirely different meaning. Civilizations no longer appear merely as creators of symbolic systems. They become temporary environments through which archetypal realities achieve historical visibility. Every age receives the symbolic inheritance of the unconscious, reshapes it according to its own language, and unknowingly passes it forward. Some cultures emphasize sacred kings. Others emphasize divine children, miraculous animals, hidden treasures, cosmic journeys, or transformative substances. The outward forms inevitably differ because history continually changes the conditions through which symbolic life expresses itself. Yet beneath those differences remains an astonishing consistency. The unconscious repeatedly returns to the same fundamental structures because human beings continue confronting the same essential psychological tasks, however dramatically their historical circumstances evolve. That realization may ultimately be one of Jung's most enduring contributions, not only to psychology but to cultural thought as a whole. He demonstrates that symbolic imagination should not be understood as an ornamental product of civilization. It is one of the forces through which civilization itself continually reorganizes its relationship with the deepest dimensions of human experience. Symbols preserve possibilities that institutions often forget. They maintain continuity where historical change produces fragmentation. They allow each generation to rediscover realities that cannot simply be inherited through information alone. Every civilization believes it has become modern by replacing the symbolic language of its predecessors. Yet beneath that confidence, the unconscious quietly continues producing new variations of the same ancient patterns, reminding humanity that while history constantly transforms the surface of culture, the deepest architecture of psychological life has always belonged to a much older and far more enduring order. By the conclusion of Psychology and Alchemy, This hidden continuity no longer appears as an abstract philosophical possibility. It has become the central argument toward which every preceding symbol has been moving. The Prima Materia, Mercurius, the philosopher's stone, the unicorn, projection, dreams, mythology, religion, and alchemical imagery all ultimately converge upon the same discovery. Human civilization possesses two parallel histories. One is written in events, institutions, discoveries, and political transformations. The other is written in symbols. The first explains how societies change. The second explains why, beneath those changes, the human psyche continues recognizing itself through images whose origins disappear beyond recorded history, yet whose meanings remain permanently contemporary because they arise from the deepest structures of consciousness itself. The symbols were never trying to explain the world. When the final pages of Psychology and Alchemy are reached, an unexpected inversion quietly takes place. Throughout the work, the reader has gradually become accustomed to treating alchemy as the object of investigation. Its manuscripts, symbols, operations, and extraordinary imagery appear to form the central subject around which every analysis revolves. Yet the conclusion reveals that this impression has always been incomplete. Alchemy was never the destination of the investigation. It was the path through which a far more fundamental discovery became possible. The real subject was neither chemistry nor medieval philosophy, neither religion nor mythology in isolation. It was the symbolic architecture through which the human psyche has continually attempted to understand itself long before consciousness possessed the concepts necessary to recognize what it was doing. Seen from this perspective, every symbol encountered throughout the journey quietly changes its role. The Prima Materia is no longer remembered simply as the mysterious beginning of the alchemical work. It becomes the enduring reminder that every authentic psychological transformation begins within reality's consciousness initially rejects, misunderstands, or overlooks. The philosopher's stone ceases to function as the impossible objective of forgotten laboratories and emerges instead as the symbolic image of an inner coherence that cannot be manufactured through force, only discovered through a gradual reorganization of psychic life. Mercurius abandons every attempt at stable definition because the movement connecting unconscious and conscious life can never be reduced to fixed categories without losing the very fluidity that gives it transformative power. Even the unicorn, perhaps the most unexpected companion encountered along the way, ultimately reveals that the deepest conflicts of existence are not overcome by eliminating one side of the opposition, but by discovering forms of relationship spacious enough to contain what consciousness once believed could never coexist. What makes these symbols remarkable is not simply their beauty or their historical endurance. It is the astonishing consistency with which they continue reappearing wherever human beings confront experiences that exceed the explanatory capacity of ordinary thought. Every civilization eventually discovers hidden substances beneath ordinary appearances. Every culture imagines journeys into darkness before renewal becomes possible. Every symbolic tradition produces mediators capable of crossing boundaries, separating instinct from consciousness, mortality from transcendence, fragmentation from wholeness. The external narratives differ dramatically. The psychological movement remains unmistakably familiar. That continuity cannot be explained by historical influence alone, because it repeatedly emerges wherever the unconscious attempts to bring consciousness into relationship with dimensions of itself that have not yet acquired conceptual form. Perhaps this is why Jung insisted that symbols should never be treated merely as primitive explanations, waiting to be replaced by more advanced knowledge. Scientific thought undoubtedly surpasses alchemy in its understanding of matter. It does not replace symbolic imagination because the two belong to different orders of human experience. Science explains mechanisms. Symbols orient consciousness within realities that mechanisms alone cannot adequately describe. They preserve contradiction without demanding premature resolution. They sustain dialogue where conceptual certainty would otherwise bring inquiry to an end. They accompany transformation while it is still unfolding, long before reflective understanding becomes capable of describing what has already begun changing beneath the surface of awareness. Their purpose has never been to compete with empirical knowledge. Their purpose has always been to prepare consciousness for encounters that knowledge alone cannot complete. This distinction may ultimately explain why psychology and alchemy continues feeling remarkably contemporary despite the historical distance separating modern readers from the world of medieval alchemy. The manuscripts belong to another civilization. The symbolic process they preserve does not. Individuals still dream before they understand. They still project hidden dimensions of themselves onto relationships, institutions, ideologies, and the external world. They still experience moments in which identity dissolves before a more comprehensive organization has begun to emerge. They still discover that psychological life repeatedly communicates through images before it becomes capable of communicating through concepts. The symbolic imagination has not survived because humanity remains attached to the past. It has survived because the unconscious continues functioning according to principles that historical change has never fundamentally altered. For that reason, the lasting achievement of Jung's work cannot be measured simply by what it reveals about alchemy. Its greater accomplishment lies in changing the way symbolic experience itself can be understood. Symbols cease to appear as decorative products of culture or irrational remnants awaiting intellectual correction. They become indispensable psychological events. They represent the earliest forms through which unconscious reality becomes available to consciousness. Every authentic symbol, therefore, marks the beginning of a conversation rather than the conclusion of an explanation. It invites interpretation while continually exceeding every interpretation offered. It remains alive because consciousness itself remains unfinished. The symbol grows together with the individual capable of encountering it. That realization brings the entire journey back to the question from which it secretly began. The alchemists believed they were searching for hidden truths concealed within nature. Their greatest discovery was not the one they consciously intended to make. Across centuries of patient observation, impossible experiments, enigmatic manuscripts, and astonishing symbolic imagination, they unknowingly preserved one of humanity's richest records of psychological transformation. They documented the slow emergence of consciousness toward itself before psychology existed as a discipline capable of recognizing the process they had been witnessing. Jung did not rescue alchemy from historical obscurity. He revealed that beneath its forgotten language lay a symbolic map the human psyche had been quietly drawing all along. In the end, perhaps the deepest lesson of psychology and alchemy is also its simplest. The symbols were never trying to explain the world. They were trying to prepare consciousness to encounter itself. Every dragon, every sacred vessel, every mysterious substance, every impossible creature, every dream, every myth, and every forgotten manuscript belonged to the same enduring movement. They pointed toward a transformation that no laboratory could complete because it had never belonged to matter alone. The true great work was always unfolding within the observer, patiently guiding consciousness toward the recognition that beneath every civilization, every religion, every philosophy, and every scientific revolution, the unconscious has continued speaking the same symbolic language, waiting for the moment when humanity would finally become capable of recognizing that its oldest mysteries had always been descriptions of its own inner life.